Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2402. 2402. Translator 5496903. Even Zhang Fei did not dare to be negligent in the face of the overwhelming number of drones. God knows if these things had ever been cheated before. Therefore, even Zhang Fei did not dare to try using his physical body. Swish! Zhang Fei continuously used his teleportation ability. His entire body flashed continuously as he headed straight for the golden battleship in the distance. Just when he was only a few kilometers away from the golden battleship, Zhang Fei summoned the Chungying sword. Do you want to fight in close combat? The golden-haired Simon smiled slightly. Then he ordered the battleship, activate absolute domain. A golden light film appeared and enveloped Zhang Fei within it. At that moment, Zhang Fei's attack arrived. The Chungying sword expanded into a sword aura that was a few kilometers long. Then, it drew a beautiful arc and slashed directly at the golden battleship. As the sword aura came into contact with the golden battleship, a terrifying energy wave exploded. How is this possible? Zhang Fei's eyes widened. His full-powered slash actually did not manage to hurt the golden battleship at all. Zhang Fei was a little confused. With his strength, even a Titan-level battleship would not be able to survive his attack. However, the golden battleship had not only withstood his attack, it had not even left a mark on it. At that moment, Zhang Fei felt his body sink. He felt as if he was in a gravity chamber thousands of times stronger. That kind of pressure almost made him collapse. This carrier is really strong. Even 800 times the gravity can't break you. Simon smiled and continued to order the battleship. Absolute Domain Level 2. Zhang Fei was pressed down so hard that he fell to his knees in mid-air. Although he struggled to get up, he could not do it at all. Ba-ba. Under the extreme gravity, the bones in Zhang Fei's body emitted a series of crisp sounds. Zhang Fei roared into the sky. However, in the vacuum of the universe, his voice could not be heard at all. At that moment, Zhang Fei felt that his entire body was about to be crushed. The intense pain of every inch of his bones being crushed by a hammer continuously stimulated his nerves. Is it fun? Simon's lips curled into a smile. Initially, he was not interested in this game at all. After all, to people in the high-dimensional space, low-dimensional creatures were even worse than ants. There was not much pleasure in torturing them. This was just like humans living in the three-dimensional space. They would use a brush to draw pictures in the two-dimensional space. The pleasure that they could obtain was very limited. However, it was different when they were torturing characters controlled by other people in the game. Because you knew that there was someone who looked exactly like you behind this character, you would obtain a stronger pleasure when you were torturing him. Simon was just like that. When the development team first launched this game, he felt that it was completely meaningless. A group of people were bullying a creature from the low-dimensional space. He even felt that it was very demeaning until this cheat appeared. Only then did it really attract his interest. After all, how could torturing a monster be better than torturing a person? Therefore, Simon joined this game and became a cheat. During this period of time, Simon was obsessed with torturing and killing players. He had been constantly changing directions to find players. He enjoyed the pleasure of torturing people. Because he had a cheat on him, he could easily destroy the players' spaceships and destroy their lifeboats. If he met another paid player with a carrier, it would be even better. Was there anything better than killing rich players in the game? It was the same today. Because of the disguise of the development team, Simon had also treated Zhang Fei as a rich player. Moreover, the more stubborn Zhang Fei was, the more money he spent in the game. This made Simon even more excited when he was torturing him. Come on, Simon said excitedly. Then he ordered Battleship, release the nanobots. A group of nanobots were released. They quickly approached Zhang Fei and began to disintegrate his skin and flesh. Zhang Fei let out a scream. Unfortunately, his voice could not penetrate through. Otherwise, Simon would have been even more excited. Originally, Jiang Fei had already felt that all the bones in his body had been smashed to pieces. Now that the nanorobots were disintegrating, he felt even more ticklish, as if he was being gnawed by ants. Under this torture, Jiang Fei's consciousness was in a daze. F***CK. These cheaters are so powerful. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. It was not that he had not thought of using his spiritual power to attack the enemy. However, the golden battleship seemed to have a shielding ability that prevented his spiritual power from penetrating it. Jiang Fei realized that he could not defeat Simon. Therefore, he prepared to run first and think of a way to outsmart him. However, just as Jiang Fei activated his teleportation, the golden light barrier was like a wall, forcefully blocking him. Jiang Fei, who was already covered in bone fractures, crashed into the golden light barrier. The intense pain made him want to die. Just as Jiang Fei was in so much pain that he wanted to die, Little Nine suddenly jumped out. With a flash of silver light, Jiang Fei disappeared from the golden light membrane. What's going on? How could he break through this light membrane? Simon was shocked. His light membrane was not an ordinary barrier. It was set up using a principle that 3 dimensions did not exist. If he used the rules of 3 dimensions, it would be impossible to break through. Little Nine asked with great concern after moving Jiang Fei to a safe place. At that moment, Little Nine had already treated Jiang Fei as her own brother. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and expelled the nanorobots from his body. Then he took a healing pill. The external wounds on his body quickly healed. Even the cracked bones were slowly growing back. This Simon is simply invincible. Jiang Fei realized that he had been too naive. He had thought that as long as he found this Simon, he would crush him to death. Then he would put his soul into the inheritance space, and it would be over. However, he did not expect that he was no match for Simon. Chapter 2403, 2403. Translator 5496903. Brother, don't be discouraged. Little Nine comforted him. These cheaters are unreasonable. Jiang Fei was still a little dejected. Take it slow, Little Nine said innocently. Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, his injuries had almost fully recovered. Although Simon had tortured Jiang Fei until he wished he was dead, whether it was the crushed bones or the flesh that had been gnawed by the nanobots, they were all superficial injuries. As long as there were some simple healing potions, he could quickly recover from his injuries. Jiang Fei stretched his legs and felt that he was fine. He looked around and realized that this was probably an asteroid. Although the surrounding environment was not suitable for human survival, it was enough for Jiang Fei to settle down. Jiang Fei took out the pocket watch that Varen had given him and looked at Simon's latest coordinates. This guy had already run to 2 star fields away. This won't do. Jiang Fei frowned and opened a star map through his goggles. At this time, Jiang Fei was still in the Zola Galaxy. However, he was at the edge of the Zola Galaxy. This was the Zola Galaxy near the center of the universe. There were no planets with intelligent life nearby. Jiang Fei ordered the goggles. Soon, after the search, a planet was highlighted, Camel Planet, 7 light years away from the asteroid where Jiang Fei was located. It only required 1 space jump to reach it. Therefore, it was not particularly far. This was a Vulcan colonial planet. Vulcans were an intelligent race that was similar to humans in the universe. Their appearance was almost identical to humans, except for a pair of pointy ears. Jiang Fei summoned his yacht. He did not care where he went. As long as there was an intelligent race, he would be able to see Vinylin. Very soon, the yacht adjusted its direction and began to think about Camel Planet for a space jump. As the phase engine started, the yacht entered the phase space. After about 20 minutes, the yacht broke out of the phase space. At this time, the yacht that Jiang Fei was driving had already arrived at the gravity well of Camel Planet. As soon as Jiang Fei jumped out of the phase space, he encountered the patrol team on planet Kamal. I'm the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sent out his identity code. The patrol team directly rejected Jiang Fei's request to dock. As the Vulcans did not belong to either the Universe Empire or the Vizari Army, They did not accept Zhang Fei as the Grand Marshal of the Empire's army. Moreover, the Vulcans did not want to be involved in the war between the Universe Empire and the Vizari army. Therefore, they would not allow Zhang Fei to set foot on their own land for such a political mission. Otherwise, they would not be able to answer to the Vizari people. Zhang Fei immediately put away the yacht. After a few flashes, he approached the planet's low Earth orbit and teleported to the inner part of Kamal Planet. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Identity confirmed as the Universe Empire's Grand Marshal Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei's yacht suddenly disappeared. This made the patrol team on Kamal Planet very alert. They immediately sent out a global alert. Immediately conduct a global search for Zhang Fei. However, do not use lethal force. The governor of Kamal Planet frowned when he received the alert. Zhang Fei's identity was too special. If he appeared on Kamal Planet, it would be tantamount to a provocation to the Vizari army. That would bring war to the Vulcans. However, if Zhang Fei was captured and caused irreparable damage to him, the Universe Empire was not something that the Vulcans could afford to offend. Therefore, the magistrate had no choice but to give such a difficult order to the guards. After all, Zhang Fei was a super powerhouse who could teleport directly from the outer space of the planet to the surface of the planet. If they wanted to capture such a powerhouse, but were not allowed to use lethal weapons, they might as well go home and sleep. Zhang Fei, who had forcefully landed on the surface of the planet, did not care about how difficult it was for the guards on planet Kamal. After he landed, he immediately flew on his sword and flew above a city. Wow! The civilians below exclaimed. Although it was the era of the information explosion, it was still rare for ordinary civilians to see such a powerhouse in person. Therefore, Zhang Fei's appearance attracted the attention of many ordinary civilians. It even caused a lot of traffic jams. After Zhang Fei circled around once, he landed on a relatively quiet street. Zhang Fei roared. He believed that Vinylin the Cosmic Watcher would definitely be able to see him. At this moment, an old man walked to Zhang Fei's side. Zhang Fei did not even need to ask. He could tell from his expression that Vinylin had arrived. F***CK. What kind of lousy quest did you introduce me to? Zhang Fei was dragged into a small alley by Vinylin and cursed loudly. I know. Vinylin was the supervisor of the universe. As long as Zhang Fei was within the space of the main universe, he would be able to see whatever happened. Naturally, Zhang Fei was no exception to the scene of Zhang Fei being brutally tortured by Aaron. I can't do this job. Zhang Fei decided to act shamelessly. He believed that the development team would not give up on him so easily. After all, he was the only one who could deal with those cheaters. Vinylin said after thinking for a moment. With Zhang Fei's current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to hurt those cheaters. Zhang Fei sighed. He had no other choice now. Although little Gio had always advised him to outsmart them, in the face of absolute strength, he would not be able to use all his tricks. Vinylin was stunned for about a minute. Then he said to Zhang Fei, I just talked to the development team. They said that the help they can provide you is rather limited because cheaters use the loopholes in the development team to directly interfere with the game's content. The more help the development team provides you, the more powerful the cheaters will use. When that happens, I'm afraid that you will be the one who will suffer the loss. Vinylin said after the sigh. He also sympathized with Zhang Fei, but there is no help at all. Chapter 2404. Translator 5496903 F***CK. How could I possibly defeat that Simon without any help? Zhang Fei cursed. It's not like they did not provide any help. They designed this for you, said Vinylin as he handed Zhang Fei a small instrument. Zhang Fei asked, said Vinylin. Zhang Fei asked. Vinylin shrugged. Actually, the development team was having a hard time. They had to estimate the structure of the universe in order to allow the game to run for a longer period of time. Therefore, they could not directly embed too many laws that were not present in the universe. However, those cheaters did not care about that. They could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, Even if the development team provided Jiang Fei with some powerful tools, it would be useless. The other party could easily create something even more powerful. Moreover, that thing would be even more destructive to this universe. Therefore, the only help that the development team could provide Jiang Fei was to create an instrument. It could detect that the other party had broken the rules. This would provide Jiang Fei with the support to request for a report so that he could find the other party's weakness. It would be a targeted attack. Jiang Fei asked, "They are also testing your trump card," said Vinolin. "Oof. They still need to test my trump card." Jiang Fei sneered. Vinolin shrugged. "All right, it's useless to say so much nonsense." Jiang Fei asked, "That should be the case. At least you won't receive any help before you get rid of Simon," Vinolin said. Jiang Fei nodded. Vinolin was no longer able to continue to provide help. Then, there was no point for him to stay here. "All right." Vinolin turned around. The old man's eyes went blank. After a moment, the old man looked at Jiang Fei curiously and asked, "Young man, are you from outer space? Why haven't I seen you before?" Jiang Fei smiled and teleported to a place where no one was around. "Marshal Jiang Fei, you are surrounded." Suddenly, a few Vulcans wearing special combat uniforms appeared around Jiang Fei. They were the special police of Planet Kamal. They were here to capture Jiang Fei. It was precisely because Jiang Fei sensed their aura that he teleported to this place where no one was around. "Don't worry about it. I will leave Planet Kamal now." Jiang Fei smiled at the special police officers. The special police officers heaved a sigh of relief. They were also equipped with a combat strength tester. Jiang Fei's explosive combat strength made them unable to detect him. From this, it could be seen that even if they gathered all the combat personnel on Planet Kamal, they might not be able to capture the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. Therefore, now that Jiang Fei had taken the initiative to cooperate, they naturally had to thank him profusely. "Take me to the airport," Jiang Fei said to the special police officers. The special police officers immediately formed a tight defensive formation and escorted Jiang Fei to the airport. When these special police officers escorted Jiang Fei, not many people actually went to defend against Jiang Fei because Jiang Fei's combat strength was too terrifying. If he really made a move, the special police officers would not be able to stop him at all. The real defense of the special police was the troublemakers that might appear. They did not want to let those idiots that might appear provoke Jiang Fei, or when he went back and used the Universe Empire to pressure Planet Kamal. These were not things that Planet Kamal could withstand. Very soon, Jiang Fei was surrounded by a large group of special police. He arrived at the airport. At that time, Planet Kamal's airport had been completely cordoned off. Jiang Fei released his yacht and walked in calmly. A few officials said politely. However, in their hearts, they could not wait for Jiang Fei to get lost. Jiang Fei greeted these people. Then, he entered the yacht and left Planet Kamal. After sending off Jiang Fei, the god of plagues, everyone on Planet Kamal let out a sigh of relief. After Jiang Fei left, he took out his pocket watch and began to lock on his Simon's position again. Soon, a red dot appeared on the screen. Simon was currently in the Carwilla Galaxy. There was a player fleet of the Resistance Army there. Jiang Fei set the navigation mark again. Following a mechanical voice, the yacht began to adjust its course and warp towards the Carwilla Galaxy. The Carwilla Galaxy was not very close to the Zola Galaxy. It was separated by 2 star fields and 12 galaxies. They needed to pass through 13 stargates to reach it. The long interstellar journey would take at least 7 days to complete. Jiang Fei chatted with Little Nine in his free time. Little Nine said without hesitation. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. Little Nine trusted him unconditionally. However, he did not think that things would turn for the better. Although the development team had provided some help to Jiang Fei so that he could understand that Simon had broken the laws with his cheat, this thing could not directly support his combat power. Therefore, it was still not easy for him to defeat Simon. It was still not an easy task. This time, Jiang Fei went to look for Simon again. He did not want to get too close. As long as he tested Simon's cheat attribute from afar, he would leave. Then, he would think of a way to find Simon's weakness. Before he was certain that he could defeat Simon, Jiang Fei did not plan to blindly try again. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The yacht that Jiang Fei was on had finally arrived at Bonorville Star in the Carwilla Galaxy. At this time, Simon was still active in the galaxy. Perhaps it was because the players here were not chased away, so Simon continued to beat up noobs here. Jiang Fei switched the control of the spaceship to manual mode. The spaceship began to turn under Jiang Fei's control. Then, the phase engine began to recharge. As the phase engine started, the spaceship entered the phase space and turned towards Keha Star. Chapter 2405. Translator 549-69033. With a flash of silver light, a spaceship came out of the dimensional space. Jiang Fei arrived at the gravity well on planet Keha. At that moment, Keha was facing one side of the star. A fierce battle was raging. A group of player fleets were fighting against a golden battleship. However, the golden triangular battleship was closing in on them step by step. On the contrary, the player fleet was being beaten into a sorry state. Damn it, where did these guys come from? A player complained. Another player said. This was also the news that the development team deliberately released. They didn't dare to tell the player that the game had been hacked. This caused the cheaters to be able to run wild without fear. This was because this would cause a large number of normal players to be lost, so they had no choice but to release this kind of news. F***CK. How long have we been playing for? The player from before said in dissatisfaction. Maybe it was accidentally triggered by us. Another player shrugged and said, all of you trash. You only dare to show off in front of the NPCs. Simon happily abused these players. From the back of the planet, Jiang Fei flew the spaceship around quietly. He was very careful. He tried his best not to get involved in the battlefield, and also tried his best not to be noticed by Simon. At that moment, Simon's attention was completely focused on the players. After all, the thrill of blowing up a battleship was incomparable to the thrill of blowing up a civilian ship. Therefore, Simon did not pay attention to the civilian yacht that appeared near Keha Planet. F***CK. Jiang Fei said as he stared at the instrument in his hand. At that moment, the instrument in his hand still did not react at all. As Jiang Fei continued to get closer, Simon also noticed the yacht. It seems to be the guy that I tortured a few days ago. Why is he following me? Simon muttered to himself. At that moment, Jiang Fei was a little anxious. The closer he got to Simon, the higher the probability of him being attacked. At that moment, the instrument in Jiang Fei's hand lit up. Jiang Fei did not even turn on the automatic navigation. He directly turned on the phase engine. The phase engine was instantly ignited. As the coordinates that Jiang Fei chose were in the direction of his bow, there was no need to adjust the direction at all. Therefore, the warp jump began immediately. You want to run? Simon laughed coldly. He quickly operated the battleship a few times. Following that, a light net suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Fei's yacht, instantly trapping his ship. Warning! Warning! The phaser engine has been severely interfered. The alarm in Jiang Fei's yacht was loud. Little 9. Jiang Fei did not want to be left behind. These players with cheats were too abnormal. He did not want to be tortured again. Okay. Little 9's hand immediately flashed with a silver-white light. The light net that was originally attached to Jiang Fei's yacht suddenly shattered like broken glass. Fei's engine restored. The alarm in the spaceship went off. With a slight vibration, the yacht jumped into the phase space. Simon could not help but smile as he watched Jiang Fei's yacht escape. Simon muttered to himself. A moment later, Jiang Fei's yacht broke out of the dimensional space once again. As the distance of his warp was not very long, the time it took was also very short. Jiang Fei let out a long breath. Then he said to Little 9, Little 9, it's all thanks to you this time. Brother, although Little 9 said that, he was clearly much more tired than before. Jiang Fei asked with concern. Little 9 said, breaking through the force field had consumed a lot of his strength. Jiang Fei said with some heartache. Big brother, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a little bit of time, Little Nine said. Zhang Fei nodded and took out the instrument. He had been busy running away just now, so he did not have the time to look at the results of the instrument. This was the brief introduction of the contents of the instrument. Then, Zhang Fei continued to look down. According to the results of the instrument, Simon could ignore the law of power in the universe through the plug-in. He could control the power of any attribute at will, whether it was kinetic energy, potential energy, or chemical energy. Simon could increase, decrease, or change the direction of all energy at will. Even if it was to make a wave of energy disappear into thin air, the laws of power in the universe were completely ineffective on him. He could change it however he wanted. F***CK. So ruthless? After Zhang Fei finished reading, he had the urge to flip the table on the spot. This was only apostle number 1. There were still 12 apostles behind him. Putting others aside, this guy was already invincible. He could modify any attribute related to strength. This caused any attack on him to disappear. His attack power was always unlimited. Invincible defense and invincible attack. This was even more of a boss than a boss. Did this guy want Zhang Fei to risk his life to deal with it? Brother, don't be discouraged. Little Nine comforted him. Away. What way? This guy ignores the law. Zhang Fei scratched his head. Brother, look. He just ignores the law of power. Zhang Fei was a fan of the people involved. Little Nine, who was standing by the side, had keenly discovered Simon's weakness. Oh, Zhang Fei looked at the contents of the device again. As expected, the device showed that Simon could ignore the law of power in this universe, but the other laws were still effective on him. Zhang Fei muttered to himself, Brother, I'm not very smart. Little Nine jumped back into the 9 rotating astrolabe and disappeared. He had used up too much power. Now, he needed to go back and rest. Zhang Fei nodded and set the spaceship to autopilot mode. He then returned to his room. Now, Zhang Fei really needed to calm down and think about how to deal with Simon. Chapter 2406, 2406. Translator, 5496903, Zhang Fei stayed in his room for more than a week. He racked his brain for a long time, but he still could not think of a way to deal with Simon. If Simon had taken the initiative to control his power, Zhang Fei could have used sneak attacks and other means to kill Simon before he could even react. However, this player had used a set method to change the rules of power. In other words, as long as he set his attack power to 0, Zhang Fei would not be able to deal any damage to Simon. He would not be able to deal any damage to Simon. Just as Zhang Fei was frowning, the communication device in the yacht suddenly rang. Zhang Fei frowned. He had an agreement with the girls. When he was out on dangerous missions, the girls would not disturb him unless it was absolutely necessary. Zhang Fei said to the onboard computer, Hey, Han Tianyu's head suddenly appeared on the large screen in the cockpit. Brother Yu, why is it you? Zhang Fei rolled his eyes and said, he had fulfilled his promise and arranged for Han Tianyu to be a governor on a planet. Moreover, the planet that Zhang Fei arranged for Han Tianyu was a habitable planet filled with bunnies. To Han Tianyu, that place was like heaven. Han Tianyu did not know that the universe was in danger, so he was living a very comfortable life. Through the big screen, Zhang Fei could see that Han Tianyu was enjoying the service of the bunnies. Zhang Fei asked with a smile. Han Tianyu said with a smile. He was a playboy himself. Although he was very outstanding in management and operations, this guy was more willing to enjoy life. Zhang Fei laughed bitterly. It seemed that everyone had their own fate. He had risked his life to fight outside, just to save himself and the universe. Could live a happy life. Of course, if Zhang Fei was given a chance to exchange with Han Tianyu, he would not agree. He was the kind of person who was willing to take his fate into his own hands. He did not want to live in a drunken stupor until one day he would inexplicably die with this world. It seems that you have encountered some difficulties recently. Han Tianyu could also see Zhang Fei's worried expression. Zhang Fei was silent for a moment. If it was a battle, Han Tianyu was indeed a piece of trash. His strength was not even enough to be a marine soldier. However, this guy's brain was pretty good. Perhaps he could really give Jiang Fei an idea. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei took a deep breath and he said to Han Tianyu, I have indeed encountered some trouble recently. The opponent's identity is difficult to deal with. He has an absolute defense ability. I can't hurt him at all. Do you have any ideas? After Jiang Fei said that, he sighed. To be honest, he did not have much hope for Han Tianyu. After all, he had racked his brains for so many days and still could not think of any ideas. How could Han Tianyu come up with a solution in such a short time? Isn't that easy? Han Tianyu smiled indifferently. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had thought for so long, but still could not come up with a solution. How could it be easy when it came to Han Tianyu? If you can't hurt him in the front, haven't you ever thought of poisoning him? Han Tianyu said with a ruffian look. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had never thought about this before. Ever since Jiang Fei had stepped into the martial arts world, although he had pretended to be 13, he had never even done a sneak attack during a battle, let alone a dirty trick like poisoning him. He had never thought about this before. According to the data on the detector, although Simon could ignore the power laws of this space, he still had to obey other laws. It seemed that poisoning was really effective, although it was a matter of careful consideration how to bypass the golden battleship and poison Simon. Han Tianyu's idea had at least solved the problem of the opponent's immunity to attacks. Brother Yu. Jiang Fei had no choice but to give Han Tianyu a thumbs up. Han Tianyu was not polite at all. Brother Yu, I'm still busy. I won't bother you anymore. Jiang Fei said as he cut off the communication with Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei knew that it was impossible for him to destroy the golden battleship that had the same attributes as Simon. However, it was very possible to lure Simon out. After Jiang Fei was awakened by Han Tianyu, he had a general idea in his mind. Jiang Fei thought hard for a while. In the end, he decided to go to the 5 directions, heaven and earth. That was the heaven of cultivators. Similarly, the poison there was much more powerful than the biochemical viruses in the outer universe. After all, the biochemical virus was only effective against ordinary people. The hidden ones were not afraid of these things at all. However, the poison in the 5 directions, heaven and earth, could easily kill cultivators above the true immortal level. Therefore, they could be used to deal with Simon. It was definitely effective. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei took out the complete 9 rotation astrolabe. Jiang Fei said to Little Nine. After recovering for so many days, Little Nine looked much better. I want to go to the 5 directions, Jiang Fei said. Little Nine and Jiang Fei still had to return to the 5 directions from hundreds of thousands of years ago. No need, Jiang Fei said. That's easy. Little Nine patted her chest and agreed. After that, Jiang Fei put away the yacht that he was sitting on. Then, Little Nine activated her spatial ability. With a flash of silver light, Jiang Fei disappeared into thin air. When his vision returned, he was already in the world of the 5 directions. Brother, we're in the town star. Little Nine was now fully formed. It was no longer random for him to travel through the world of the 5 directions. Instead, he could control it. Jiang Fei said. Little Nine nodded. Then, Jiang Fei felt the scenery around him change. He had arrived at the star of suppression. The teleportation speed was even faster than a teleportation circle. Chapter 2407, 2407. Translator, 549699033. After arriving at the year star, the cold air hit Jiang Fei's face and made him feel refreshed. Although Simon was still terrifyingly powerful, at least now Jiang Fei had a clue. He knew how to defeat Simon. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and sensed his current position. Soon, he locked onto the position of the endless sea. Little Nine asked curiously. We're going to the endless sea, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Little Nine asked. Yes, I'm looking for a poisonous beast, Jiang Fei replied with a smile. He had been in the 5 directions for a long time. The most poisonous poison he knew was a strange poison called insinuation. This insinuation originated from a strange beast in the endless sea of stars. This kind of sea beast usually lived in the deep sea. It would only come to the shore when it was about to reproduce and needed to accumulate energy. After reaching the shore, this strange beast would hide under the beach and quietly wait for its prey to come to its door. When its prey approached, it would spew out the poison from its body. The poisonous sand would be sprayed out. Needless to say, it would contaminate the prey. Even if it met the shadow of its prey, no one would be able to escape. If a poison master was lucky enough to catch such a strange beast and dig out its poison sac, they would be able to create the most mysterious poison in the 5 directions. Insinuation. Little Nine nodded, as if she understood something. Then, Jiang Fei rode his sword and brought Little Nine to the direction of the endless sea. Jiang Fei was extremely fast. The endless sea of time star-covered more than half of the planet. Therefore, he only flew for half a day before he arrived at the beach. Little Nine asked. Jiang Fei shook his head. He came to the endless sea mainly to try his luck. Innuendo was a legendary poison in the 5 directions. Jiang Fei had only seen it once. It was hundreds of thousands of years ago. As for today, Jiang Fei was not even sure if that sea beast still existed. Little Nine asked. Jiang Fei sighed. He had come here to try his luck. It would be best if he could find this strange poison. If he could not find it, that was fine too. He could settle for the second best. The 5 directions of heaven and earth never lacked poison that could kill experts. This was especially true for the Human Heart Moon sect. They were even more proficient in this poison. Little Nine nodded. Following that, Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. His mind power radiated outwards. The world of the 5 directions was no longer what it was hundreds of thousands of years ago. There were not many hidden experts here that Jiang Fei was afraid of. Moreover, in this era, Jiang Fei was a true dragon sage. Even if there were some hidden experts who were disturbed by him, they would not dare to make things difficult for him. As Jiang Fei's spiritual power advanced, he found many marine species at the bottom of the endless sea. There were ferocious beasts with intelligence, and there were also ferocious beasts with low intelligence but powerful strength. After these guys felt Jiang Fei's terrifying dragon's might, they all crawled on the bottom of the sea and trembled. Jiang Fei's spiritual power quickly covered the entire endless sea, but he did not find any trace of the sea beast. No way. Jiang Fei frowned. In Jiang Fei's era, there were only records of this strange poison in legends. Jiang Fei even thought that this strange poison did not exist. It was only when he was in Hongyun that he saw the existence of this poison with his own eyes. Little Nine asked. Jiang Fei nodded with slight disappointment. Little Nine tilted her head and asked, Yes, why didn't I think of that? Jiang Fei stomped his feet. Ever since he had achieved great mastery in his spiritual power, he had been relying more and more on his spiritual power to investigate. However, there were oars under the endless sea that could isolate spiritual power. They had built a huge secret base at the bottom of the endless sea. After praising Little Nine, Jiang Fei stomped his feet hard. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to shout, Those who can breathe, get up here. With Jiang Fei's shout, the entire endless sea was thrown into chaos. Those beasts that did not have much intelligence were fine. Anyway, they could not understand what Jiang Fei was saying. They were intimidated by Jiang Fei's draconic aura. They were already trembling. Now that they heard Jiang Fei's roar, they only trembled a little more violently. However, the sea beasts that were always intelligent were different. When they heard Jiang Fei's shout, they thought that they had offended the dragon race. Therefore, they were all scared to death. However, even though they were afraid, the sea beasts did not dare to ignore Jiang Fei. Therefore, their clan leader could only nervously walk to the surface of the sea and appear in front of Jiang Fei. 7 or 8 sea monster clan leaders greeted Jiang Fei. They were only here because they were closer to Jiang Fei's location. Therefore, they had rushed here faster. The other sea monster clan leaders were still on their way. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he asked the sea monster clan leaders, I'm here to look for a rare sea monster. If any of you know about it, please tell me. God, don't worry. We will tell you everything we know. The sea beast leaders answered one after another. Jiang Fei looked at these people with satisfaction. Then he asked, I'm here to look for a highly poisonous strange beast. Its poison can poison even the shadow of a person. One of the sea beast leaders asked. Jiang Fei was delighted. I have indeed heard about these strange beasts from my elders. Although they do not have much intelligence, they are extremely powerful. Their poison sacs can be used to create a poison called innuendo. This poison is very powerful, and there is no cure for it. Since the ancient times, only a woman named Hong Yun survived the innuendo. The sea beast leader said, That's right. I'm looking for this poisonous beast. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. It seemed that he had found the right person. The sea beast leader's answer made Jiang Fei, who was originally filled with hope, extremely disappointed. These sea beasts that lived at the bottom of the sea had not seen the waves for thousands of years. Therefore, the existence of these sea beasts was a problem. Chapter 2408, 2408. Translator, 5496903-3. At that moment, a dragon's aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Moreover, this dragon's aura was rapidly approaching. I am Chang Wei. The dragon came before Jiang Fei and knelt down on one knee. Jiang Fei nodded lightly and gestured for Chang Wei to speak. What? Sage Lord? The sea beast leaders were all dumbfounded. They had thought that the person in front of them was just an ordinary dragon. They did not expect that this was the legendary Sage Lord of the dragon race. How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling when you see the Sage Lord? Chang Wei glared at them. The sea beast leaders were all so scared that they knelt on the ground. Chang Wei was the guardian of Time Star. He was the dragon race that managed these Time Star ferocious beasts. He could be said to have the power of life and death in Time Star. All right, Chang Wei. Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand. Yes. Chang Wei retreated behind Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked the sea beast leaders. The sea beast leaders looked at each other. Although they had heard of similar legends, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Chang Wei rubbed his chin as if he had thought of something. Jiang Fei felt a little hopeful again. I think I heard someone mention it before. He seems to have seen it before, said Chang Wei. Oh, Jiang Fei was instantly overjoyed. Chang Wei frowned and thought for a long time. Then he said to Jiang Fei, Sage Lord, I remember now. Okay. Jiang Fei immediately asked. 2 months ago, I was patrolling the Endless Sea. I met the supreme elder of the Singlehorn Shark clan. He was the one who told me about it, said Chang Wei. Singlehorn Shark? Where do they live? Jiang Fei asked. He's here. He's here. At that moment, a line of water appeared in the distance. Following that, a human figure appeared from the water. The person knelt in front of Jiang Fei and said. Chang Wei hurriedly took a step back. He did not dare to stand side by side with Jiang Fei. Mao Tong immediately bowed again to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, I have never seen it before. However, I heard that Uncle Mao Xiang has seen it before, Mao Tong said. Jiang Fei said immediately, Sage Lord, Uncle Mao Xiang has always been crazy. Mao Tong said awkwardly, It's okay. Bring me to him. Jiang Fei said. He did not care if that fellow was crazy or not. His priority now was to find the beast and refine the insinuation. Yes, Mao Tong nodded. Since Jiang Fei had already said so, if he refused, he would be courting death. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The sea beast leaders were relieved. They had never met the highest leader of the dragon race. In front of Jiang Fei, they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They were afraid that their words would offend him. It would bring great trouble to their own people. After getting rid of the sea beast leaders, Jiang Fei said to Mao Tong, Let's go. Mao Tong nodded. Chang Wei asked. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Chang Wei asked. Jiang Fei had left the 5 directions for a long time. The elders of the dragon race could not see him, so they could not help but feel a little shaken. After all, the future of the dragon race was in the hands of this Sage Lord. However, this Sage Lord was elusive and never came home. This made the elders worried all day long. Ichimum, how about this? I will return to the Dragon Palace in a few days. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. It had indeed been a long time since he left the Dragon Palace. Chang Wei said. Jiang Fei nodded, and Chang Wei left as well. Let's go, said Jiang Fei to Mao Tong. Mao Tong turned around and reverted to his true form. Then he said to Jiang Fei, Sage Lord, please step onto my back. I will carry you there. To a ferocious beast. It was a great shame to be someone else's mount. However, that was also a distinction. If one could become the mount of the dragon race's Sage Lord, one would not only glorify one's ancestors, but also become a hero in the clan. Therefore, Mao Tong took the initiative to ask Jiang Fei to sit on his back. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He directly sat on the back of a unicorn shark that Mao Tong had transformed into. Then, Mao Tong dived down and sank into the water. After entering the water, Jiang Fei extended his hand and pointed. A bubble wrapped around him. Although Jiang Fei did not care that there was no air to breathe in the water, he still liked the feeling of being dry. Mao Tong said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Mao Tong waved his tail and increased his speed instantly. Although he was affected by the resistance in the water and could not be faster than flying, he was still quite fast. After about 3 hours, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the deep sea. Sage Lord, the clan uncle is often active in this area. I will bring you to him, Mao Tong said as he slowed down and began to patrol the nearby sea area. After about half an hour, Jiang Fei sensed a powerful aura in front of him. Mao Tong accelerated and soon caught up with the single-horned shark in front of him. Mao Xiang laughed. Uncle, don't be rude. Mao Tong was so scared that his entire body trembled. If the dragon race's Sage Lord was blamed for this, their entire race would be in danger of being exterminated. TSK, I don't care if he's a Sage Lord or not. Mao Xiang seemed to be a little strange. He did not buy Jiang Fei's words at all. Sage, my uncle was injured when he was young. Mao Tong saw that Mao Xiang was going overboard, so he quickly explained to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He went straight to Mao Xiang and said, Old man, I heard that you have seen a Neanderthal beast before. Is that true? Is that true? Do I need to lie? Mao Xiang looked at Jiang Fei with disdain. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. If the old man had seen the beast yesterday, then the chances of him catching it were much higher. Mao Xiang said proudly. Chapter 2409, 2409. Translator, 5496903. Jiang Fei asked excitedly. Hey, Mao Xiang said proudly. Uncle, don't keep me in suspense. Mao Tong was anxious. He was afraid that Mao Xiang would anger Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei waved his hand and gestured for Mao Tong to step aside. Then he said to Mao Xiang, Old man, could it be that you have become muddle-headed after getting older? Is that why you remembered wrongly? Whoosh *T. When Mao Xiang heard that Jiang Fei dared to question him, he was furious on the spot. It's over. It's over. You insulted the dragon race's Sage Lord on the spot. Mao Tong suddenly felt his vision darken, and he almost fainted. Jiang Fei did not pursue Mao Xiang's offense. Instead, he wanted to provoke the old man. The purpose was to get him to reveal the whereabouts of the Neanderthals. Don't give me that. Don't think that I'm easy to fool just because I'm old. Mao Xiang did not fall for Jiang Fei's trick at all. Hee, that's right. Old man, you're so smart. How could you fall for my trick? Jiang Fei did not care about the old man's attitude. He just smiled and said with a nonchalant expression, Hey, I have such a bad temper. Mao Xiang had a strange temper. Although he knew that Jiang Fei was trying to provoke him, he still fell for the trick. Jiang Fei laughed. Prove it then. Mao Xiang transformed into a single-horned shark again and swam towards the left side of the sea. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Mao Tong transformed into his original form and carried Jiang Fei behind Mao Xiang. The two single-horned sharks swam in front and behind for about 5 hours. Finally, they came to an extremely deep sea. The water pressure here was very terrifying. Normal sea monsters would not come here at all. Even normal sea creatures were very rare. Mao Xiang laughed coldly. Then, he dived down to the bottom of the sea. Mao Tong followed closely behind. He also brought Jiang Fei down quickly. The two single-horned sharks quickly dived to the bottom of the sea, which was nearly 20,000 meters deep. At this time, Mao Xiang once again transformed into human form. He motioned for Jiang Fei and Mao Xiang to keep quiet. Then, he quietly moved forward. Jiang Fei had Mao Tong transform back into his human form and waited at the same spot while he continued to swim forward with Mao Xiang. Soon, the two of them arrived at the bottom of a trench. It was pitch black and the water pressure was even higher. Even someone as strong as Jiang Fei felt a lot of pressure. Fortunately, experts like Jiang Fei and the others no longer relied on their vision to perceive everything around them. Compared to the five senses of an ordinary person, they believed in spiritual power more. Under the perception of spiritual power, Jiang Fei quickly discovered a strange sea beast that was invisible at the bottom of the sea. Although it was far away, Jiang Fei could still feel an ancient aura from its body. Jiang Fei thought to himself. As he continued to get closer, Jiang Fei could almost tell that this thing was the legendary Nephilim beast. Its appearance was exactly the same as what was recorded in the legends. After confirming that the Neanderthal beast was still alive, Jiang Fei immediately went over to capture it. However, he was stopped by Mao Xiang. "What are you doing?" Mao Xiang asked. "Catching it," Jiang Fei said matter-of-factly. "I know that you want to refine innuendo, but if you catch it now, it would be a waste of a Neanderthal beast." Mao Xiang said. "Oh," Jiang Fei asked curiously. "Oof." Mao Xiang muttered disdainfully. Then he said, "When this Neanderthal beast is at the bottom of the sea, its poison sac is empty. Only when it is in the breeding season and they are ready to go to the shore to hunt will it secrete poison. Now that you have captured it, its stomach is empty. What use do you have for it?" Jiang Fei humbly learned his lesson. Then he asked, "Then when will it be time for them to breed?" "Oof. Neanderthals are so rare now. It can't even find its other half." Mao Xiang sneered. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. It was not easy for him to find a Neanderthal beast. He thought that it was a success. However, Mao Xiang told him that a single dog was useless. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "All right, kid," Mao Xiang said to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei was disappointed, he had to admit that the old man had indeed seen a Neanderthal beast. "Then, let's leave quickly. Don't disturb it," Mao Xiang said. Jiang Fei sighed. Since the Neanderthal beast was useless, he naturally did not want to make things difficult for this species that was about to go extinct. After that, Jiang Fei turned around and left the trench to swim towards Mao Tong's location. Mao Xiang followed closely behind. After a moment, Jiang Fei returned to Mao Tong's side and said to him, "All right, let's go back." "Yes," Mao Tong said obediently. Mao Xiang suddenly asked, "Yes?" Jiang Fei asked, "That's not necessary." Mao Xiang spoke clearly at that moment. He did not seem like a strange person at all. "Old sir, you did not lie to me. Moreover, I did see a living beast." Jiang Fei shook his head and said, "You're different from the other dragons," Mao Xiang said. "Perhaps," Jiang Fei replied non-committally. Then he turned around and sat on the back of Mao Tong, who had transformed into a single-horned shark. Mao Xiang suddenly threw a small box over her. The box was not very big. It was only the size of a palm. However, it was wrapped very tightly. Jiang Fei asked curiously. "It's what you want," Mao Xiang said. Jiang Fei's heart lit up with a glimmer of hope. However, Mao Xiang's answer greatly disappointed him. Mao Xiang's other words made Jiang Fei ecstatic. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. "Do I dare lie to you?" Mao Xiang sighed. The insinuation in his hand was very likely to be out of print. Over the past few thousand years, he had only seen that one beast. This kind of thing would not go to the shallow sea until it was time to breed, let alone secrete poison. Once the last beast died, this ancient race would be considered extinct. Chapter 2410. 2410. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. How was Mao Xiang weird and confused? He clearly saw more clearly than anyone else. He understood everything. "Sage Lord, I have nothing to ask of you. As long as you manage your sky well and do not disturb our ocean, said Mao Xiang. You can rest assured. I have no interest in the ocean, said Jiang Fei calmly. He did not have such a strong desire for hegemony, so he had no intention of getting involved in the ocean. Mao Xiang nodded. Then he said to Jiang Fei, Sage Lord, when using this insinuation, you must be careful. Just aim at the enemy and trigger the mechanism. Do not get it on yourself. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. When he was healing Hong Yun, he knew how difficult it was to deal with this innuendo poison. If he wanted to clear this poison, he could only change the frequency of the energy string and change the origin of matter. There was no other solution. Then, Sage Lord, please help yourself. Mao Xiang turned into a single-horned shark and swam away. Mao Tong was almost scared out of his wits by Mao Xiang. Every time his uncle said a word, his heart would beat faster. He was probably the only person in the entire Year Star who dared to speak to the Dragon Sage Lord like that. Jiang Fei was in a great mood after getting the insinuation. Naturally, he would not mind these things. Mao Tong asked, Take me up, Jiang Fei said. Mao Tong nodded. Then, he carried Jiang Fei and swam up the surface of the sea. After dozens of minutes, Jiang Fei finally returned to the surface of the sea from the deep sea. He leaped up and summoned the Chungying sword. All right, you can go back now, Jiang Fei said to Mao Tong. Yes. Mao Tong bowed to Jiang Fei and then dived back into the water. After Mao Tong left, Jiang Fei rode the flying sword and soared into the sky. He had previously promised to return to the dragon race. This time, he could go back and take care of some things. Soon, Jiang Fei left the atmosphere of the Year Star and came to outer space. Then, he went straight to the dragon race's territory. After passing through the barrier, Jiang Fei returned to the small satellite that the dragon race occupied. Welcome, Sage Lord. Sage Lord, you're finally back. Jiang Fei's return caused a huge sensation in the dragon race. Due to the time difference, it had been a few years since Jiang Fei left the last time. During this period of time, although the dragon race was still well organized under the management of the Great Elder and the others, there was still a sense of leaderless dragons. Now that Jiang Fei had returned, all the dragons were finally relieved. After all, in the prophecy, Jiang Fei was going to lead them back to glory. When Jiang Fei arrived at the main hall of the Dragon Palace, the elders of the dragon race had already gathered. Sage Lord, you have been away for a few years. The Great Elder asked. He asked this on the one hand because he was concerned about the future of the dragon race, and, on the other hand, he was pressuring Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei was the leader of the dragon race. It was too irresponsible of him to leave for several years. Jiang Fei said, if he had not been teleported to hundreds of thousands of years ago and met Wei Hao, he would have been at a loss about how to save the dragon race. Now, he finally understood saving the dragon race and saving the outer universe were the same thing. Really? That's great. Yeah, we finally don't have to live like this anymore. That's right. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, we're finally going to rule the earth again. The elders of the Dragon Clan were all excited. Although the Dragon Clan had been reborn at this time and once again ruled the 5 directions of the world, the power of the Dragon Clan was incomparable to hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Dragon Queen asked, I have just found some clues on this matter. It is not good to talk about it now. Jiang Fei said. Both the Dragon Queen and the elders were a little dissatisfied at the moment. However, Jiang Fei was still a sage lord, so they did not dare to press him. After that, Jiang Fei asked the Great Elder and the others about the current situation of the 5 directions heaven and earth. When he knew that the 5 directions heaven and earth were very calm and everything was in order, his heart was relieved. After all, this was his big backer. All right, I still have some things to do. You guys can leave first. I still have to leave for a period of time, Jiang Fei said to the others. Yes. Although the Great Elder and the others were a little dissatisfied with Jiang Fei's behavior, they did not say anything. After coming out of the hall, Jiang Fei directly walked to the back. That was the place to educate the dragon whelps. He wanted to talk to Yu Ting. Jiang Fei had just arrived outside Yu Ting's room when his voice came from inside. After a closer look, he realized that it was indeed somewhat similar to Wei Hao from before. Yes. Zhang Fei pushed the door open and walked in. I already know why you're here. Yu Ting smiled. Although Zhang Fei did not give him Wei Hao's letter, Wei Hao had written the letter himself. How could he not know that Zhang Fei would come to deliver the letter? Although the former Wei Hao had changed his name to Yu Ting, he was still him after all. Naturally, he would not forget what he had done hundreds of thousands of years ago. Zhang Fei asked. He used to think that he was in a parallel dimension, just like Wei Lun. Zhang Fei knew that he was not in a parallel dimension. Instead, he was in the past hundreds of thousands of years ago. I don't know either. Perhaps only you know about this, said Yu Ting. Zhang Fei was confused. Yu Ting was right. Logically speaking, there should not be such a thing as going back in time. However, he had truly experienced it. All right, hand the letter over to me, said Yu Ting with a smile. Zhang Fei took out the letter that Wei Hao had written. After the letter was written, Yu Ting opened it directly. What was inside was a piece of white paper. Since Yu Ting was Wei Hao, there was no need for him to really write a letter to him. All he needed was the process. When the time came, Yu Ting would naturally know what to do. Go and find a way to crack it. I have thought about it for hundreds of thousands of years, but I still have not been able to crack the mystery. It seems that this heavy responsibility can only be placed on you, said Yu Ting. I will definitely do my best, Zhang Fei nodded and said. Chapter 2411, 2411. Translator, 549690033. After bidding farewell to Yu Ting, Zhang Fei went straight to a place where no one was around. Then he said to Little Nine, let's go back. Little Nine asked, yes. I have already obtained the insinuation. Zhang Fei said, with the insinuation, he had a chance to kill Simon, who broke the rules of power. As long as this guy's carrier died, he would not be a match for Zhang Fei, who was only left with his soul. Little Nine smiled. Then, Zhang Fei felt the scene in front of him blur. When his vision became clear again, he was already in space. Zhang Fei summoned his yacht and teleported in. Zhang Fei ordered the ship's computer. The star map was projected in front of Zhang Fei. At this time, they were still in the Carwilla galaxy. Zhang Fei took out the pocket watch that Varen gave him and found that Varen was no longer here. Clearly, the players here had been tortured by him. He went to find other players to vent. As there was no trace of Simon in the current star field, Zhang Fei had no choice but to expand the search area. Soon, Zhang Fei found traces of Simon in the Jira galaxy of the Luo God Seat. Calculate the route to the Jira galaxy. Zhang Fei ordered the ship's computer. Calculating the route. The navigation mark has been set. Automatic navigation activated. We are warping to the Stargate. Soon, the ship's computer determined the best route and began to set off for the Gila galaxy. Zhang Fei asked. About 12 days. The ship's computer replied. Zhang Fei frowned after listening to it. He had almost wasted his time on interstellar travel. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Gila Galaxy was 4 galaxies away from Carwilla Galaxy. There were dozens of galaxies. Being able to arrive in less than 10 days was already the best route. While he was on his way, Zhang Fei hid in his room and began to plan his plan to deal with Simon. Although he had already obtained the innuendo, it was useless to spray it at the battleship. Zhang Fei had to think of a way to lure Simon out of the battleship before he could attack him. However, in space, it was almost impossible to get Simon to leave the battleship. Therefore, Zhang Fei had to think of a way to get Simon to land on a certain planet. Once he landed, Simon would definitely not be able to fly the spaceship anymore. This gave Zhang Fei the opportunity to attack. However, how to lure Simon to the surface of the planet was a problem. After all, Zhang Fei did not know Simon at all. He did not even know what Simon liked, let alone setting up bait to lure him. Just as Zhang Fei was thinking hard, the yacht he was on suddenly sounded an alarm. Alarm! Alarm! The warp engine has been interfered. Alarm! Alarm! The ship has been locked on. Alarm! High energy reaction detected ahead. Alarm! High energy reaction detected ahead on the left. Alarm! high-energy reaction detected ahead on the right. The continuous alarms told Jiang Fei that his spaceship was not only suppressed by the stasis net, but also surrounded by people. After hearing the alarm, Jiang Fei rushed out of his room and went to the cockpit of the spaceship. The large screen projected the situation outside the spaceship. At that time, Jiang Fei's yacht was surrounded by 5 spaceships. One of the spaceships released the stasis net and captured Jiang Fei's yacht. Listen up inside. Transfer 20 billion to U.S. immediately. Not long after Jiang Fei arrived at the cockpit, he received a clear message. Pirates? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Ever since the Imperial Army and the Resistance officially started a war, the pirates that had been almost wiped out had started to show signs of revival again. At that moment, Jiang Fei's yacht was sailing to a remote galaxy. This was a place that did not care about anything. Therefore, he had really encountered a wave of them. Serves you right for being blind. Jiang Fei was angered by these stupid pirates. The pirates in front of him were all driving broken-down ships. Other than a frigate that had been retired 100 years ago, the other ships were all self-modified armed merchant ships. The frigate was also an old-fashioned model. In the eyes of the regular army, other than being sent to a museum, it had no other use. They had no idea where the pirates had dug it up. Although Jiang Fei's current yacht did not have any weapon system, he had to remember that the person who was driving it was an immortal god with a combat power of more than 65 million. In Jiang Fei's eyes, the pirate's small, broken ships were not enough for him to hack. Naturally, he would not put these pirates in his eyes. Hey, rich guy inside, are you scared shitless? The leader of the pirates was very arrogant, because Jiang Fei's yacht was quite luxurious. The person who could afford to drive such a yacht was definitely a rich young master. Perhaps there were many valuable collectibles and beautiful women inside the yacht. Therefore, after the pirates captured Jiang Fei's yacht, they were overjoyed. After all, after doing such a thing, they could retire early. Robbing a rich young master was much more lucrative than robbing a merchant ship. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he directly kept the yacht into the ring space. As the yacht disappeared into thin air, the pirates were dumbfounded. Although the yacht was not big, it was still a spaceship. It disappeared into thin air just like that. Could the guy inside be a magician? The pirates' radar was very poor. After Jiang Fei put away the yacht, they could only rely on their eyesight to observe through the porthole. In the vast universe, finding something the size of a person was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. The Chungying sword appeared in Jiang Fei's hand. He activated the spiritual energy in his body, and in a few flashes, he arrived in front of an armed merchant ship. A sword aura that was hundreds of meters long appeared out of thin air and directly cut through the armed merchant ship. After a few consecutive flashes, Jiang Fei arrived in front of another armed merchant ship. Then, he waved his sword and destroyed it as well. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Fei had destroyed 4 armed merchant ships. Only the museum-class frigate was left behind. At that moment, the pirates inside had already been scared silly. They were country bumpkins. They had never seen such a scene before. Chapter 2412. Translator 549690033. As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei appeared directly in the bridge of the frigate. What has happened? How did those ships suddenly get destroyed? I don't know. That attack seemed to have appeared out of thin air. At that moment, the pirates were looking at each other. No one knew what had just happened. Didn't you guys plan to kidnap me? Jiang Fei's laughter came from behind the pirates. The pirates were all focused on the outside of the porthole. They did not expect someone to appear behind them out of thin air. The pirates turned their heads and saw Jiang Fei looking at them calmly. The leader of the pirates asked, "Who am I?" Jiang Fei smiled and asked, You? The leader of the pirates widened his eyes and asked, Me? Jiang Fei found a chair and sat down casually. The pirate leader asked in fear. Jiang Fei answered noncommittally, Kid, why are you talking to our boss? A pirate lackey shouted. No matter where he went, there were still people who were not open-minded. These dog slaves only paid attention to their master. They could not see the situation clearly at all. This little underling was still shouting at Jiang Fei. Joe! Jiang Fei glanced at the pirate leader. The pirate leader turned around and slapped the underling. Then he scolded loudly, "Shut up, big brother." The underling still did not understand why he was being beaten up. The pirate leader glared at him. Although the lackey still looked confused, he did not dare to speak anymore. Jiang Fei asked calmly, "My name is Kracha. The underworld gave me a nickname. I'm called the Scum Harbor Butcher." The pirate leader replied with a flattering smile. "Kracha, I've never heard of him." Jiang Fei asked with a smile. As the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, he was the one who signed the wanted list. Therefore, he had some impression of those top pirate leaders. I only have these 5 broken ships." Klacha smiled embarrassedly. Jiang Fei asked. Klacha replied resentfully. A small pirate of his level could not be compared to them. "You are lucky this time. I think they will hear your name in the future," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Kracha asked with a confused look. Jiang Fei said with a smile that was not a smile. "You." Kracha gathered his courage and asked. Jiang Fei asked casually. Klacha was filled with regret. If he knew that Jiang Fei was so powerful, he would not have come looking for his own death. "My name is Jiang Fei. If you have not heard of me, go online and check. The first few hundred pages should all be about me," Jiang Fei said calmly. Klacha frowned and thought for a long time. He had thought about all the great pirates in the universe, but there was no one named Jiang Fei. Big, 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 big. One of the pirate henchmen really took out his optical computer and searched it. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Kracha turned around and asked. The henchman handed over the optical computer. Kracha took the optical computer and looked over. Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, the legendary actual ruler of the Universe Empire, and the current emperor was only his puppet. He was a super master. According to the legends, he had the power of a hermit. After just 2 lines, Klacha almost fainted. What was his identity? A little pirate who could not be ranked among the ranks. What about Jiang Fei? He was one of the 2 strongest forces in the universe, the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. Even if he heard about it, he rarely heard about people of this level because they were too far away from him. But today, Kracha, the small pirate, had actually kidnapped Jiang Fei. When he thought of this, Kracha felt as if his calves were spinning. "Great General, it's my fault for not recognizing you. Please be magnanimous and treat me like a fart." Kracha immediately kneeled in front of Jiang Fei. This time, he was really scared. The other little pirates also kneeled down. Although they were doing business with no regard for their lives, at the end of the day, no one wanted to die. Jiang Fei laughed disdainfully. "Sir, we are pirates because we have no other choice. We are only doing it to earn a living. Moreover, although we rob, we never kill." Klacha cried and begged. What he said was indeed the truth. They were all pitiful people. Although they were doing business as pirates, at least they did not have any lives on their hands. However, all the factions in the universe had the same attitude toward pirates. They did not care whether they killed or not. As long as they were space pirates, there was no need to judge them. Once they were caught, they could be executed on the spot. "You want to live? That depends on whether you are valuable or not," Jiang Fei said with a smile. If he really wanted to kill these pirates, he would not need to spend so much effort to run to the ship and talk nonsense with these guys. Previously, Jiang Fei had been thinking about how to lure Simon to land on the surface of the planet. This made him quite worried. It was only when these pirates appeared that Jiang Fei had an idea. That was why Jiang Fei had gone on the ship to talk nonsense with these pirates. The pirates looked at each other. They would not even dare to think about a person of Jiang Fei's level. He was from a completely different world from them. This was like an emperor asking a beggar if he had anything good. Other than lice, what else could the beggar have that the emperor did not have? Klacha gritted his teeth and decided to give up the lair of a great pirate to buy his life. But now, in order to survive, he couldn't care so much anymore. Chapter 2413, 2413. Translator 549690333. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He had some impression of this pirate leader. He seemed to be ranked 30th on the wanted list. He was not considered top-notch, but he had some strength. Yes, Crotches said. Jiang Fei smiled. At the same time, the plan in his heart became more complete. Crotcha asked in surprise. He initially thought that Jiang Fei was going to mobilize the army and then destroy Silent. However, he did not expect Jiang Fei to actually plan to go to Silent's lair alone. What? Jiang Fei asked with a smile that was not a smile. I don't dare. Crotcha waved his hand repeatedly. Then, let's set off, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Yes, yes. Crotcha nodded repeatedly. Then, he said to the first mate, adjust the course. The target is Saturn in the NILK galaxy. The first mate replied. Then he immediately controlled the old frigate to turn around and begin to warp towards the Nilk galaxy. When the warp drive was activated, the entire ship began to shake violently. Everyone, including Crotcha, had no choice but to grab onto the fixed object beside them. Only Jiang Fei was still able to feel at ease. No one wants this thing anymore, right? Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. Sir, there's nothing we can do. As Crotch's body was shaking violently, he was panting as he spoke. Jiang Fei smiled noncommittally. Soon, the spaceship had completed a warp and was approaching the Stargate. The old frigate had even lost its control system. The autopilot could not be activated, so they could only rely on manual control. About 2 days later, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the NILK star system. It was very remote, and there were asteroid belts everywhere. If they were not familiar with the route, even the regular army would have a hard time passing through. After all, excluding the asteroid belt was a huge project. Not only was it a waste of time, but it also cost a lot. Therefore, very few people came to this star area. Therefore, this place became a paradise for the pirates. Crotcha said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. When passing through the asteroid belt, even a main ship had to slow down and carefully avoid the meteorites and asteroids. On the other hand, Crotch's broken ship was even worse. Any small meteorite that was more than 2 meters in diameter could disintegrate his broken ship. After almost a day, Crotcha used his amazing piloting skills to pass through the narrow route. Jiang Fei could not help but nod. As the saying went, experts came from the common people. Although Crotcha was not very good at other things, his piloting skills were really top-notch. Even among the captains under Jiang Fei's command, there were very few who were better than him. Thank you for your praise, sir. We will arrive at Saturn in half a day or so, said Crotcha with a smile. After spending a few days with Jiang Fei, he realized that the Grand Marshal in front of him was not as scary as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was very friendly. Jiang Fei nodded. After a few more hours, a planet that was not very big appeared in front of Jiang Fei. This planet was only about a quarter of the size of Earth. There was a very wide ring of light outside the planet. The origin of Saturn's name was probably due to this earthy yellow halo, said Crotcha. At that moment, Crotcha's broken ship suddenly shook. Then, he was captured by a tractor light net. A clear message was received. A half-human and half-machine guy appeared on the big screen. It was obvious that he was a cyborg. Lord Navish, I'm here to visit Lord Theron, Karacha said. The cyborg Navish said disdainfully. In fact, he was not an important character under Theron. He was just a small captain. Even so, he looked down on a small pirate like Karacha. Crotcha was at a loss. He had never seen such a scene in his small quest. Jiang Fei pushed Crotcha away and walked to the big screen. Navish also saw Jiang Fei at this time. Me? Jiang Fei smiled and continued. My name is Jiang Fei. Go and tell Silent that I want to see him. Navish was used to being arrogant. When he heard the name Jiang Fei, although he felt that the name sounded familiar, he did not think too much about it. His boss, Silent, was the local tyrant. No one was more powerful than him. Damn it. It seems like talking nicely is not going to work. As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, his people disappeared from Crotch's broken ship. 3 seconds later, Jiang Fei appeared on Crotch's broken ship again. Following that, an ultralight frigate in the distance exploded into a firework. F***CK. Kracha and his subordinates were dumbfounded. After all, Navy's ultralight frigate was a military ship in active service. This thing was a priceless treasure on the black market. One ship could kill several small pirates of Kracha's level. However, in front of Jiang Fei, this powerful military ship was destroyed in less than 3 seconds. The pirates inside did not even have time to react, let alone escape in the lifeboat. At this time, the screen in front of Kracha had turned into a snowflake. Because Navy's ship had been destroyed, his communication was broken. In an instant, all the pirate ships belonging to Cylon in the vicinity of Saturn sounded the alarm. F***CK. The Bloody Butcher, Cylon, was even more furious. He was the local emperor in the surrounding star regions. No one dared to provoke him. Now, someone actually dared to destroy his battleship at his door. This made his anger rise to the sky. The little pirates did not know that Jiang Fei had come. Therefore, they could only determine that it was Kracha based on the spaceship. Kracha? Theron frowned. How could he remember a small figure like Kracha? Chapter 2414, 2414. Translator, 5496903-3. He's just a lowly pirate, one of Theron's trusted aides replied. Theron was furious. Boss, I think there's something fishy about this, a guy with a catfish head said. He was Theron's military advisor, Eugene. Oh, Theron asked. He took Eugene's opinion seriously. Boss, as far as I know, this Kracha is a piece of trash. Other than a few armed merchant ships under his command, he's just an old-fashioned frigate. Eugene said. Theron nodded. He had just received news that his subordinate had been sunk by a light frigate that was almost brand new. With just a scumbag like Kracha, he didn't have the ability at all. Theron asked, I think you should be more cautious. Since the other party dares to come to our door, they must have some tricks up their sleeves. It's best to get their trump card first, Eugene analyzed. Yes. Theron nodded and ordered the pirates under him. Little ones, surround Kracha's spaceship for me. But no one is allowed to attack without my order. The little pirates naturally obeyed Theron's orders. Soon, Kracha's broken ship was surrounded by Theron's fleet. Although Theron's strength was already very strong among the pirates, his fleet was mainly composed of armed merchant ships. An old-fashioned cruiser was Theron's ship and also his fleet's flagship. Other than the 2 second-hand destroyers, there were a few light frigates that were bought from the black market. Although these frigates were in active service, they were too small in tonnage. It was only because they were replaced by the regular army that they fell into their hands. Sir, when they saw their own spaceship being surrounded by Cylon's fleet, Kracha and his little pirates were scared out of their wits. They did not know what to do. I'm here. Jiang Fei did not care at all. I am Cylon. Kracha, you came to my territory to provoke me. A clear message was received. Kracha was so scared that he did not know how to answer. He did not even have the courage to speak when he faced the bloody butcher, Cylon. This has nothing to do with Kracha. Jiang Fei walked to the big screen. Cylon only took a glance at Jiang Fei, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Jiang Fei smiled and said, You. Cylon was not a country bumpkin who only knew how to lick the blood from a knife. He often paid attention to current affairs, so he naturally recognized Jiang Fei's face. However, what Theron could not understand was why a big shot like Jiang Fei would personally come and destroy a guy of his level. In Theron's opinion, Jiang Fei should be leading the fleet to fight against the resistance army in a battle. He should not be doing low-level work like killing bandits. Eugene, who was standing at the side, rolled her eyes. Theron was stunned. This Empire's general is too arrogant. If he came with a fleet, then we would definitely die. Eugene laughed. Theron was shocked by Eugene's thoughts. Boss, as the saying goes, the bravest will die at the end of the day, while the cowardly will die from hunger. This business we're doing is a capital offense. But if we kill the Universe Empire's general, then we'll be famous. Eugene began to paint a picture for Theron. Theron was still a little hesitant. After all, Jiang Fei's identity was still there. There were not many people who dared to rob him. Sir, if you have the honor of killing the Grand Admiral of the Universe Empire, wouldn't the pirates from all over the world come and submit to you? When the time comes, your power will grow. And if you kill the Universe Empire's marshal, would the Resistance treat you badly? Eugene's last sentence moved Theron. One had to know that the Vizari army was actually a bandit organization. They had just gone too far, so it was the same as clearing their name. However, what they did was still plundering and collecting protection fees. Sir, Eugene continued to persuade. Finally, Theron made up his mind. Then, he waved his hand and said to the little pirates, "Fire." As the little pirates replied, almost all the cannons of the pirate ships lit up. Boom, 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 boom. The 10,000 cannons of the Theron squadron fired at the broken ship of Kracha. With the defensive ability of Kracha's broken ship, this round of firing could turn his ship into a pile of waste. What's going on? It's completely vaporized. That's impossible. We're not a regular army. Where did such powerful energy cannons come from? After a round of attacks, the pirates were all dumbfounded because Kracha's ship had disappeared into thin air. D*MN, not bad, as expected of a pirate. At this time, Jiang Fei had already returned to his own inheritance space. He was not the only one. He had also taken in Kracha's spaceship and the pirates inside. Jiang Fei was already prepared for someone like Silent, who opened fire first and asked questions later. Therefore, when his battleship opened fire, Jiang Fei immediately activated his ability and took the spaceship into the inheritance space. What happened? Silent was also confused. No. Eugene was also confused. Theron gave Eugene a slap on the face. Then, he cursed. You don't know? You mother of cur, come with me now. You don't know? If that Jiang Fei doesn't die, I'm finished. Do you understand? Theron was starting to panic. If he could kill Jiang Fei, he would definitely be able to gain the protection of the Resistance. When that time came, he would not be afraid, even if the Imperial Army wanted to take revenge. However, Jiang Fei had disappeared. If he was not dead and Silent attacked him like this, how could he not take revenge? When the Imperial Army's fleet arrived, not to mention Silent's small fleet, even Saturn would be razed to the ground. Chapter 2415-2415. Translator 5496903-3. Don't worry. Jiang Fei's figure suddenly appeared behind Silent. What? Silent turned around abruptly. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Fei. His forehead was covered in sweat. Eugene was also dumbfounded. His strength was even weaker than Silent's. Therefore, he could not understand why Jiang Fei would disappear into thin air and suddenly appear here. After all, Silent was an expert with more than 10 million combat power. However, he was just a doghead strategist. You pirates are really bold. You even dare to kill me. Jiang Fei said slowly as if the content had nothing to do with him. Grand. Silent felt a great pressure on Jiang Fei. This was not only because of Jiang Fei's terrifying background, but also because of his own strength. As a warrior, Theron knew very well what Jiang Fei's sudden appearance on his spaceship meant. This meant that Jiang Fei was at least an expert of the hermit level. In front of such an expert, he would not be able to resist at all. Even if he wanted to escape, he would not stand a chance. Let's cut to the chase. Now, there are two options for you to choose, Jiang Fei said directly. Silent asked, the first option? I am an official, and you are a bandit. According to the Universal Convention, any organization or force's fleet has the right to execute the pirates on the spot when they encounter them. Putting aside the fact that you're trying to assassinate me, just the fact that you are pirates alone means that I can eliminate all of you without passing judgment, Jiang Fei said. Silent asked. He knew that although Jiang Fei said so, he would definitely give him a way out. However, this path would be very difficult. The second path, Jiang Fei said. General, please say it. At this time, what other choice did Silent have? When faced with a hermit-level master, as long as he did not do as he was told, he would be able to meet his maker in a matter of minutes. If you want to live, gather the top 50 pirates on the wanted list for me. If you can gather more than 30 pirates, you will be able to live. Jiang Fei said. Silent frowned. He was only ranked around 30 on the wanted list. Therefore, he did not have much of a say in the group of pirates. He was a big shot like a local king. However, compared to the top pirates, he was nothing. Jiang Fei asked calmly. I can do it. How could Silent dare to say no at this time? Very well, then do it. I'll give you a month. I'll come to you in a month. Don't play any tricks. After Jiang Fei said that, his figure gradually faded from the bridge. Finally, he disappeared. Boss! Eugene rubbed her eyes. Theron slapped back. He hated Eugene to death. If it was not for this guy's bad idea, just now, Theron would not have ended up in this situation now. It was not easy for him to gather 30 great pirates. After Jiang Fei left Silent's spaceship, he did not care about how he completed the mission. He immediately released Klotch's broken ship and teleported to the cockpit of the spaceship. At this moment, Klotch and the others had yet to understand what was going on. They just felt a blur before their eyes. Then, they could not move at all. Everyone stared at each other, unable to speak even if they wanted to. Other than being able to think, they could not even blink their eyes. In such an environment, Kracha and the rest felt as if time was ticking. They did not know how much time had passed, but they had finally regained their mobility. All right, let's go, Jiang Fei said to Kracha. Kracha was a little worried. After all, before they were imprisoned, Theron's fleet had locked onto them. Don't worry about them, Jiang Fei said calmly. Although Kracha was confused, he did not dare to question Jiang Fei's order. Since Jiang Fei had asked him to leave, he would fly the spaceship and leave. On the other side, Theron and his subordinates were also dumbfounded. A huge spaceship had disappeared into thin air right before their eyes and appeared out of thin air again. This was simply unbelievable. Boss, Kracha's ship has appeared again, one of Silent's underlings asked. Silent quickly said. He did not dare to offend Jiang Fei anymore. The pirate underlings asked. Silent immediately said, The pirate underlings did not know what had happened in Silent's flagship. Therefore, they were very confused. Theron roared loudly. On one hand, he was afraid that some ignorant underlings would attack him rashly. On the other hand, he also wanted to vent the fear in his heart. Jiang Fei's method just now had indeed frightened Theron. He needed a vent now. Yes. When they saw that Theron had lost his temper, the pirate underlings were all silent. They all piloted their spaceships to open a path for Kracha's broken ship to leave Saturn. A few hours later, Kracha steered the ship out of the asteroid belt. Then he asked Jiang Fei, General, where are we going next? You guys go ahead, but I advise you to stop being pirates. Otherwise, the next time we meet, don't blame me for being rude, said Jiang Fei. Because these people did not have any lives on their hands. Therefore, he decided to let them go. Thank you, General, for sparing my life, said Kracha as he knelt in front of Jiang Fei. After experiencing this, he was indeed afraid. He was actually not a bad person. He was forced into this path because he had no other choice. Now, Jiang Fei was willing to give him a chance, of course. He was not willing to continue being a pirate. The lackeys of Kracha also knelt down. They were all poor people. They usually did not think much of robbing people. They were all afraid. Chapter 2416, 2416. Translator, 549690033. After leaving Kracha's spaceship, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht. This is the product of the Technological Society. After entering his yacht, Jiang Fei stretched. Compared to Kracha's broken ship, his own yacht was more comfortable. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he went to the cockpit of the spaceship. Jiang Fei ordered the onboard computer. The star map was projected. Help me search for a relatively habitable, uninhabited planet, Jiang Fei ordered. Rows of planets were listed out. There were more than 20 planets that met Jiang Fei's requirements. Karai Star can't be too far. Null Star, TSK. The composition of the atmosphere is too terrifying. If it's not methane, it's hydrogen sulfide. This mother of asterisk Kerr can turn into a star just by lighting a cigarette. Among the planets listed out, Jiang Fei picked and picked. Finally, there was a planet that he was satisfied with. Balmo Star, an Earth-like planet, 75 times that of Earth. Its ecological climate was suitable for most carbon-based life forms. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. This planet, called Balmer, was very suitable for his needs. Not only was its geographical environment very good, but its location was also very good. It was right at the edge of the OSLA galaxy. It was close to the center of the universe, the Zavila galaxy. Meanwhile, Balmer planet, which was located at the edge of the OSLU galaxy, was actually very close to the Zavila galaxy. One had to know that the Zavira galaxy was completely different from other galaxies. It was close to the singularity where the universe was formed. Although the space was vast, there were only a few stars. The rest were all dark matter that could not be identified. There was not a single planet there. In other words, Barmore was very likely the closest planet to the center of the universe. Target Barmore confirmed the navigation mark. Jiang Fei made a decision. Navigation mark confirmed. Automatic navigation activated. Warping to the Stargate. Passing through the Stargate. Jiang Fei's yacht was many times more advanced than Crotch's broken ship. After entering the automatic navigation program, Jiang Fei did not need to control it at all. Even if there was an emergency, the spaceship would react accordingly. Unless it was attacked by an enemy spaceship like before, the yacht would be able to solve any small problems on its own. Jiang Fei asked. Estimated time of arrival is 243 hours and 12 minutes. The mechanical voice of the computer sounded. Jiang Fei nodded and returned to his room. He had to prepare some things for the next 10 days. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei ordered the factory in the ring space to produce a large amount of materials and equipment. 10 days later, Jiang Fei's yacht finally arrived at Planet Balmer. Although Jiang Fei's yacht did not have a weapon system, its radar equipment was still pretty good. Scanning. Scanning complete. The current state of the planet is basically the same as the record. However, it has been occupied by intelligent creatures. An interstellar transit station has been built on the surface of the planet. Jiang Fei frowned. According to the information on the star map, this planet had not been occupied by any organizations or forces. Therefore, the man-made buildings on the planet must have been built illegally. What are these guys trying to do by building a transit station here? Go to the Xavier Galaxy? There are no resources there. Jiang Fei was very confused. Forget it. I'll go down and take a look. Jiang Fei made a decision. Then, he put away the yacht and teleported to the surface of Planet Balmo. After arriving at the surface of Planet Balmer, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. As the planet was not polluted by industry, the environment was very good. Even the air was very fresh. Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. His spiritual power spread out, and soon, it covered the entire Planet Balmer. Jiang Fei quickly found the interstellar transit station. However, this interstellar transit station was much smaller than Jiang Fei had imagined. It was only a very small building. The purpose of this interstellar transit station was very simple. It was to provide food for the battleships. Although this primitive planet was not touched by any intelligent creatures, there were many wild beasts on it. These wild beasts were the best source of food. After the wild beasts were killed, they were transported to this building. They were then slaughtered and divided. Finally, they were made into cans and waited for the spaceship to supply them. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. His mind power scanned the entire planet, but he did not find any traces of intelligent life. The transit station was filled with intelligent robots. Whether it was those who went out to hunt or those who stayed in the building to be in charge of processing, they were all robots. Jiang Fei cursed silently. Ever since O541 was turned into Jiangzhong, Jiang Fei was not used to always bringing Maleki, the artificial intelligence. That was because Jiang Fei always felt that Maleki was an outsider. Therefore, he did not want to bring him along to let him know too many secrets. However, Jiang Fei really needed Malachi today. This planet was filled with robots. If Malachi was around, Jiang Fei could easily hack into the control system of these robots and learn their secrets. However, Malachi was not around now. Jiang Fei could only wait. When a spaceship of those people came to resupply, Jiang Fei would know the purpose of these people. He was much better at dealing with living people. Jiang Fei, who was proficient in spiritual power, was not worried that the other party would not be able to defeat him. He could easily understand the secrets of these people with just his mind-reading skill. After all, There were no top-tier experts outside the five directions. Therefore, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was almost invincible in the outer universe. There were not many people who could ignore his mind-reading skill. Based on Jiang Fei's observation of the base, he found that there was already a lot of canned food stored here. Therefore, he guessed that those people's spaceships would come to resupply soon. While the other party was not here, Jiang Fei began to arrange his things on this planet. After all, this was the main battlefield that he had designed to ambush Simon. Therefore, he could not afford to be careless in his preparations. Jiang Fei's luck seemed to be pretty good. After just 2 days, a spaceship slowly landed next to the supply station. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 2417, 2417. Translator 549690033. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He had already prepared everything he needed for the past 2 days. Now, all he had to do was wait for these guys to show up. After a few teleportations, Jiang Fei arrived near the transfer station. At this time, the Stethos-class cruiser was quietly parked next to the supply station. A large amount of supplies were being transported to the ship through the conveyor belt. The Interstellar Explorers Alliance? Jiang Fei frowned. This Stethos-class cruiser could almost be considered as the iconic ship of the Space Explorers Alliance. The firepower of this ship was average, of course. This was only for regular warships. Compared to the pirates' broken ships, its firepower was still very terrifying. Its speed was not particularly fast, but it had extremely strong stealth capabilities. It also carried a probe scanning system that was even more powerful than conventional military radars. This system could detect some deeply hidden wormhole access points or sealed death spaces. The Interstellar Explorers Alliance people drove these ships around the universe all day long. Once they found an unknown death space, or found an unknown universe that had not been explored through wormholes, then they would be rich, whether it was selling the coordinates of habitable planets or secretly occupying resource planets with rare minerals. These could bring them unimaginable wealth. A thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind, but he quickly gave up. Because the location of Balmer Planet had long been discovered, all the major forces in the universe were not interested in this place. The main reason was that there were no good resource planets near Planet Balmer. Therefore, the price of moving to this place was that all kinds of resources had to be transported from distant galaxies. It was not worth it. Moreover, no one was willing to migrate to this place to live the primitive life of farming society. That was why this planet had been abandoned. Now, the Explorers Alliance had illegally built a transit station here to provide material support to the spacecraft. Their only purpose was to explore the nearby Zavila Galaxy. The Zavila Galaxy was recognized as a dangerous region by all the major civilizations in the universe. There were no planets for spaceships to dock in. There were only a few stars. There were no resources for exploration at all. Moreover, the entire galaxy was filled with extremely terrifying cosmic rays. Even spaceships that were used to explore the unknown space had to use a large amount of energy to fill up the shield. Therefore, Jiang Fei really did not understand what the Universe Explorer Alliance was doing. They were going to the Zavila Galaxy, which had no resources to speak of. Moreover, it was extremely harmful to the spaceship. They must have grasped some secret that Jiang Fei did not know. After thinking about this, Jiang Fei quietly approached the spaceship. There are a total of 3 people. Very soon, Jiang Fei locked onto the 3 people on the spaceship. The spaceship was very integrated. It did not require too many people to control it. The rest of the work was done by the robots. Jiang Fei teleported directly into the spaceship's cockpit. Although the technology of the spaceship was very high, and it was not as trashy as the pirate ship, it was currently docked and did not have its shield activated. Therefore, it was unable to stop Jiang Fei's teleportation. The pirate ship's shield generator was of a lower level. Asked a man who was controlling the robot to transport the supplies. Apparently, they had not discovered the invisible Jiang Fei. "Of course it's reliable," said the man sitting on the captain's seat. "I still think that the feasibility of this mission is not very high. Going to the Zavila Galaxy is too much of a burden for our ship. If we cannot find the treasure that he mentioned within 3 months, our ship will be ruined, said the man from before. The only woman in the ship asked curiously. I don't know. Mike, who controlled the robots to transport the supplies, shook his head. The captain shrugged and said. The girl frowned as well. The Mayans were a nomadic race in the universe, and they were best at divination. They were known for their sixth sense. But I've already taken the deposit. Compared to the sixth sense, I trust the cash in my hands more. The captain called Kelly said he was the owner of the spaceship, and the other two were only his partners, so he had absolute authority. Mike shrugged and then shut up. Although the Mayan's sixth sense was very sharp, it was not always accurate. Quest. Search for treasures? Zhang Fei was even more confused now. Therefore, he activated his mind-reading ability. The 3 people in front of him were not very strong. The most powerful one, Kelly, only had a combat power of over 10 million. Therefore, no one could escape his mind-reading ability. Core of Will? What exactly is that thing? At this time, Kelly was still thinking about this matter, so Zhang Fei heard it clearly. Zhang Fei was initially just curious. However, after he caught Kelly's thoughts, his eyes changed. Zhang Fei immediately contacted invisibility. Alert! Alert! The spaceship's central control computer immediately noticed that there was an additional person in the cockpit. Who is it? The 3 people in the spaceship were shocked. After all, Planet Balmer was an uninhabited planet. After they docked here, they were very relaxed. Now that the alarm suddenly sounded, they were all shocked. The girl asked, "It doesn't matter who I am." Zhang Fei went straight to Kelly. Zhang Fei asked directly. Although Kelly was stubborn, Zhang Fei had a clear grasp of everything that he was thinking. Oh no, how did he know that I'm looking for the nucleus of will? Kelly thought as he glanced at his 2 partners. Now, he looked at everyone as if they were traitors. Chapter 2418, 2418. Chapter 2419, 2419. Translator 549690033. Although Zhang Fei did not know what exactly Vinolin wanted to do, he could not confront Vinolin. He still needed to cooperate with Vinolin. He needed Vinolin's help. Forget it. I'll settle Simon's matter first. Zhang Fei made a decision in his heart. Therefore, he left Planet Balmer. He summoned the yacht in space. The target is Saturn. Let's go, Zhang Fei said to the onboard computer. The navigation mark has been confirmed. Automatic navigation activated. We are jumping to the Stargate. After a few days of interstellar travel, Zhang Fei's yacht finally returned to the NILK galaxy. The time limit that Zhang Fei had promised Silent was 1 month. His journey to and from Planet Balmer had been delayed by more than half of the time. Now that he had calculated it, the time limit of 1 month was actually a little over the limit. As Saturn was surrounded by the asteroid belt, Zhang Fei's yacht could not directly warp into the planet's gravity well. He could only warp to the nearby planet first before proceeding to the planet via the conventional engine. Although Kracha had taken Zhang Fei on a secret route once before, it was impossible to record it down with the naked eye. Therefore, Zhang Fei simply kept the yacht in front of the asteroid belt. Then he used a few flashes of his own strength to cross the asteroid belt. Compared to the larger spaceship, it was much easier for a small human body to cross the asteroid belt. Zhang Fei could easily pass through any gap. Therefore, he quickly crossed the asteroid belt. He summoned his yacht again. Zhang Fei did not drive the yacht far before he was captured by a few stagnant light nets. After all, his yacht was a civilian ship. It was still relatively weak against such weapons. This time, the little pirates were much more polite to Zhang Fei. It was not because they knew Zhang Fei, but because there had been quite a number of pirate ships coming to Saturn recently. Many of them were existences that Silent could not afford to offend. Therefore, these little pirates had no choice but to lower themselves. Ask Silent to come out and meet me, Zhang Fei said calmly. This time, the little pirates did not dare to be arrogant anymore. In the past few days, their leader, the blood-soaked General Silent, had become humble and humble. Therefore, even these little pirates understood, in the vast universe, their leader was not the most awesome. Very soon, Silent's head appeared on the big screen in Jiang Fei's cockpit. Jiang Fei asked calmly, Grand Marshal. Silent was a little afraid to look at Jiang Fei because he had not completed the task that Jiang Fei had given him. Only 15 of the top 50 pirates had come. There was only one of the top 10 pirates. This was more than half of what Jiang Fei had requested. Jiang Fei's face showed a hint of displeasure. No. General, please forgive me. I was incompetent. Silent immediately knelt on the ground. Jiang Fei still spoke in a calm tone. 15 forces have come. There's only one in the top 10, Silent said, trembling in fear. Jiang Fei nodded noncommittally. General, please give me a few more days. I have tried my best to persuade them, said Theron. He was really afraid that Jiang Fei would fall out with him. However, he still had a great deal of respect for the actual ruler of a universe empire. All right, tell them that I will give them 3 days. Jiang Fei said. Yes. Silent heard that Jiang Fei did not pursue his responsibility. Silent straightened his back immediately. He did not care about the lives of the other pirates. Moreover, he was now working for the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. If he did this well, he might be able to clear his name as an officer. Arrange a place for me on Saturn. I'm ready to land, Jiang Fei said. Silent immediately ordered his subordinates to arrange the best airport, the best hotel, and the best service for Jiang Fei. He was not stingy with anything that could be found on Saturn. After that, Jiang Fei settled down on Saturn. Silent indeed treated him very well. It could even be said that he was flattering Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei might be the god of death who won his life, or the god who protected his ancestors. Everything depended on Jiang Fei's mood. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, only 2 pirate leaders who were ranked in the 30s on the wanted list had arrived. The other great pirates still ignored Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, he could be said to be extremely powerful. However, the pirates were in the business of losing their heads. They were afraid of the officers and soldiers. However, they believed that they had hidden deep enough that the officers and soldiers would not be able to catch them. Therefore, even though Jiang Fei had great power, the top pirates did not care about him at all. Very good. Are you not coming? On this day, after Silent finished reporting the situation to Jiang Fei slammed the table angrily. Silent was shocked. Jiang Fei calmed himself down and sat down again. I know a part of it, Silent said. All right, write down what you know, Jiang Fei said calmly. However, Silent could clearly feel a strong murderous aura from Jiang Fei. Yes. Very soon, Silent handed Jiang Fei a set of data. There were more than 10 pirate lair information. 3 of them were the top 10 most wanted pirates. The largest one was ranked 4th. Jiang Fei asked Silent. Yes, there's a relay station here, Silent replied. Jiang Fei then recorded a video. The content was to have Aurelia follow the coordinates to destroy the pirate hideouts. Jiang Fei handed the video to Silent. Yes, Silent was really getting into character. He even had the illusion that Jiang Fei had taken him in. 2 weeks after Jiang Fei's video was sent out, the entire planet Saturn became lively. More than 30 of the top 50 pirates on the wanted list came at once. All of them were present. As for the dozen or so pirates, they had all been crushed by the Aurelia fleet in the past 10 days. The combat power of the pirate army could not be compared to the regular army. What they relied on was to hide deep and far away. Once the regular army found their nest, it was almost a one-hit wonder. Chapter 2420-2420. Translator 549-69033. Because they had rejected Jiang Fei's invitation, more than 10 great pirates had been killed in just one night. How could the remaining pirates not be afraid? Only now did they understand that it was not that the officers could not kill them. It was just that they could not be bothered with them. If the officers were determined to kill these pirates, they would not be able to resist at all. After understanding the situation, the remaining pirates were afraid. If they heard Jiang Fei's summons again, how could they not come? Therefore, all of them obediently went to Saturn and waited for Jiang Fei's summons. You are really despicable, Jiang Fei could not help but sigh when he learned from Theron that the pirates had arrived. Silent asked, Jiang Fei wanted to delay them for a few days. However, his time was more precious. Therefore, he decided to meet the pirates immediately. Yes, Silent nodded and went to gather the pirates. Soon, the pirate leaders came down from their respective spaceships and arrived at Theron's profit-sharing hall. Including Theron, there were a total of 43 pirate leaders. Other than the 35 who were ranked in the top 50, there were also a few pirate leaders who were ranked in the top 60 to 70. These pirate leaders also brought a few underlings, so Theron's profit-sharing hall was packed to the brim. Quiet. When all the pirate leaders had arrived, Silent walked up to the front desk. The entire profit-sharing hall instantly fell silent. Of course, these arrogant pirates were not giving face to Silent. They were doing it out of respect for Jiang Fei. After all, Silent was working for Jiang Fei now. My name is Silent. My status may not be as high as yours, but I am not talented. I am indebted to the great Marshal's appreciation. That is why I have gathered all of you here, Silent said confidently in front of a group of pirates. Many of these pirates were much more powerful than him. In the past, he would not have the right to speak in front of others. Therefore, he treasured this opportunity. The pirates below listened quietly. No one spoke a word. After all, they were not here to give Theron face. They were here for Jiang Fei. I believe that all of you are very curious about the great general's intention of gathering all of you. Then, I shall not waste any more time. Theron saw that everyone was ignoring him. He immediately felt bored and quickly invited Jiang Fei over. Jiang Fei slowly walked up to the front desk. The pirates saluted one after another. Go to hell. At this moment, one of the pirates suddenly jumped up and charged at Jiang Fei with a dagger in his hand. This guy's strength was not bad. His combat strength was more than 15 million. He could be considered an expert. He was ranked 27th on the wanted list. His power was much greater than Theron's. The pirate who was ranked 29th in the wanted list had been killed because he ignored Jiang Fei's summons. Therefore, he harbored hatred toward Jiang Fei. In fact, the reason he came this time was to find an opportunity to assassinate Jiang Fei. Firstly, he wanted to avenge his friend. Secondly, he wanted to make himself famous. Now that he saw Jiang Fei standing in front of him without any defenses, this guy finally could not hold it in anymore. He suddenly jumped up and charged toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at the guy. He did not even move his finger. The guy's charging momentum came to an abrupt halt. The guy with the dagger fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he died. The pirates below were instantly in a mess. The guy brought his own death attendants. They all raised their guns and were about to shoot at Jiang Fei. However, before their fingers could pull the trigger, they all died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. In front of Jiang Fei's immense mental strength, these small fries were not worth mentioning. Jiang Fei did not even need to make a move. As long as he thought of it, they would be killed on the spot. All the pirates were terrified. Among them, there were many who wanted to assassinate Jiang Fei. However, some pirates were more cunning, so they did not make a move rashly. They had planned to wait for others to make a move and kill Jiang Fei in the chaos. However, they did not expect Jiang Fei to be so powerful. You reckless thing. Silent's words made the pirates break out in cold sweat. These pirates could not accept Jiang Fei's summons under the threat of the Aurora fleet. However, they were still bandits who had their heads attached to their belts. How could they be willing to submit to others? Therefore, many people had come here to assassinate Jiang Fei. Now, they were told that Jiang Fei was actually an expert at the hermit level. What were the two of them capable of? If they insisted on attacking, what was the difference between sending themselves to their deaths? Silent. Many pirates glared at Silent. However, Silent was not moved. Didn't you all look down on me before? Silent now regarded himself as Jiang Fei's subordinate, so he did not care about these pirates at all. Moreover, there was an old saying, true hoodlums are false. Anyone who did such desperate things was not a true person. They showed a side of righteousness, most likely to win over their underlings. When they were truly threatened, they would not care about their friendship. They would sell out whenever they could. It was just like how Silent had revealed the lair of more than 10 pirates. They did not hesitate at all. "How is it?" Jiang Fei asked without changing his tone. He had activated mind reading. What these pirates were thinking could not be hidden from him at all. Therefore, Jiang Fei knew very well that someone was planning to assassinate him. Even if Jiang Fei stood still and let these people attack him, they would not be able to break Jiang Fei's protective chi. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not care at all about these people's thoughts. The pirates looked at each other. At this time, who would dare to fight back? As for assassinating Jiang Fei, it was even worse. Facing an expert of the hermit level, how could they have a chance? As long as one had the strength of a hermit, who would still be a pirate? Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he said to the pirates, "All of you are pirates. You should know the attitude of the major forces in the universe towards you. Now, I will give you a chance to clear your name. Let's see if you can seize it or not." Chapter 24-21, 24-21. Translator, 5496903-3. Almost all the pirates were stunned. "That's right. I'm prepared to give all of you a chance to turn over a new leaf," Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. Several pirate leaders asked excitedly. The reason why these pirates were so eager to clear their names was mainly because they had already earned enough money. The big pirates present were not like the small-time Kracha. They had at least 100 spaceships under their command. Among them, there was no lack of warships that were on active duty. Although they could not be compared to the regular army, these warships were bought with real money. Moreover, the price on the black market was much higher than the purchase price of the army. Therefore, these pirates did not lack money at all. It could even be said that they were as rich as a country. The only thing they were worried about was that they might be wiped out by the regular army at any time. This was especially so after they had previously rejected Jiang Fei's face. Under the leadership of Aurelia, the Cosmic Empire's army had massacred more than a dozen pirate strongholds. Hundreds of thousands of pirates had been killed. This destructive action had completely touched the hearts of the pirates. Let them know that their lives were never their own. Although these pirates were desperados, as time went on, they would get married and have children. They would also have their own families. Although these desperados might not believe in love, women might just be their playthings, but a tiger would not eat its own son. They had to think about their own children. The son of a pirate could not be a little pirate, and they could not have their heads tied to their belts since they were young, living a life where there was no tomorrow. Therefore, the pirates wanted to clear their names, but the major civilizations did not give them the chance. The major civilizations in the main universe had a clear rule that anyone who had been a pirate before would be sentenced to death. Unless they were pardoned in certain circumstances, catching them would be a capital offense. Regardless of the size, even if they were a pirate's baby, it would be a capital offense. That was because they believed that the genes of pirates were evil. Therefore, although these pirates were rich enough to rival a country, they had no way out. Although theoretically, there was a chance for them to be pardoned to clear their names. With their status, how could they gain the appreciation of such a big shot? Therefore, this amnesty was actually useless. Now, Jiang Fei said that he would give them a chance to clear their names in front of these pirates. Therefore, these pirates became excited. In the entire universe, there were less than 10 people who had the right to grant amnesty to the pirates. Jiang Fei was one of them. Although the Universe Empire had an emperor in name, anyone who was more well-informed would understand who was in charge of the Universe Empire. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei nodded, the Universe Empire, which was one of the two giants in the universe, would grant amnesty to these pirates. At that time, these pirates would have their identities cleared in at least half of the universe. Not only could they avoid the risk of being wiped out at any time, they could also use their accumulated wealth to jump into the upper class. This was definitely a fatal temptation for the pirates. Jiang Fei said calmly. Although the pirates knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and the mission that Jiang Fei was going to give them was definitely very dangerous, they still planned to take a gamble. They were already doing business with their lives on the line. If this deal was successful, They would be completely rid of their identity as pirates. Therefore, it was worth taking the risk. Jiang Fei's tone was full of contempt, but these pirates were very happy. These pirates did not care about Jiang Fei's contempt because Jiang Fei's status was tens of thousands of streets higher than theirs. He was the admiral of the Universe Empire and the ruler of the Universe Empire. What about them? They were just pirates who crossed the street like rats. Jiang Fei was a great hermit-level master. What about them? They were not even ants in front of him. Therefore, no matter which angle one looked at it from, there was no need for Jiang Fei to lie to these pirates. Although Jiang Fei's words were harsh, it was the truth. These pirates were really worthy of him lying. Asked one of the big pirates. It's very simple. I have a batch of treasures on Planet Balmer. Recently, I heard that someone's going to rob them. Because that is my private treasure, I cannot use the Empire's army. Therefore, I hope that you can help to protect it, said Jiang Fei calmly. Asked another pirate. These pirates were used to being cautious, so they liked to ask questions. It's just some outsiders, said Jiang Fei. At that moment, the true identity of the players was still a mystery. However, the entire universe knew about the existence of these outsiders. They were even a little used to their existence. All right, I'll take the deal. I'll take it too. As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, many pirates agreed. They had all heard of the situation of the players. Although these guys were very powerful and the spaceship was very powerful, there were very few of them. It was not to the point of wiping out the entire team. If that was the case, they could totally take the risk. After all, if they completed the quest, what awaited them would be the life of the upper-class society. Jiang Fei asked calmly. Although his voice was not loud, many people were sweating profusely. Previously, Jiang Fei had also invited them so calmly. These pirates had always taken it seriously. As a result, more than 10 big pirates had been uprooted. Not a single one was left alive. Now, Jiang Fei's attitude was the same. Who would dare to be negligent? We will join too. Count me in. Under Jiang Fei's pressure, these pirates all agreed to join. This mission is very difficult. I can tell you clearly that the losses of participating in this mission will be huge. Some people might not even have the chance to return. Jiang Fei said calmly. His words made the pirates' hearts rise. Although I cannot guarantee your safety, I can promise you one thing. If you survive, I will clear your names. Jiang Fei's words completely moved the pirates. What are they running for? Is it not for the sake of their offspring to have a clean birth, not to be hunted at birth? Chapter 2422, 2422. Translator, 5496903. A pirate stood up and said, Don't worry. Jiang Fei said, That's fine. The pirate said. Now, he only hoped that his descendants would be able to clear their names and live openly. What could he do even if he threw away his rotten life? Count me in. I'm in. The rest of the pirates also stood up to welcome him. Only a few pirates remained silent. After all, not everyone was willing to die for their descendants. It was not like there were no people who were afraid of death. However, there was something that I have to say first. Since you want to take this opportunity to clear your names, you have to go all out. Jiang Fei warned with a dark face. General, don't worry. Although we are not decent people, we know how to write the word faith. Since we have agreed to your terms, we will do our best, said an old pirate. The two sons beside him had a determined look on their faces. The three of them had already thought about it. Even if they all died in battle, they had to win a good future for the little ones. Jiang Fei nodded. However, he saw the expressions of the few pirates change. Previously, the pirates had agreed to such a painful task. In fact, many of them had already planned to play dirty. Although they had accepted the task, they did not plan to bring all of their subordinates along. Some of them did not even plan to go personally. They only wanted a small number of their subordinates to join in the fun and get a chance to clear their names. Now that Jiang Fei had said that, many of them regretted it. After all, only a few people like the old pirates would really risk their lives for their descendants. They wanted the pirates to talk about morality and family. It was still a little too whimsical. However, Jiang Fei did not care about it all. He continued to speak slowly. When I came out, I heard Aurelia mention that the war between the Empire and the Resistance was currently at a stalemate. She was preparing to train the new army. As for the person she was training with, when Jiang Fei said this, he suddenly stopped talking. However, which of the pirates present was an idiot? Even with their eyes closed, they knew why Jiang Fei had brought this up. If the pirates listened to Jiang Fei and carried out his mission, they would obediently go to their deaths and seek happiness for their descendants. If the pirates gave up this opportunity and did not carry out Jiang Fei's mission, would Aurelia's new army be the target of her training? It had to be the pirates. The pirates did not doubt the authenticity of Jiang Fei's words. After all, the previous dozen or so pirates were living examples. They did not buy Jiang Fei's words. Then, they were completely destroyed by Aurelia's army. Everyone in the entire universe knew of Aurelia's reputation. Even the generals of the resistance were terrified when they heard the name, let alone the pirates. Therefore, when Jiang Fei carried Aurelia out, the effect was surprisingly good. "General, don't worry." The pirates all stood up and said, "It cannot be helped." They had to bow their heads. Now, the two paths in front of the pirates were not easy to walk. If they helped Jiang Fei to protect the treasure, they would face an outsider of the regular army. When that happened, there would be a lot of casualties. It would be fortunate if 1/3 of them could come back alive. However, the other path would be certain death. Facing Aurelia's army, they would not be able to resist at all. Moreover, if they died because of Jiang Fei's quest, at least their families would still be protected. There would also be someone who could inherit the wealth. However, if they were destroyed by Aurelia's army, their children, as the children of the pirates, would also die without a doubt. All their wealth would be confiscated. Since they were going to die anyway, there was still a chance of survival in carrying out the mission. At the very least, they could protect their children and wealth. Then, the pirates had no choice but to fight to the death. Only a fool would fight to the death. Therefore, these pirates did not care what they thought before. Now, they were all willing to carry out Jiang Fei's order to protect this so-called treasure. Jiang Fei nodded and said to the pirates, "Since you are all willing to carry out this mission, I will briefly explain the requirements of the mission." The pirates all listened attentively. This mission requires all of you to go all out. All of your combat personnel must be in place. Jiang Fei said, "General, don't worry." The pirates said, exclamation point. Secondly, after your fleet arrived at planet Balmo, only ships of the military grade and above will be left behind. The other ships will all be blown up and sunk in the planet's low Earth orbit to prevent outsider ships from approaching. Jiang Fei said. The pirates did not have any objections. After all, the armed merchant ships were not worth much. Moreover, they often used this tactic. Blowing up the armed merchant ships in low Earth orbit could create a large amount of space trash. These high-speed space junk was extremely destructive to the spaceship. After that, those of you who have reached the warrior level and above will need to land on the surface of planet Balmo. Jiang Fei reminded them. Yes, General, don't worry. At this point, the pirates had already accepted their fate. In truth, they were resigned to their fate. All they wanted now was for their children and grandchildren to be happy. Their lives were nothing more than that. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded, asked one of the pirates. As soon as possible, said Jiang Fei. All right, General, don't worry. The pirate leaders said in unison. All right. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Soon, the pirates left one after another. These pirates did not stay on Saturn for long. They immediately boarded their own ships and returned to their own nest. After returning to their nest, most of the pirates gathered their forces and led their fleets to planet Balmo. After all, no one wanted Aurelia's army to visit their own nest. After they returned to their nest, they immediately packed up their men and prepared to escape with their underlings. They gave up on their own nest and prepared to hide in another place. They would talk about it after they had escaped from the limelight. Chapter 2423, 2423. Translator 5496903. Seeing that the pirate leaders were leaving one after another, Jiang Fei said to Silent, "You should also make preparations. You must reach planet Balmoral within half a month." "General, don't worry." Silent promised. "That's good." Jiang Fei smiled and left Saturn. After Jiang Fei left Saturn, he drove his yacht straight to Planet Balmer. After a few days, he finally arrived at the battlefield that he had chosen. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he had defeated Kelly and the others the last time, Planet Balmer had returned to its usual calm. Jiang Fei put away the yacht and teleported to the surface of the Planet Balmer. Then, he took out a large number of construction vehicles and robots from the spatial ring. He had them build according to the blueprint that he had drawn previously. This time, Jiang Fei had spent a lot of money in order to lure Simon to his death. He had spent nearly 2 months just to design this trap. Then, Jiang Fei really did not know how to deal with these cheaters. As the days passed, Jiang Fei's construction on Planet Balmer gradually took shape. A week later, the robots driving the construction vehicles finally completed Jiang Fei's blueprint. A huge underground treasure house was finally completed. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and then took out a treasure from the spatial ring. Jiang Fei's lip curled into a mischievous smile. At that moment, he was holding a tea egg that was produced on Earth. The treasure vault was a gimmick. Its purpose was to attract those players over. Those players were the real bait that Jiang Fei had designed. They were the key to killing Simon. Previously, Jiang Fei had been worried about the bait. As he did not know Simon at all, he did not know what his hobby was. Therefore, it was very difficult to lure him to the surface of the planet. That was because he did not know what Simon liked. However, after that, a thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. These cheaters like to kill players the most. Compared to killing NPCs, killing players was more pleasurable. Hence, Jiang Fei came up with this idea. He would first set up bait to lure players. Then, he would use these players as bait to lure Simon to the surface of the planet. At that time, the innuendo that Jiang Fei had prepared would come in handy. As long as he was poisoned by the innuendo poison, no matter how much Simon twisted the law of power, he would still die from the poison. Once his carrier was destroyed, the remaining souls would be in Jiang Fei's possession. The pirates that Jiang Fei had summoned to Planet Balmo were NPCs to delay the players. Initially, Jiang Fei had planned to use robots to complete the quest. He changed his mind. If he used robots, the defense would be very limited. By then, he might not be able to stall for long. If Simon did not come, the players would break through the defense and see the tea egg. When the players realized that they had been tricked, they would definitely leave. What else could Jiang Fei use to lure Simon? Moreover, these pirates were evil people who wanted to bring disaster to the universe. By using the players to wipe them out, it was considered to be a way to eliminate the harm for the people. Therefore, Jiang Fei had asked the pirates to defend against the players. It was a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After another 2 days, the pirate fleet began to arrive one after another. Jiang Fei drove the yacht and waited for the pirates outside. The first person to arrive at Planet Balmer was Theron. This guy had gathered all his forces and brought all his spaceships. Only the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children were left on Saturn. He knew that this expedition was a narrow escape. However, for the sake of the children's future, he was willing to risk everything. Moreover, in order to not give Jiang Fei an excuse to go back on his words, he brought along all the pirates who could fight. Among them was his eldest son who had just come of age. Jiang Fei laughed. At this time, Theron still did not forget to show his loyalty. Jiang Fei nodded. Not long after Theron's fleet arrived, the other pirates also arrived at the Barmir planet's gravity field. These pirates had almost the same thoughts as Theron. They definitely did not want Jiang Fei to have an excuse to go back on his words. Therefore, they all gathered all their strength. 2 days later, over 1,000 spaceships were gathered in the gravity well of Planet Balmo. Of course, most of these spaceships were armed merchant ships that the pirates had modified themselves. Only less than 300 spaceships were real military ships. Among them, there were only about 100 active-level military ships. Most of them were light frigates. There were less than 20 destroyers and above. All of these ships were the flagship ships of the big pirates. When the deadline of half a month was up, 37 of the 43 pirate leaders who went to Saturn had led their own fleets to reach planet Balmo. Other than a few pirate organizations that had participated in the assassination of Jiang Fei on Saturn, there were 4 other pirate organizations that had not come. Clearly, these pirates had returned after returning. They must have found a place to hide. Jiang Fei did not care about these pirates who were hiding. He issued a high-level arrest warrant to Aurelia in front of the group of pirate leaders. The entire universe was searching for the 4 pirate organizations. Any organization that was related to them, regardless of whether they were protecting these pirates or trading with them, would be killed without mercy. Seeing that Jiang Fei was really angry, the pirate leaders present were all trembling in fear. At the same time, they were also glad that they had made a wise choice. At the very least, they would not let their entire family be destroyed. Moreover, they would be able to give their descendants a good future. Very good. Since everyone is here, let's start the arrangement as we said earlier. The experts with a combat power of 5 million will all go to the ground defense treasure house. Jiang Fei said to the pirate leaders. The pirates replied and began to carry out Jiang Fei's orders. At this time, Jiang Fei randomly came to a pirate's spaceship and shouted among the small group of pirates, "Vinolin, come out." Chapter 2424, 2424. Translator, 5496903-3 Varen. Jiang Fei shouted in the crowd of young pirates. The young pirates turned around to look at him. However, they were not privy to much information. Therefore, they did not know Jiang Fei very well. They only looked at him as if he was an idiot. Varen. Jiang Fei did not care how the young pirates looked at him. He continued to walk among the pirates and kept shouting. A moment later, a little pirate pulled Jiang Fei to a corner and brought him to a quiet corner. The little pirate had clearly been summoned by Vinolin. "Do me a favor," Jiang Fei said directly. Although Jiang Fei was not the only one who had cooperated with Vinolin, Jiang Fei was clearly the best among the collaborators. Therefore, Vinolin did not want to give up on him just like that. Jiang Fei said he had to kill these pirates who had escaped. Only then would he be able to make an example out of them. The remaining pirates could not take any chances. Vinolin quickly told Jiang Fei the current coordinates of the pirates and the destination of their escape. As the supervisor of this universe, Vinolin's entire universe was transparent to him. As long as something happened, it could not be hidden from his eyes. Secondly, I need you to issue a quest to the players, Jiang Fei said. Vinolin did not immediately agree to Jiang Fei's request because this matter involved the players. This was not something that he could easily decide. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. All right. Vinolin did not immediately agree. Instead, he had to ask the development team's opinion. After all, this was a matter of life and death for the players. After a moment, Vinolin replied to Jiang Fei, "The development team has agreed to your request. I will issue relevant quests to the players." Jiang Fei continued to say to Vinolin. Vinolin nodded and agreed to Jiang Fei's request. He could handle this matter on his own. "All right, that's all for now," Jiang Fei said. Vinolin nodded. Then, the little pirate's expression became dull. After a moment, his expression returned to normal. However, Vinolin had already left. Seeing the little pirate's expression, Jiang Fei was even more certain that Vinolin was the one who had controlled Kuratsi previously. Although he was certain that Virion had other plans behind his back, it was not the time to pursue the matter. Jiang Fei shook his head hard and put the matter aside for now. Then he left the pirate's ship and teleported to the surface of planet Balmoral. Silent asked as soon as Jiang Fei arrived at the surface of planet Balmoral. The 5 million strong pirates had already arrived at planet Balmer according to Jiang Fei's instructions. Jiang Fei led the group of pirates to the treasure that he had just set up. "This is the underground palace," Jiang Fei said. "General, don't worry." The pirates expressed their loyalty. Yes, Jiang Fei promised these people. These people had come to Balmoral Star to risk their lives for this. Therefore, after Jiang Fei's promise, these people's fighting spirit was even higher. While Jiang Fei arranged for these pirates to defend planet Balmoral, Vinolin had already given some players a quest to find the treasure. This quest was obviously to find the treasure. However, it was actually a bait to lure Simon into taking the bait. Therefore, the game experience would not be very good. Therefore, when Vinyl chose players, he naturally avoided the rich players who were more valuable. Instead, he found some unlucky people to die. After all, the development team relied on these rich players to make money, so naturally, they could not let them feel bad about the game experience. Vinyl was very clear about this. That was not important. After all, the free players were only a service provided to the paid players. Their main mission was to be abused. The only difference was whether they were abused by paid players or cheater players. What? SSSSS level hidden mission. F*CK. This is too awesome. Looks like my luck is turning for the better. Are you serious? I can also receive a 5's level hidden mission. The unlucky players who did not know the truth were ecstatic after receiving Vinyl's mission. They had practically sold all their assets to gather a spaceship that could warp over a long distance. In addition, there was a powerful carrier that they could afford. Although the carriers that these unlucky players bought might be considered trash in the eyes of the top players, to these guys this was already the limit of what they could bear. After all, they were not rich players. Many of them had not even invested a single cent in the game, so it was already quite difficult for them to piece together this set of equipment. Of course, there were also some unlucky ones who were even worse off. After they received this mission, they were overwhelmed with joy. They hadn't spent money to play the game before, but now they started to recharge. It was just that their financial resources were limited. They couldn't be as extravagant as the rich players, but they could still invest a small amount of money. At the very least, they could afford to buy a heavy, cruiser-level warship. They could exchange it for an ordinary true immortal-level carrier. In this way, although these unlucky people who spent money were not enough to defeat the top-paying players, at least they were much stronger than the ordinary players who did not spend a single cent. The reason why these people would recharge this time was mainly because they had a gambling mentality. What if they used this small amount of money to exchange for an advantage and could seize some treasures? These treasures might be able to buy those rich players. By then, they would be rich. Unfortunately, these unlucky players who had dreams of becoming rich would never think that they were actually more miserable than those unlucky people who didn't spend money. After all, those unlucky people who didn't spend money only want a planet bomber to be tortured. They spent money to be tortured. Chapter 2425, 2425. Translator, 549690033. On the 9th day that Jiang Fei and the others were waiting for the arrival of the pirates, the players arrived one after another. Sure enough, there are NPC guards. The players who did not know the truth were very happy when they saw the pirates. They thought that this was their paradise. Come on, a player rushed up in a spaceship. The player's battleship fired. With the advantage of the battleship's level, the players were very handy when they were torturing the armed merchant ship of the pirates. A few minutes later, the armed merchant ship caught fire. Its thin shield could not withstand a single blow. Even this poor player was driving a light frigate. This was not something an armed merchant ship could withstand. In a violent explosion, the armed merchant ship was blasted into a pile of space junk. In fact, there were not many armed merchant ships near Balmostar. The pirates had already destroyed most of the armed merchant ships in advance, leaving only a few at the periphery as a warning. The pirates also learned that the outsiders had arrived. The pirates in space sounded the alarm. Then, everyone formed a defensive formation with their own groups as units, ready to meet the attack of the player warships. At the same time, the pirates also sent messages to the ground. This time, unlike before, the pirate leaders were not on their own flagship. Because they were stronger, they were all arranged by Jiang Fei to be on the ground battlefield. After Jiang Fei received the message, he asked the pirate leaders to stay on the surface of planet Balmoral to protect his treasure. At the same time, he went to Pirate's flagship. He looked at the players' battleships through the big screen. At the same time, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Jiang Fei pursed his lips. He realized that the players' battleships that attacked him were mainly frigates. There were only a few destroyers and cruisers, Even the heavy patrol-level ships were very few. There was no need to mention the main ship. These grassroots players could not afford to buy a spaceship of that level. However, Zhang Fei understood that if Vinolin really brought in rich players like Eamon, he could wipe out these pirates alone. Then, Zhang Fei would not be able to stall for time. I wonder if Vinolin has notified Simon. Zhang Fei muttered to himself. He had spent so much effort to set up this trap. Then his efforts would be in vain. What? Simon sat on his throne with a look of surprise on his face. Yes, the development team has specifically created a program to fight against you. A virtual projection appeared in front of Simon. Simon asked with a faint smile. My request is very simple. You could just torture the players and don't use black hole weapons easily. As long as you agree to this, I will provide you with valuable information at any time, the virtual projection said. Okay. Simon smiled slightly. The phantom disappeared. What a bunch of idiots. Simon muttered to himself after the phantom disappeared. Forget it. Anyway, I'm just here to have fun. Why do I care so much? Let's go have fun now. Simon's lips curled into an evil smile. In the beginning, when the players appeared, although they destroyed a few pirate spaceships, they were unable to pass through the pirates' air blockade due to the small number of people. However, there were a lot of them. A large group of ultralight frigates added together also caused a lot of damage to the players. A few unlucky people hadn't even reached the surface of the planet when their spaceships were destroyed by the pirates. They were directly blasted back to the resurrection point. In order to not give up the opportunity to complete the mission, these resurrected players had no choice but to buy new ships and return to planet Balmo. Therefore, during the early stages of the war, the pirates were still able to hold on. They were also able to fight back and forth with the player fleet. However, as the number of players increased, the pirates could not hold on any longer. After all, their main force only had a few ultralight frigates. There were very few old-fashioned destroyers and cruisers. Therefore, they became weaker and weaker in front of the player fleet. 2 days later, the pirate fleet finally could not hold on any longer. They were different from the players. After someone's spaceship was destroyed, they could resurrect and buy new warships. However, if the pirates died, it would be the end of them. They had nowhere to resurrect, so the number of warships was decreasing. On the 5th day, the pirates were almost completely wiped out. Only 2 old cruisers and 7 or 8 super light frigates were still resisting. For the sake of their children and grandchildren, these pirates were willing to risk everything. They never intended to return alive. Therefore, dying on the battlefield was their fated ending. Damn it! As the last pirate ship was destroyed, there was no longer any power in space that could stop the players. Land! Land! Quick, quick, quick! Don't let them get ahead of us. The treasure is ours. The players scrambled to land on planet Balmo. After arriving at the surface of the planet, they immediately abandoned their ship and began to search for treasure. When Vinolin gave them the mission, he only said that the treasure was on Barmore and did not specify the exact location. Therefore, these players began to search for the treasure like searching for a needle in a haystack. For the so-called treasure, some of these players formed alliances and some plotted against other opponents. The Oriole had arrived. Is this planet Balmoral? There are indeed quite a number of players here. Simon's golden battleship had already arrived at planet Balmoral's gravity well. He looked at the pale yellow planet through the porthole, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a sneer. Chapter 2426, 2426. Translator, 5496903-3. Charge the main cannon. Simon ordered the battleship. The golden battleship's main cannon began to charge and aimed at Balmer Star. What's going on? Zhang Fei suddenly felt uneasy when he was on Balmer Star. A sense of danger that he had never felt before lingered in his heart. It was as if he could be killed at any moment. Zhang Fei looked into the sky based on his intuition. Although he had great power, it was impossible for his eyes to have the function of an astronomical telescope. Therefore, it was impossible for him to see the golden battleship located in outer space. Forget it. What's the point of killing them just like that? Just when the golden battleship was fully charged and ready to attack at any time, Simon gave up on his previous idea. After that, the energy that had been filled up in the battleship's main cannon gradually dissipated. At the same time, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The threat of death that he had just felt earlier had suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared a few thousand kilometers away from Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was sharp enough to detect the opponent. It was an extremely powerful aura. The opponent's level was at least above the immortal lord level. Jiang Fei instantly identified the opponent's identity. As Vinolin would never pull a tycoon like Eamon to participate in such a suicide mission, a powerhouse of this level would suddenly appear on the planet Balmer. That could only be the cheat Simon. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He had spent a lot of effort to set up all of this. His goal was to lure Simon to the surface of the planet. Next, he would only need to use innuendo to hit the opponent, and everything would be fine. Jiang Fei's spiritual power quickly locked onto Simon. Then, he quietly moved in Simon's direction. Whether it was a player or a cheater, they were essentially the same. In the gamma space, they were all ordinary people. Therefore, even if they exchanged for a carrier, they would only gain superficial power. They were not proficient in spiritual power at all. Therefore, although Simon had the same combat strength as Jiang Fei, he knew nothing after being locked onto by Jiang Fei's spiritual power, let alone using spiritual power to discover Jiang Fei. Originally, Jiang Fei could have used the difference in spiritual power to instantly kill Simon. After all, Simon's ability to break the rules of power could not hinder the flow of spiritual power. Spiritual power and thinking were unimpeded. Therefore, although Simon had the ability to break the rules of power, he was unable to use this ability on his spiritual power. However, because Jiang Fei had used his spiritual power to kill several players, the development team was on high alert. They had developed a protection program a long time ago. It allowed the players to equip a tool on the carrier to prevent spiritual power damage. As the cheater had cracked a part of the game's core code, he had also mastered this tool. This caused Jiang Fei's spiritual power to be unable to harm Simon before he destroyed the carrier. However, once Simon's carrier was killed by insinuation, his soul would leave the carrier. Under normal circumstances, Simon's soul would return to the gamma space through the equipment. It was like a player who had died and was reborn. However, Jiang Fei's legacy space could intercept it and detain his soul. This way, there would be an additional vegetable in the gamma space, and there would be one less cheater in the game. Moreover, as Simon was not a real player, he was not protected at all. His family could not sue the development team just because he had become a vegetable while playing the game. When that time came, the development team could completely deny that it was because Simon had used a pirated device that caused such an accident. It was precisely for this reason that the development team temporarily left Jiang Fei as a hidden danger so that he could deal with those cheaters. When Jiang Fei had locked onto Simon, his every move could not escape his eyes. After Simon arrived at Planet Balmoral, he took out a small radar from his body. This thing could search for the location of other players. Simon smiled. Then, he chose two unlucky guys who were moving together. Simon, who had the power of a celestial lord, immediately activated his teleportation. In the next second, he appeared behind the two players. These two players were a man and a woman. From the looks of it, they should be a couple. They should have come to play together. They were the type of people who played poorly. The carriers that the two of them exchanged for were not very powerful. Their combat power was only around 10 million. At this moment, these two players were moving forward cautiously. In front of them, there was a lone pirate who was on sentry duty. "There are NPCs here," the male player guessed. "Looks like we were the first to discover this place." The female player was also excited. "Sure." The male player made a silent gesture and quietly moved forward. Soon, the male player reached the back of the sentry pirate. This pirate was not very strong, and his combat strength was only around 5 million, so he did not notice that there was someone behind him. The male player suddenly attacked and grabbed the pirate's neck from behind. The pirate wanted to scream, but because his throat was crushed, he could only make a low woo-woo sound. The male player exerted a little strength and broke the pirate's neck. This murderous pirate had died at the hands of someone else. All right, there's no one here. The male player called out to his back, but his female companion did not answer. Hey! The male player turned around. His eyes were wide open because Simon was holding the female player's neck in the same position. Although he had not killed her yet, the female player was so scared that she did not dare to move. The male player obviously thought of Simon as a player who had come to do the same task as him. Let her go. Simon smiled. Then, he exerted some force with his fingers and directly twisted off the female player's head. A soul flew up and the female player returned to the city for free. Her carrier was completely destroyed. Although the player could resurrect after he died, seeing someone twisting off his girlfriend's head in front of him, a man couldn't stand it. So the male player pounced on Simon like a madman. Chapter 2427. 2427. Translator 5496903. Risking your life? Simon sneered. He watched as the male player rushed forward and allowed his dagger to stab at him. The male player roared angrily and stabbed his dagger at Simon's throat. Just as the tip of the dagger was about to stab into Simon's throat, the male player, his arm could not help but turn. The dagger in his hand drew an arc in the air and then stabbed towards his own shoulder. The male player almost watched the dagger in his hand stab into his shoulder. He almost used all the strength in his body, and it was impossible for the dagger to stop. The dagger stabbed into the male player's shoulder, and he was completely stunned. You want to kill me? You're not worthy, Simon said calmly. He was someone who could break the rules of power. Any physical attack would not have any effect on him. The male player widened his eyes. All right, I don't have time to waste with trash like you. Simon casually waved his hand. The surrounding boulders crazily smashed towards the male player. These boulders had obtained a great amount of kinetic energy. Although the male player had millions of combat power, he was unable to withstand such an attack. Following a loud sound, the male player was smashed into meat paste. Zhang Fei, who was far away, took a deep breath. Simon's grasp of the rules of power was even beyond his imagination. Zhang Fei nodded secretly. Then, he used his spiritual power to monitor Simon as he rushed towards his position. In order to quietly approach Simon, Zhang Fei naturally could not fly over directly. He carefully traversed through the forest in order to hide himself so that Simon would not notice him. After Simon had dealt with the two players, he continued to walk forward. As he had tools to search for players, he easily found another unlucky person who was alone. Hey, this unlucky guy not only did not have any alertness when he saw Simon, but he even went up to greet him enthusiastically. I'm not here to look for treasure. Simon was telling the truth. He played this game with the purpose of abusing other players to have fun. Really, the player was delighted. If Simon was not interested in the treasure, he would have one less competitor. However, this guy obviously did not expect that although Simon was not interested in the treasure, he was interested in killing these players. Simon smiled calmly. He enjoyed this cat-and-mouse game. Then let's form a team. My name is Jeffers, the player said. Simon smiled. He suddenly had a new idea. The treasure is about 10 kilometers ahead. Jeffers shared the information with his teammates. He did not realize Simon's real purpose at all. Then let's split up the work. You take care of those NPCs, and I'll help you kill the players that are blocking you. As for the last treasure, I don't want it. Simon laughed. He suddenly felt that having Jeffers help him attract other players over might be a more interesting way to play. Relying on his own cheat, Simon did not put these players in his eyes at all. So now, he could play however he wanted. Jeffers hesitated. From the results of his investigation, those NPCs were not easy to deal with. Many of them were even stronger than him. At first, he thought that Simon could help deal with those NPCs, but he did not expect Simon to propose such a division of labor. What? You don't agree? Then let's exchange, but I have to take half of the treasure, Simon said with a smile. Jeffers immediately waved his hand. Compared to those NPCs, the players were obviously more difficult to deal with. Moreover, they would have to give half of the treasure to Simon Jeffers obviously couldn't bear to part with it. Simon said in his heart. Jeffers didn't know what Simon was thinking, so he led the team forward. Soon, 3 pirates guarding the treasure appeared in front of Jeffers and Simon. These 3 pirates were not weak, and one of them had a combat value of around 8 million, which was slightly more powerful than Jeffers. You go and get rid of them, Simon said indifferently. He had no interest in killing NPCs. Jeffers gritted his teeth, then braced himself and went forward. Then, Jeffers took out a heavy-duty particle cannon from his storage space. Although he wasn't strong enough, this was the advantage of being a player. They could use their equipment to make up for it. Soon, Jeffers locked onto the pirate with the highest combat strength. After being locked onto by Jeffers, the pirate became alert. After all, he was an experienced old pirate, so he had a sense of danger. At this moment, Jeffers fired. The old pirate shouted and jumped to the side. However, he was still half a step too late. Jeffers' particle cannon was fired at sub-light speed. Unless one teleported, it was impossible for an average person to dodge. The old pirate, who only had a few million combat strength and did not have any space-type abilities, obviously could not teleport. Although he tried his best to jump away, he was still hit by the aftershock of the particle cannon. Although the old pirate managed to dodge the core of the attack, he was still shaken until he spat out blood. Although the old pirate vomited blood and was injured, he at least managed to save his own life. The 2 young pirates beside him were not so lucky. Although they heard the old pirate's warning, it was too late. Before they could make a move to dodge, the particle cannon's energy ball arrived. The 2 young pirates did not even have time to raise their shields before they were vaporized on the spot. The old pirates' eyes turned red on the spot. Although they had declared their determination to die when they carried out the mission, when their own son died in front of them, the old pirate's eyes still turned red with anxiety. The old pirate roared angrily and then pounced on Jeffers. At this moment, Jeffers wanted to aim and fire again, but it was too late. Its aim was slow. It could be used for sneak attacks, but in a head-on battle, it was useless. Chapter 2428, 2428. Translator 5496903-3, facing the old pirate pouncing at him. Jeffers also drew his short knife, while Simon took 2 steps back. Although these 2 guys in front of him could not withstand a single blow from him, he did not want to get involved in this kind of extra-personal matter. He had just made an agreement with Jeffers that he would only be responsible for dealing with the players blocking his way. The old pirate and Jeffers exchanged blows. In just 2 seconds, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Jeffers' strength was slightly weaker, the old pirate was injured after all, so they could be considered evenly matched. What a waste. Simon watched from behind and could not help but despise them in his heart. Although the players had been wreaking havoc in the universe for so long, the development team did not give the normal players too much power in order to extend the game's running time. Only a few rich players like Eamon had the power of true immortals and above. For a normal player, a guy like the old pirate with 7 to 8 million combat power was already considered a boss-level character. If this was any other time, they would have to team up to farm. Today, Jeffers was able to solo the old pirate because he had paid up before completing this quest. Although he did not charge much, he had exchange for a carrier with 7 million combat power, as well as a lot of defensive equipment and equipment. If he did not have these items, with Jeffers' strength, he would have been torn to pieces by the angry old pirate long ago. Jeffers' body lit up with a golden light again. It was the light of the exclusive defensive equipment of players. He could escape with his life. Ding, ding, ding. As the golden light lit up one after another, the number of defensive balls on Jeffers' body continued to decrease. A poor player like him could not afford to buy a defensive circle with a limit of a few hundred times. Once it was exhausted, he would be finished. Jeffers shouted loudly, settle your own matters. If you can't even deal with this kind of trash, then I'll have to consider changing partners, Simon said indifferently. Damn it, Jeffers cursed in his heart. However, he didn't dare to show it verbally. Just an old pirate was enough to make him suffer. If he offended Simon and he stabbed him in the back, then he would spend all his money today. With no other choice, Jeffers gritted his teeth and continued to fight. However, as the battle continued, a glimmer of hope appeared in Jeffers' heart. Because the old pirate's attack rhythm was getting slower and slower, he began to pant. Moreover, his nose and temples were already covered in sweat. Huh! Jeffers laughed loudly. After all, the old pirate was still heavily injured. Such an intense battle caused his injuries to worsen. Although he had been suppressing Jeffers, his condition was getting worse and worse. The old pirate was completely relying on his breath to hold on. Because his two sons had died at Jeffers' hands, the old pirate only wanted to take revenge at this moment. He didn't care about it anymore. Following the old pirate's angry roar, Jeffers' body flashed with rays of golden light. The number of defensive balls was constantly being consumed. As the last ray of golden light flashed, Jeffers' defensive ball was destroyed. Jeffers cursed in his heart. He didn't expect the old pirate, who was already at the end of his rope, to be able to hold on until now. The old pirate spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew that he was not going to make it. The injuries in his body made it impossible for him to gather his strength. He had to forcefully raise his breath to launch this attack. No matter what the outcome was, he was unable to continue fighting. The old pirate's fist hit Jeffers' back. Although these players had obtained a carrier, their combat techniques were far inferior. Therefore, even the old pirate, who was at the end of his rope, managed to dodge Jeffers' attack and hit his back. Jeffers was sent flying for a long distance before he fell to the ground and rolled a few more times. He looked extremely pathetic, but that was all. Although the old pirate, who was at the end of his rope, defeated Jeffers, he was powerless. The power of this punch only knocked Jeffers down and did not cause any substantial damage. At most, it would only make him lose face. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. The old pirate looked at Jeffers, who had climbed back up, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He was not afraid of death, but he hated himself for not being able to avenge his two sons. "Haha, old man, you can still do it." Jeffers came in front of the old pirate with a smug look. The old pirate spat on Jeffers' shoes. It was not that he did not want to spit directly on Jeffers' face, but it was a pity that he did not even have the strength to do so now. Jeffers raised his leg and kicked the old pirate far away. Then he caught up with the old pirate in a few steps and gave him a series of punches and kicks. Jeffers controlled his strength very well. While he beat up the old pirate, he did not kill him easily. The old pirate's beating made Jeffers very angry. He needed to vent his anger now. Seeing Jeffers fight endlessly, Simon could not stand it anymore. He waved his hand, and the old pirate was hit in the chest by a big rock. Then he was completely relieved. Although Simon was a cheater, he had his own bottom line. He looked down on Jeffers. Although the old pirate lost in the end, in Simon's eyes, this was an opponent worthy of respect. Jeffers' behavior was disgraceful. It was because he looked down on the actions of most players that Simon chose to kill the players instead of attacking the NPCs. Jeffers saw that Simon killed the old pirate and was a little displeased. He had not vented his anger yet, so he wanted to torture the corpse again. He decisively gave up on the plan to torture the corpse, afraid that Simon would suddenly attack him because he despised him. "Let's continue moving forward," Simon said expressionlessly. Although he despised Jeffers' actions, he was too lazy to change teammates, so he chose to continue moving with Jeffers. Jeffers shrugged and continued to walk towards the location of the treasure. As Jeffers and Simon got closer to the location of the treasure, there were more and more pirates and more players. Chapter 2429, 2429. Translator 549-69033. Jeffers asked Simon while hiding in a bush. "Same old rules. You take care of the NPCs. I'll take care of the other players," Simon said nonchalantly. Jeffers asked with his eyes wide open. Simon said nonchalantly. Jeffers looked at Simon as if he was looking at a madman. "There's no buts. Just do your own thing," Simon said. It was unknown when Jeffers began to be a little afraid of Simon, especially when he looked like he didn't care at all. Jeffers had a mysterious and powerful feeling in his heart. Looking at the group of pirates in front of him, Jeffers frowned. Although the strength of these pirates was generally not high, there were many who were more powerful than the old pirate. Jeffers might not even be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. If he fought a group of them, he would not stand a chance even if he launched a sneak attack. Moreover, Jeffers could see that Simon would definitely not help him. Just as he said, he would do his own things. When facing NPCs, Simon would definitely not help him. This could be seen from how the old pirate almost beat him to death before Simon made a move. Jeffers took a deep breath and waited quietly. He was waiting for the other players to make the first move. Jeffers believed in his patience. There would always be someone who could not hold it in first. Simon was not in a hurry. He just waited quietly. He planned to make a move when these players were about to get the fruit of victory. He liked to watch these players in despair. At that moment, Simon's tracker showed that a red dot was approaching. This meant that a player was moving towards them. A thought appeared in Simon's mind. However, before he could make a decision, that guy had already arrived. "Hey!" Jiang Fei, who had disguised himself, smiled and greeted the two guys in front of him. Jeffers was delighted when he saw Jiang Fei. If he had another helper, it would be much more convenient. At the same time, he gave Simon a look. It was very obvious that he was pretending to form an alliance with Jiang Fei. After they had obtained the treasure, Simon would kill Jiang Fei. Simon smiled. He liked this game very much. "I feel a little lonely." Jiang Fei took the initiative to ask. "Sure. Welcome." Jeffers smiled. Simon's lips curled into a cold smile. Not to mention Jiang Fei, who had only joined later, even Jeffers was not going to be spared. "That's great. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gordon." Jiang Fei casually gave himself a name. "Hello. My name is Jeffers," Jeffers said with a smile. Simon was still as calm as ever. Jiang Fei said with a smile. At that moment, three people with ulterior motives had formed an alliance. Simon looked at Jiang Fei. Then he said, "I'm not interested in the treasure. I'm here to PK. The purpose of forming an alliance is to avoid being disturbed by the NPCs. So, you two are responsible for dealing with the NPCs, and I'm responsible for dealing with the other players. After we get the treasure, it's up to you two to decide how to divide it." "Sure, I have no objections," said Jeffers. He had made an agreement with Simon. Moreover, he had just signaled Simon to kill Jiang Fei with his eyes. Anyway, this kind of verbal alliance did not have any binding force. However, he had forgotten that the alliance between him and Simon was also verbal. It would not be a problem for Simon to kill him. "I have no objections either. If we get the treasure in the end, we will split it 40-60. Jiang Fei took the initiative to give up some of the benefits because he was not interested in the so-called treasure at all. Jeffers smiled. Jiang Fei said. Jeffers nodded. "You guys go and take care of the NPCs." Simon said calmly. Jiang Fei and Jeffers nodded at the same time. Jeffers asked Jiang Fei after he had explored a distance forward. "I don't know yet." Jiang Fei frowned. He had wanted to poison Simon when he was not paying attention. However, this guy was very alert. He always kept a distance. Jiang Fei was worried that he would be avoided when he poisoned Simon. Therefore, he did not act rashly. After all, this opportunity could only be given once. Once he alerted Simon, Simon would escape back to his battleship. Then, Jiang Fei would never have a chance to get close to him again. Jeffers agreed with Jiang Fei's point of view. He did not want to rush out and be the first to stand out. Therefore, Jiang Fei and Jeffers continued to wait patiently. Meanwhile, Simon was playing with his fingers behind the two of them. He occasionally glanced at Jiang Fei and Jeffers and could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. What a bunch of greedy guys. Even now, they are still thinking about the treasure. Simon laughed coldly in his heart. After a while, someone finally could not hold it in anymore. 3 players suddenly rose up and attacked the pirates. The particle cannons kept firing. This kind of energy weapon had indeed killed a few small pirates and injured a few big pirates. However, more pirates rushed over when they heard the news. They charged towards the 3 players. "Kill, you damned invaders! Grand Marshal, you must fulfill your promise. For the sake of my family and children, charge!" The pirates charged forward crazily. The 3 players were quickly suppressed. The defensive balls on their bodies were constantly flashing with golden light. They had originally thought that they would be able to slaughter everyone. In the end, they did not expect that there were more than a dozen pirates with a combat power of more than 10 million here. Therefore, other than successfully launching a sneak attack, these 3 players were quickly drowned by the pirates. When the defensive balls were used up, they were all killed on the spot by the pirates. The souls were sent back to be resurrected for free. Chapter 2430-2430. Translator 5496933. Although the 3 unlucky players quickly returned to the city for free, their initiative to fight seemed to have lit a fuse. A large number of players rushed out. They charged at the pirates who were guarding the treasure. Kill! Kill! The pirates were all red-eyed with killing intent. Before this, the pirates had wanted to clear their identities and complete Jiang Fei's quest. Now, their thoughts were not as complicated as before. Now, there were only 2 paths in front of the pirates. Kill or be killed. If they did not want to be killed by the players, they could only fight back and kill these enemies. Only then would they have a chance to survive. Therefore, the pirates who were fighting for their lives exploded with unimaginable combat power. Although they were facing fully armed players who had come prepared, they still fought with great caution. Although the number of the pirates was decreasing, the players were also being killed. Simon was not happy. If the players were all killed by the NPCs, would he not have come in vain? Jiang Fei and Jeffers looked at each other. Then, the 2 of them jumped out of their invisibility and attacked the pirates. Because Jiang Fei had disguised himself, he had even changed his aura. Therefore, the pirates did not recognize him. Moreover, when dealing with these pirates, Jiang Fei had deliberately suppressed his power. The purpose was to let Simon lower his guard against him. Jiang Fei did not feel any pressure at all to kill these pirates. Although these pirates were working for him, these people were all evil killers. If some of the small pirates were forced to live, then these big pirates were all evil demons. Each of their hands was stained with the blood of countless civilians. These big pirates were powerful. They even dared to plunder some relatively remote planets. If those remote planets were breached by these pirates, then they would definitely plunder the entire planet. The number of civilians who died because of this was no less than 1 million. Therefore, these big pirates were bastards that everyone had to kill. They deserved to die. Jiang Fei had asked them to come this time because he did not intend to let them go back. Therefore, when he killed them, Jiang Fei did not show any mercy. Simon looked at the players in front of him who were fighting the pirates. His heart was filled with disdain. However, Simon did not plan to attack at this time because these players had not yet gotten close to the treasure. Only when they felt that the treasure was within their reach would they hold their hands and beat them down one by one. Looking at their despairing eyes, only then would they feel even more exhilarated. As the battle continued, the pirates began to be unable to hold on any longer. More and more players came to the entrance of the treasure, forcing the remaining pirates to retreat into the underground palace. They're hiding inside. Chase! Chase after them! The players became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. Those who could survive until now had spent a few pennies to exchange for a decent carrier of players. Those players who refused to spend a single cent were unable to withstand the attacks of the pirates. At this moment, all of them had returned to the city for free. The sounds of battle continued to come from the entrance of the underground palace. From the sounds, one could tell that the players had already entered. At this moment, there were not many pirates who were still alive. Therefore, they could only slowly retreat into the depths of the underground palace. Jiang Fei and Jeffers looked at each other and followed them in. Simon, who was at the back, smiled coldly. After entering the underground palace, Jiang Fei and Jeffers did not encounter any obstacles because the players in front of them had already killed the pirates that were blocking them. The remaining pirates were also chased into the depths of the underground palace. Therefore, when Jiang Fei and the others came over, the place was already very empty. Let's hurry up. Jeffers was a little anxious. At first, he did not want to be the first to stand out, so he hid in the back. He was afraid that he would not be able to snatch the treasure. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he also quickened his pace. Simon followed behind the two of them. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the depths of the underground palace. As Jiang Fei had ordered the robots to rush out in a few days, the place was not very big. It was also relatively rough. However, the players did not care about this at the moment. Because they had received the official quest, they did not think too much about it. Simon, on the other hand, did not think about it in that way. In his opinion, he was on the game. The players in the game could not hurt him at all. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. For the happiness of our children and grandchildren. Charge. Fight. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. Bastards. I'll fight with you. At this moment, the remaining pirates saw that they had no way out. Behind them was the shrine where the treasure was stored, so they could only choose to fight with their lives. The final battle broke out. The players swarmed forward, and the pirates also fought. Two waves of people fought together. Jeffers roared and joined the battle. If they were still hiding at the back to watch the show, they would definitely be attacked by the other players. After all, no one wanted to have someone behind them when they were risking their lives. Jiang Fei nodded and rushed over. As Jiang Fei had hidden his strength, he did not want to share the burden of these players. Therefore, he did not put in any effort. As for Jeffers, although he wanted to kill the enemy, he was too weak, therefore he could only fight at the periphery. Gradually, the pirates who were alone could not hold on any longer. They fell one after another. Although they had dragged a few players along with them, they could not hold on any longer. Following an indignant roar, the last great pirate also fell. Although he was stronger than these players, it was difficult for him to fight against four hands with two fists. A wise man could not hold on any longer. Under the opponent's continuous battle, he finally fell. "Ha!" A player shouted excitedly. Yeah, many of the players looked happy. Jeffers and Jiang Fei had already retreated to Simon's side. Chapter 2431. 2431. Translator 549690033, Simon said in a low voice. At the same time, his lips curled into a cold smile. At this moment, most of the players had already surrounded the shrine. They were preparing to open the shrine and get the treasure inside. Simon flashed to the front of the shrine. Simon smiled and said to the players in front of him, "What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to keep all these treasures for yourself. Don't even think about it. It's best if we split these treasures equally. Don't even think about keeping them all for yourself." All the players glared at Simon. Simon said calmly, "What are you doing there if you're not interested? Get out of the way." "Yeah, get out of the way." Simon laughed. "Are you King stupid? Are you crazy?" The players looked at Simon as if he was an idiot. Simon did not care about this at all. He looked at these players as if they were sheep being slaughtered. "Get lost quickly." One of the players was impatient. He took 2 steps forward and tried to push Simon away. Simon's speed was like lightning. The player did not even have time to react before Simon's punch pierced through his heart. The player stared at Simon with his eyes wide open. He never thought that this madman would actually make a move. Moreover, the first move was a fatal blow. Confused? Desperate? Simon said with a smile, "You madman, go, kill this madman. Kill him." The other players were furious. They wanted to get the treasure, but Simon stopped them. This caused an irreconcilable conflict between the two. In addition, Simon killed a player instantly with a single move. This caused the other players to feel fear towards him. Fear often led to attacks. Other than Jiang Fei and Jeffers, the players surrounded Simon. Then, these players swarmed up and wanted to use their numerical advantage to defeat Simon. Kill! With a roar, the players pounced on Simon. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of attack they used, the attacks would automatically bounce back when they were about to hit Simon. Some of them might even accidentally hurt other players. "What are you doing? Watch out. You almost hit me." F***CK. I didn't do it on purpose either. It's as if this kid's body was smeared with oil. He didn't hold back at all. What the hell? The more the players fought, the more they felt that something was wrong. No matter if they used energy attacks or physical attacks, none of them could hit Simon. Moreover, long-range attacks would be reflected, and it was easy to accidentally hurt allies. Who was this guy? All the players frowned. Have you guys fought enough? Simon's lips curled up into a cruel smile. Then he stomped his foot hard, and the gravity around the shrine suddenly changed direction. The gravity that was originally downward turned upward, and these unprepared players were all thrown high into the air. Simon took another step, and the gravity around him changed again. This time, the gravity returned to downward, and it suddenly increased by 10 times. The players who had just been thrown high into the air did not understand what was going on, and they all fell rapidly to the ground. Simon clapped his hands, and suddenly there were spikes on the ground, and the tips of the spikes pointed straight at the players who were falling. Hey, F***CK. The players were not to be trifled with. They were only falling. They tried their best to dodge the spikes on the ground, but they found that they could not use their strength at all. Once these forces left their bodies, they would dissipate. Pee. Along with the muffled sound of leather being pierced, each and every one of them was nailed to the ground. Instant kill. It was an easy instant kill. Jeffers, who was hiding at the back, was stunned. He widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him. His legs could not help but tremble. Jiang Fei was also stunned by what he saw. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei could also do what he did just now. However, he only used his strength to crush Simon. Simon, on the other hand, relied on changing the rules to complete the task. However, when dealing with the strong or against each other, it was obvious that Simon, who had mastered the rules, had the upper hand. CC, Simon, I don't want the treasure anymore. Jeffers was so scared that his legs were weak. He did not dare to think about the treasure anymore. Jiang Fei did not say anything. He turned around and ran away. Simon's lips curled into a cold smile. He had no intention of letting anyone leave. As Simon shouted, Jiang Fei's charging power suddenly changed direction. This sudden change in power attribute made Jiang Fei unable to adapt to it. His body could not help but fly backward. A stone wall was erected in front of Simon. Jiang Fei, who was constantly accelerating, slammed heavily into the stone wall. The violent collision made Jiang Fei feel a sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of blood gushed up. Jiang Fei did not suppress it. He directly spat out the blood far away. Then, he tilted his head and fell to the ground. Following that, Jiang Fei's aura rapidly weakened. In the blink of an eye, he lost his vitality. Please. When Jeffers saw that Jiang Fei had been killed, he was even more terrified. Simon said with a smile. Jeffers turned around and wanted to run. However, how could he escape with his little strength? As Simon waved his hand, Jeffers flew back in front of Simon. Then, he crashed heavily into the stone wall in front of Simon. The powerful force instantly shattered his internal organs. His neck tilted, and he died on the spot. Oof. Simon laughed coldly. Then, he was ready to leave the underground palace. However, at that moment, he changed his mind. Simon's curiosity was aroused. Therefore, he came to the front of the shrine. The shrine was opened, revealing a jade brocade box inside. Simon opened the brocade box, revealing a yellow-brown, oval-shaped object inside. At the same time, Jiang Fei, who was behind him, quietly opened his eyes. Chapter 2432. Translator 549690333. Simon took out the peeled tea egg from the brocade box. Simon muttered to himself. At this moment, Simon suddenly frowned. He felt that his fingers holding the tea egg suddenly became numb. Simon's eyes were wide open. He knew that he had been poisoned. At that moment, Simon felt that his legs had also become numb. It turned out that Jiang Fei had not only planted innuendo poison on the tea egg. When Simon was distracted by the tea egg, Jiang Fei had quietly taken out the innuendo spray gun and sprayed innuendo at Simon's shadow. As Simon's carrier was also a powerhouse whose combat power was close to that of an immortal lord, Jiang Fei was afraid that if he directly sprayed the tea egg with innuendo, he would be alerted. Fortunately, the innuendo did not only affect the opponent's body, Even if his shadow was infected, the poison would cause him to die. Therefore, Jiang Fei's plan worked very quickly. After Simon was poisoned by innuendo, although he had the ability to destroy the laws of power, he was unable to deal with the poison in his body. Damn it, Simon cursed at the development team. In fact, this method was not even thought of by the development team. Jiang Fei, who was pretending to be dead, watched as Simon's poison took effect. He watched as Simon's body gradually swelled up and his skin turned from its normal color to purple-black. Very soon, Simon fell to the ground, then he rolled back and forth on the ground. Jiang Fei quickly retreated far away. He did not want the insinuated poison to infect his body. Although Jiang Fei had a way to remove the poison from the energy cords, the process was exhausting. At that moment, although Simon was in great pain, he saw Jiang Fei, who had come back from the dead. He immediately understood what was going on. Jiang Fei laughed. Simon gritted his teeth and said, although he was a cheater, he was just like a player. Even if he died, he would only lose a carrier. After he resurrected, he would definitely settle the score with this player named Gordon. Unfortunately, even if Simon had the chance to resurrect, he would not be able to find the player named Gordon because this person did not exist. Jiang Fei's player identity was just a disguise given by the development team. Suit yourself. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. After Simon left the last harsh words, he died completely. A soul flew up and prepared to return to the gamma space to resurrect. You want to leave? Jiang Fei suddenly stood up and opened the inheritance space. Simon's soul was sucked into it. What's going on? After entering the inheritance space, Simon was stunned. Jiang Fei also entered the inheritance space. Simon's eyes widened. Although time was still in the inheritance space, and all matter could not move, soul's consciousness and spiritual power could move freely. It doesn't matter who I am. Jiang Fei laughed. Simon was the toughest. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Even in the inheritance space, his mind-reading ability could be activated. These skills that were based on spiritual power were not hindered. At this time, Simon's cheat had failed because he was not in Jiang Fei's universe. Moreover, after he lost his carrier, the additional spiritual power buff was gone. He was just a loser who had to cheat to play the game. In front of Jiang Fei, his secrets could not be hidden at all. Come on. Jiang Fei smiled and used his spiritual power to hypnotize Simon's soul. With Jiang Fei's spiritual power, it was easy for him to hypnotize an ordinary person. Simon did not even have time to react before he was controlled by Jiang Fei. Then, Jiang Fei began to look for the information he needed in Simon's consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei had finally found the information he wanted after he had gone through all of Simon's memories in the inheritance space. It turned out that the cheaters were all from the same organization. The leader of this organization was actually a mysterious man wearing a black cloak. Your mission is to go to that game and kill those players. They're simply a disgrace to US Gamma people. These people actually take pride in wreaking havoc in the low-dimensional space. They're simply scum. Go and kill them, ravage them, and let them know how helpless they're being crushed. A mysterious man wearing a black cloak said. A dozen other cloaked people answered, one of them being Simon. But after we entered that game, we were just ordinary players. A person asked, I will give you a special login device. After you use this login device to enter the game, you can break some of the rules in the game, said the black, cloaked man. Yes, everyone nodded in unison. This was a part of the memory that Jiang Fei had read from Simon's consciousness. Jiang Fei was completely stunned after reading the memories. Previously, Jiang Fei had thought a lot about apostles. Jiang Fei had also guessed the purpose of these cheaters. However, he had never thought that these people were actually the Holy Mother of the Gamma people. These high and mighty dimensional creatures had actually shown mercy to the people of the three-dimensional world. Therefore, they had come to punish those players. However, the cynicism among these Gamma people were very similar to the dog lovers on Jiang Fei's mother planet. What they did was not necessarily a good thing. In the name of saving the dog lovers had hijacked the roads and robbed the cars. Although they had saved many dogs, after the dogs were rescued, no one cared about them anymore. In the end, the dogs would starve to death. This might not be as satisfying as killing them with a single slash. It was the same for the Madonna of Gamma Space. They thought that they were punishing players and saving the creatures of three-dimensional space, but they wantonly used black holes as weapons in three-dimensional space. Their existence had instead accelerated the destruction of the three-dimensional world. Chapter 2433. Translator 54969-033. After figuring out the origins of these apostles, Zhang Fei nodded to himself. Although these people were not good at what they did, at least they had good intentions. That might really be able to provide Zhang Fei with a lot of help. Moreover, Zhang Fei did not intend to kill all these apostles who were using cheats in the first place, because if that happened, his death would be imminent. As the saying goes, a bird that flies with the bow hides its best. A cunning rabbit that dies will be cooked by a dog. Once Zhang Fei lost his value, he would become the greatest threat to the development team. Therefore, after the development team had dealt with these apostles, they would be the first to deal with him. Therefore, Zhang Fei had already planned to raise the bandits and respect himself. As long as these apostles were still around, he would have a value to survive. When the development team made a move on him, they would have to think twice. After Zhang Fei had grasped the true purpose of these apostles, he finally had a bit of initiative. From the beginning, Zhang Fei had no choice but to follow Vinolin's lead. He would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. However, Zhang Fei had no choice. The information between the two parties was not equal, which caused him to be at a natural disadvantage. Zhang Fei could only passively follow the orders of the other party. However, now, Zhang Fei had obtained information that the development team and Vinolin did not know: the purpose of the apostles. This way, he could turn the passive into the active. He could no longer let Vinolin lead him by the nose. He could go and make his own plans. Of course, this was on the premise that he could not tell Vinolin the secret. If Vinolin also knew the true purpose of the apostles, then Zhang Fei would have no one to rely on. After understanding all of this, Zhang Fei smiled. He did not erase Simon's last bit of consciousness and left him in the inheritance space. This kid might be able to provide some valuable information. Zhang Fei began to think hard after he came out of the inheritance space. As time stood still in the inheritance space, it was only a matter of time before he entered the space and left. It was impossible for them to know what Zhang Fei had done to Simon. They only felt that Zhang Fei had used a strange method to destroy Simon's consciousness, turning his physical body in the gamma space into a vegetable. At that moment, Zhang Fei finally understood. As long as he was in the main space, everything that he had done could not be hidden from Vinolin. Even if Zhang Fei could hide from Vinolin in the world of 5 directions, he could not escape the surveillance of the development team. Therefore, the only secret to him now was his inheritance space. This inheritance space was the only way for Zhang Fei to enter the gamma space. How to crack the secret of this space became the key to solving all his problems. After coming out of the legacy space, Zhang Fei saw corpses all over the place. Be it the corpses of the pirates or the carriers left behind by the players, they covered the entire underground palace. At this time, there were no other intelligent life forms left in the entire planet Balmoral. Sigh, rest in peace. I will do what I promised you, Zhang Fei said to the corpses of the pirates. Other than the pirate experts who died on planet Balmo, more pirates had died in space battles. These pirates were not strong individually. They piloted the spaceship to resist the invasion of the players. However, it had confused the players and Simon. It had made them believe that this was an important quest point in the game. This had created an opportunity for Zhang Fei to assassinate Simon. After leaving planet Balmer, Zhang Fei summoned his yacht and flew towards the nearest immigration planet. After killing Simon, Zhang Fei had to find Vinolin to submit the quest. This quest had taken almost 4 months. It could be said that it was quite a long time. Zhang Fei needed to know what the development team's attitude was. He needed to test the development team's bottom line, so that he could better implement his plan. After setting up the automatic navigation for the yacht, Jiang Fei returned to his room and went into seclusion. He needed to make use of all the time he had to study his inheritance space. However, the development team would definitely not tolerate him indefinitely. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt that time was running out. After a long flight, Jiang Fei finally arrived at an inhabited planet, Norton Star. When the spaceship informed him that he was about to reach the gravity well, Jiang Fei was shocked awake from his training. Jiang Fei sighed. This time, he seemed to have gained some enlightenment in his closed-door training. However, he could not catch anything. It was as if there was something in his mind. However, when he thought about it carefully, his mind was completely blank. Jiang Fei shook his head. He wanted to enter a higher dimension with his three-dimensional posture. This was clearly not something that could be easily figured out. Forget it. Jiang Fei walked to the cockpit and controlled the spaceship to fly toward Norton Star. Soon, the yacht entered the gravity well of Norton Star and encountered the planet's guards. The security team sent a clear message. Jiang Fei sent his identification number over. Norton Star was a neutral planet. It was originally a resource planet rich in Z-metal. This place gradually became the home of some absentee workers and galactic wanderers. The members of the Norton Guards were almost scared to death by Jiang Fei's identity. Their planet was inhabited by old absentee workers and some homeless galactic wanderers. This place could even be described as a galactic slum. How could a big shot like Jiang Fei come here? However, Jiang Fei's identification would not be wrong. Therefore, the members of the guards were shocked. Gong, 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 gong. The guards took out a patrol boat and personally led Jiang Fei to the airport. They also immediately informed the governor of Norton. If a big shot like Jiang Fei was neglected, it would definitely be a disastrous political event for Norton. Very soon, Jiang Fei's yacht landed on the best berth in the airport under the special guidance of the guards. Jiang Fei had just stepped out of the yacht when there were a large number of Norton officials welcoming him. Although the other party had tried their best to make the ceremony as grand as possible, compared to other rich planets, the ceremony was still too simple and crude. Chapter 2434. Translator 54969033. A few Norton officials bowed and said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had been to a neutral planet before. For example, he had been to Planet Kamal not too long ago. There, Jiang Fei was welcomed. Although they did not dare to offend him too much, they could not wait for him to get lost. The reason was simple. Planet Kamal was afraid that Jiang Fei's visit would cause a misunderstanding among the Vizari army. The status of these neutral planets was very delicate. They did not dare to offend any of the big shots. They could only seek a balance between the two sides to gain benefits for their own survival. However, the Norton planet was different from the neutral planets. The other neutral planets were very rich. Although they lived in the cracks between the big forces, they could gain a lot of benefits by relying on the advantages of both sides. Therefore, the people were still very happy. As for the Norton planet, it was just a resource planet with depleted mines. The people living here were either old miners or homeless interstellar wanderers, would not choose to linger on such a barren planet. The other planets chose to be neutral because they did not want to get involved in a war or because of their geographical advantage. That was why they chose to strike a balance between the major powers. However, the Norton Star chose to be neutral because they were not willing to do so. It was because their planet was too barren. Not only did they not produce anything, but they also needed external resources to maintain their livelihood. Therefore, no power was willing to accept them. It was destined to be a money-losing business. As such, the Norton Star was naturally neutral. They were located at the edge of a remote galaxy. They had no resources and production. Rather than calling it a neutral planet, it would be better to call it an abandoned orphan planet. Therefore, when the Norton Star officials saw Jiang Fei, it was as if they saw their own father. They were eager to be annexed by the Universe Empire. After all, they were already very poor. The Universe Empire would not be able to squeeze a single cent out of them. However, if the Universe Empire were to incorporate Norton into their territory, they would at least have to provide food and necessities for this place. When that time came, the Norton Star would be able to eat its fill. As for Vazari's army's revenge, the Norton Star people did not care at all because no one would choose to attack this place. The location of the Norton Star was neither a strategic path nor a resource-rich planet. It was not worth attacking at all. If anyone attacked this place, even if they did not fire a shot and occupied this place, they would still have to pay for the fuel costs of the fleet. Therefore, no one would do such a money-losing business. Zhang Fei nodded. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a poor planet. In the era of the universe, although some rare resources were still in short supply and the various major forces fought for these rare resources year after year, the basic necessities of the ordinary people were no longer a problem. Cheap nutrient fluids and chemical clothing materials were so cheap that they were almost given away for free. Even if the ordinary people did nothing, the government would not need to spend too much money to support them. However, on Norton Star, Zhang Fei actually saw people wearing patch clothes. Moreover, these people were the officials of Norton Star. From this, it could be seen how poor the planet had become. All right, I'm just here to take a look around. Zhang Fei waved his hand. Although Norton Star was very poor, he had no intention of saving this place. Zhang Fei knew that he was not the savior. Moreover, there was definitely more than one poor planet like Norton Star in the universe. It was true that he had the ability to save such a planet. However, he had more important things to do. General, our people have admired the universe empire for a long time. Please accept our loyalty. Exclamation point. General, our people are very kind. Moreover, their requirements are very low. As long as you provide them with the Empire's excess production of the worst quality nutrient solution and the most crude chemical clothing, they will be very grateful to you. They will be absolutely loyal to the Empire. Grand Marshal, please have mercy on these people. These Norton Star officials pleaded. Zhang Fei said faintly. Although the people of Norton Star were pitiful, they were indeed worthless. Originally, the population was also a very precious resource to any cosmic force. However, on a poor planet like Norton Star, their people were old, weak, and sick. For example, on Norton Star, other than the old miners, there were also abandoned cosmic wanderers. Although there were quite a number of them, they were of no value. These officials did not give up. They still wanted to say something. However, at that moment, Zhang Fei decided not to wait any longer. Vinylin, Zhang Fei shouted loudly. At that moment, the expression of one of the Norton Star officials suddenly changed. The other Norton Star officials looked confused. We have something to discuss. You can leave now, Zhang Fei said calmly. Yes. Seeing that Zhang Fei's expression was not friendly, the Norton officials did not dare to say anything more. They all moved aside. Let's go, Verdant Dragon said to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei nodded and followed him. Vinylin said to Zhang Fei with a smile. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes. Vinylin smiled and continued. The development team is very satisfied with your ability. They are also very glad that they did not get rid of you before. Zhang Fei laughed coldly. All right, don't be angry. This is the current situation. You can only accept your fate, Vinylin advised. Zhang Fei nodded and asked, I have already killed Simon. Does the development team have anything to say? Not yet. Vinylin said. Zhang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then he asked, do you know what the reward is? I'm not sure yet. Vinylin shrugged. All right then. Zhang Fei asked. The second target is the second apostle. His name is Andre, said Vinylin. Zhang Fei asked. Varen shrugged. F*CK. Are you kidding me? Every time I say a name, who do you think I am? Am I a god? You don't give me any information and you want me to deal with these guys. Zhang Fei was furious. Sigh, I know it's not easy for you, but I can't do anything about it. The development team told me so. I will help you lock onto the other party's coordinates as soon as possible and then provide it to you. As for the other party's information, you have to scout it out yourself. Varen said helplessly. Chapter 2435, 2435. Translator. 5496903-3, Jiang Fei sighed. He knew that no matter how hard he tried to force vinyl in, there would not be any results. Therefore, he ended the conversation. After Vinylin left, Jiang Fei naturally did not want to continue staying on Norton Star. Although the people here were poor, Jiang Fei was not in the mood to save them. Therefore, he drove the yacht away from this poor planet. He flew towards Skoda Star. After a few days of flying, Jiang Fei finally returned to Skoda Star. Aurelia was inspecting the military port, so she happened to meet Jiang Fei, who had suddenly returned. Jiang Fei asked. I've given the order. They will take care of it, Aurelia said. She had already sent the coordinates of the remaining pirates to the various commanders of the fleet. There was no need for her to take charge of the battle. That's good. Jiang Fei nodded. Previously, when the pirates ran amok in the universe, it was not because the regular army could not do anything to them. It was just that the regular army was too lazy to bother with them. As long as these guys did not cause too much trouble, it was basically the local fleets that were carrying out the bandit suppression mission. The regular army rarely spent energy to fight against the pirates. Aurelia asked. Although Jiang Fei had previously said that he was going to carry out an important mission, he had left for a few months. Based on his past experience, he should have already completed it. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he handed over the names of the pirates who had died on planet Balmo to Aurelia. Aurelia was confused. Enlist the descendants and family members of these people into the Empire's citizenship. Give them the treatment of normal citizens. Since the pirates had died in battle, Jiang Fei would not go back on his word. Aurelia nodded and kept the name list. After that, Jiang Fei told Aurelia a few more things about the direction of the Imperial Army. Then, he returned to his residence to reunite with the girls. The girls were naturally very happy about Jiang Fei's return. However, when they heard that Jiang Fei was going to leave soon, the girls were very reluctant. However, no matter how reluctant the girls were, Jiang Fei was going to leave. On the 5th day after he returned to Skoda Star, Vinland sent him Andre's coordinates. Jiang Fei said to the girls. Bella asked reluctantly. Jiang Fei said firmly. If it was another quest, he could still consider it. This former female Beast Queen was also vulnerable in front of those cheaters. Previously, Jiang Fei had experienced Simon's power. That kind of casual control of power made it impossible for him to fight back. Jiang Fei had no idea how to defeat him. Although Jiang Fei did not know about Andre's ability for the time being, it was not much weaker than Simon. It might even be stronger. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only carry out such a dangerous quest alone. In the end, Jiang Fei brought along a companion, the artificial intelligence Malachi. Malachi immediately entered Jiang Fei's yacht after receiving the order. After that, Jiang Fei went to bid farewell to his parents. After that, he comforted the girls before leaving Skoda Star. Target, Sunfire Galaxy, Sunhead Star, Jiang Fei ordered. With Malachi, Jiang Fei did not need to do anything when controlling the spaceship. He only needed to say the word. Jiang Fei said to Malachi. Malachi immediately accepted the order. After that, Jiang Fei returned to his room and continued his closed-door cultivation. The Sunflame Galaxy was located at the edge of the universe. This was a unique 3-star orbiting system. The 3 stars maintained a delicate balance under each other's gravity. There were not many planets in this galaxy. There were only 3 planets that could accommodate people. The Sun was one of them. Interstellar travel itself was an extremely time-consuming thing. This was especially true for interstellar travel that required traveling across more than 10 star fields. After nearly a month and a half of travel, Jiang Fei's yacht finally approached the solar system. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei received the latest news from Vinylin. Andre had already left the Sun. He had arrived at the Sub-Sun. The Sub-Sun was the second planet of the solar system. Compared to the Sun, the temperature here was slightly milder. Although it was still hot, it was not so hot that people could only live underground. The humans here could still come to the surface in the evening to get some fresh air. Adjust the course, Jiang Fei said to Maleki. As they were all in the solar system, there was no need to adjust the course too much. Malecki quickly adjusted the destination to the sub-sun. One day later, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the gravity well of the sub-sun. When the spaceship came out of the dimensional space, the alarm in the spaceship sounded. Alarm! Alarm! The spaceship has been exposed to extremely strong stellar radiation. The pressure of the shield has increased. Please find cover as soon as possible, Jiang Fei shouted. At this time, the energy of the yacht's shield was rapidly decreasing. Although the spaceship's speed and radar were not inferior to a military ship, it was still a civilian spaceship. Therefore, not only did it not have any weapons, but its shield was also far weaker than that of a military ship. Malecki immediately adjusted the angle of the spaceship and flew toward the dark side of the sub-sun. Very soon, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the dark side of the sub-sun. At that moment, the radiation of the 3 stars was blocked by the sub-sun. Therefore, the alarm in the spaceship had subsided. What were these people thinking? Jiang Fei could not help but complain. Regardless of whether it was the head sun or the sub-sun, when the sun was directly shining on their planet, the temperature on the surface of their planet was more than 700 degrees Celsius. Even silicon-based life forms would find it difficult to survive here. As for carbon-based life forms, it was even more difficult. Sir, the 3 inhabited planets here are all the resource planets of the Nora group. Malecki immediately looked up the information about the 3 planets and told Jiang Fei. Chapter 2436. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei nodded and took out his pocket watch. At that moment, according to the coordinates provided by Vinlon, Andre was on the sub-suns. Jiang Fei frowned. From the looks of Simon, these apostles probably did not like to go to the surface of the planet. After all, players rarely landed on the surface of the planet. They usually drove their spaceships to fight. The reason why players liked to drive their spaceships to do quests was very simple. Spaceships were much cheaper than high-tier carriers. A carrier with a combat power of 10 million could buy a heavy cruiser. Moreover, the heavy cruiser was destroyed and the guild gave a subsidy. This was much more cost-effective than buying a carrier. Just as Jiang Fei was hesitating, the alarm in the spaceship suddenly sounded again. Space signal detected. A fleet is about to arrive. Jiang Fei was stunned. Then, he immediately put away his yacht. In a vast universe, Jiang Fei's tiny body was impossible to be discovered. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a wormhole opened. With a few flashes of white light, more than 10 player battleships had teleported over. So many players? What were they doing? Jiang Fei was even more confused. However, at that moment, he also understood why Andre was on the sub-sun. He must have come for these players. After these player warships arrived at the gravity well on the sub-sun, they quickly hid behind the planet. Then, they landed one after another. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He decided to ask Vinolin about the situation later. As there were many miners on these planets, Jiang Fei did not need to run so far to see Vinolin. When the player spaceships landed, Jiang Fei teleported to the surface of the sub-sun. As soon as he appeared on the surface of the sub-sun, Jiang Fei felt as if he was in a furnace. Although it was dark here, the surface temperature was also above 50 degrees Celsius. Although the thin atmosphere of the sub-sun was not enough to block the radiation of the 3 stars, it was effective in keeping the temperature of the sub-sun low in the dark. Jiang Fei asked. After he put away the yacht, Malecki entered his ring. Malecki replied. Jiang Fei nodded. The day of the sun, this time, was equivalent to a month on Earth. However, it was not surprising. If the rotation of the sub-sun was as fast as the rotation of the Earth, this place would really become a microwave oven. Even at night, the temperature on the surface of the planet could not be lowered too much. Jiang Fei asked. The miners here lived underground, so there must be an entrance to the underground. I'm sorry, sir. Although Malachi could search quickly, he could not find the information that had not been released online. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Malachi could not provide information about the entrance, he could follow the players. These people would definitely go down to the underground world. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to lock onto the players. When these players reached the surface of the planet, they kept the spaceship. The players always had this convenience. They can always put away what they don't need. After putting away the spaceship, Jiang Fei wanted to laugh when he saw these players. These players were too poor. Several of them were even wearing heavy spacesuits. Obviously, these guys can't afford a decent carrier, so they can only use a carrier on the level of ordinary people. And the surface of the subsun obviously can't allow ordinary people to survive. Just the heat alone is over 50 degrees. It was enough to cause normal people to fall to the ground from heat stroke at any moment. Because of the distance, Jiang Fei could not hear the communication between these players. He could not use mind reading to see what they were thinking. After a short exchange, these guys walked away. One of them was holding a device. It seemed to be used to detect something. Jiang Fei followed the group from afar. He was very patient and quietly followed them. After walking for more than 2 hours, the players finally made a discovery. After fiddling around for a long time near a cliff, a stone door finally opened at the edge of the cliff. Let's go. Let's go in. One of the players urged. Okay. The other players nodded one after another. Then, everyone entered the stone door. The invisible Jiang Fei rushed in before the stone door closed. As he was far stronger than these guys, he was not discovered. One of the players looked around in confusion. Are you hallucinating? Another player said in disdain. Impossible. The player from before insisted. Maybe we brought it with us when we came in, a short player said. The player, who felt the wind, looked around. It really didn't look like there was wind here, so he had to put this doubt aside for the time being. The player, who was holding the instrument, continued to walk forward. Because he was close to these players, Jiang Fei's mind-reading ability had become useful. He quickly figured out the purpose of these players to the subsun. This was indeed a quest location. These players' quest was to steal a gemstone called the KRA crystal that was produced here. It was obvious that Andre had come here to wait for these players. Next, I just need to follow these players, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he continued to remain invisible and follow behind these players. Quietly, they walked deeper into the underground. The path that Jiang Fei and the others were walking on was clearly a mine tunnel. The underground was paved with tracks that were used to transport ores in wasteland. However, it seemed that this mine tunnel had been abandoned for a long time. Many places had even collapsed. The collapsed boulders had already pressed down on the railroad tracks. DD. As the players were communicating through the party's voice channel, Jiang Fei could not hear them. Therefore, the entire mine tunnel was very quiet. Other than the sound of the players' footsteps, there was also the sound of the machine beeping. Chapter 2437. 2437. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei followed behind these players invisibly. After walking forward for almost 2 hours, there was a faint sound of knocking from the depths of the mine. Jiang Fei thought to himself. At the same time, the players also stopped in their tracks. They were communicating with each other. However, because they were using the party voice, Jiang Fei could not hear them. There are monsters ahead, the players who were holding the equipment said in the party's voice. The other players nodded one after another. Then 2 players with relatively good carriers moved to the front. These 2 people were equipped with laser weapons and melee weapons at the same time. They were among the players in this party who had relatively high combat power. As the group continued to move forward, Jiang Fei and the others soon met the miners. However, these miners were somewhat different from what Jiang Fei had imagined. At this time, the people who appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the players were not human miners. Instead, they were a group of short guys. These guys were no more than 1 meter tall. They had a dog-like head and a mouse-like tail. Other than the pickaxe in their hands, there's also a dim mining lamp on top of their heads. Jiang Fei was stunned. Although the kobolds were also known as humans, they were indeed a primitive species that was protected in the universe. Due to the low level of evolution of the kobolds, they had almost no decent technology. They still lived in the form of a tribe. However, These guys were very good at searching for minerals and were good at mining. In the early days of the expansion of the universe, many advanced civilizations captured the kobolds to mine minerals. However, with the stability of a universe era, in order to show their justice and greatness, the advanced civilizations signed a convention to prohibit slavery and interference with the uncivilized lower civilizations. Therefore, the kobolds became a protected race. However, the three resource planets in the Sun-Firestar system belonged to the Nora group, and the kobolds were not the indigenous people here. Obviously, the Nora group had violated the convention and secretly used kobolds slaves to mine minerals. At the same time, the kobolds who were mining discovered the players who had suddenly barged in. Although the kobolds were very weak and were often captured as slaves, these guys were very aggressive. Once a stranger appeared in their territory, they would attack regardless of the consequences. Whoosh! Although the kobolds were short, they were still quite strong as they had been mining all year round. Therefore, the stones that they threw were very vigorous. Ding! The players in front of them waved their weapons to block the stones. However, there were too many kobolds in front of them, so some of the stones that were thrown at them would inevitably slip through the net. Bang! One of the players hiding in the back was hit in the right leg by the stone. This guy was a standard poor guy. The carrier he used was the kind of ordinary person who needed to wear a spacesuit to survive on the sub-suns. Therefore, one of his legs was broken with a single hit. The other players gathered around and started to treat this unlucky player as wounded. The players who were blocking in front also counterattacked. A stronger player rushed into the kobolds and waved his weapon to start killing these kobolds. Although the stones thrown by the kobolds could break the leg of that unlucky player, these guys were only stronger than ordinary people, or even hundreds of thousands of combat power. They appeared to be vulnerable. A moment later, the player finished off the 40 to 50 kobolds, leaving only the bodies of the kobolds on the ground. After a short while, the unlucky guy's injuries were almost healed. Although their carriers were terrible when it came to healing hard injuries, not to mention the player, even a local civilization with slightly higher technology could easily take care of it. The player, who was holding the equipment, seemed to be the leader of this group of people. Under his command, these people continued to walk forward. As Jiang Fei walked past the corpses of these kobolds, he could not help but think. However, in the eyes of the Gamma Dimension humans, how could they not be the same as these so-called advanced civilizations? As the players continued to move through the mine, they encountered a few more waves of kobolds. This time, the players were prepared. Naturally, they would not let these kobolds ambush them again. Therefore, the kobolds did not do anything other than leaving behind a pile of corpses. Beep beep. The device in the hands of the player in the lead was still ringing at a steady pace. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to follow behind these people. He was patiently waiting for Andre to appear. At this moment, the device in the hands of the player suddenly began to ring. The leader of the players revealed an excited expression. As the players went around a corner, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at a huge warehouse. The players were all excited. They had accepted a bounty quest. This meant that the more minerals they found, the more rewards they would receive. At the same time, these players were also discovered by the kobold guards guarding the warehouse. 23 meters tall. Moreover, these kobold guards were wearing some simple armor, and they were no longer holding pickaxes but laser guns. The player in the lead shouted. These guys had weapons in their hands, and they posed a fatal threat to the weaker players. A few powerful players rushed forward. The kobold guards' laser guns fired, but when they hit these powerful players, only a white light appeared. However, the power of these low-frequency laser guns was too low. They could be used to suppress the kobold rebellion, but they could not be used to deal with the players. After all, the Nora group would not provide the kobolds with too powerful a weapon. This was to prevent them from starting a revolt. The players brandishing their close combat weapons slashed and killed the kobold guards wantonly. To be honest, they were not very strong, and they rarely had the chance to show off. Now that they were able to wreak havoc in front of these kobolds, they were still enjoying themselves. Chapter 2438, 2438. Translator, 549690033. After a short while, these kobold guards were completely wiped out by the players. Although these guards were equipped with weapons, they were still too weak. Huh. Those players let out a cheer. These could allow them to earn quite a bit of money. Damn it! An angry roar came from the corner of the mine. A 2-meter-tall, giant kobold rushed out. Beside him were a large number of kobold guards. Jiang Fei was secretly shocked. According to the information he knew, there was no such existence among the kobolds. Roar! As the giant kobolds roared, the kobolds' guards rushed forward. At that moment, the instrument in Jiang Fei's hand vibrated. He hid in the dark and looked down. He saw a line of words on it. Apostle number 2, Andre, breaking the rule, material origin. F***CK. Jiang Fei was shocked. He had never thought that this apostle number 2 was actually a kobold. Jiang Fei could not help but think to himself. However, Jiang Fei could understand Andre's thoughts. In the eyes of the people in the Gamma dimension, they were just playing a game. It was completely up to them to choose which character to play. This was similar to when Jiang Fei was playing a game. Many girls would choose a towering character. Jiang Fei was not very concerned about what kind of character Andre chose. What he was concerned about was this guy's ability. After all, only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. Although he now knew that Andre's ability was to destroy the source of matter, he still did not know the exact effect. Therefore, Jiang Fei continued to hide in the dark, wanting to observe again. F***CK. There's a boss. The players were not surprised by Andre's appearance. Instead, they were happy. They thought that this was a quest boss. Killing him would give them additional rewards. After the players finished off the kobold guards, they surrounded Andre. They held their energy weapons and fired at Andre. Andre waved his hand. A solid wall appeared in front of him and blocked all the attacks. Andre laughed coldly. Then he snapped his fingers. Immediately, something that shocked Jiang Fei happened. The bodies of those players began to disintegrate. What's going on? I just bought the carrier. F***CK. What's going on? The healing potion is not working. The players were shocked. They had thought that Andre was a quest boss and that they could easily take him down. However, judging from the current situation, they would be lucky if they did not get wiped out, let alone take down the boss. Run! Someone shouted. The players began to run in all directions. However, Andre did not chase after them. Jiang Fei smiled sympathetically. With the violet eyes, Jiang Fei could clearly see that Andre had changed the physical attributes of the players by changing the frequency of the energy string. As a result, their bodies began to collapse. Jiang Fei was very familiar with this kind of collapse. Even if these players ran away, it would be useless. As long as the collapse began, they would not be able to change the frequency of the energy string in the same way. Then, there would only be one final outcome. These people would be decomposed into basic particles. At this time, Jiang Fei finally understood how Andre's cheat worked. He could change the frequency of the energy string at will, thus changing the attributes of matter. Moreover, Andre's ability was clearly much more powerful than Jiang Fei's. When Jiang Fei played with the energy string, he needed to calm down and change it bit by bit. Moreover, he did not have much control over the frequency. He could do it with a snap of his fingers. This was the advantage of cheat. They did not need to do detailed microcontrol. The cheat would do everything for them. All they needed to do was to give a basic command. Therefore, although Jiang Fei could change the source of matter by changing the energy string, he could only use this ability to heal his injuries. On the other hand, Andre could use it in actual combat. After Jiang Fei understood Andre's ability, he was happy. This ability could only affect matter, but could not change the energy itself. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not even need to show himself. He only needed to make a sudden attack in the dark, and a wave of energy attack would be able to kill Andre in front of him. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei was delighted. This apostle number 2 was a little too easy to deal with. You've been hiding for so long. Just as Jiang Fei was delighted, Andre suddenly turned around and smiled at Jiang Fei's position. Jiang Fei smiled as he came into contact with invisibility. The other party could change the origin of matter, so they must be very sensitive to matter. However, there was a real human in there out of nowhere. How could Andre not sense it? However, even if he was discovered by Andre, Jiang Fei did not panic. He had absolute confidence in killing Andre. "You're very special. You're different from them," said Andre as he pointed at the players who had escaped. "Yeah, you're also very special." Since Jiang Fei was acting as a player, he naturally had to put on a show. Asked Andre. Jiang Fei smiled and suddenly appeared behind Andre. Although he still had the deadly poison insinuation, he did not plan to waste it on Andre, because Andre could change the attributes of matter. Even if the deadly poison landed on his body, he would be able to easily dispel it. After getting close to him, Jiang Fei directly struck out with his palm. At close range, he consecutively released 3 energy light balls. Jiang Fei had definitely used his full strength in this series of attacks. He had even activated his infinite battle intent domain. He had increased his strength to a fixed point. Jiang Fei's attack instantly hit Andre's body, blasting him into pieces. Chapter 2439, 2439. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he thought that Andre, who had mastered the ability to convert matter, was easier to deal with than Simon, he did not expect it to be so simple. Just as Jiang Fei was stunned, Andre's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, another Andre appeared behind Jiang Fei. Interesting. Andre's laughter made Jiang Fei's hair stand on end. He quickly turned around and saw Andre twirling his fingers. With a crisp snap of his fingers, Jiang Fei felt his body suddenly become agitated. Soon after, his chest and abdomen began to crumble. Jiang Fei was shocked. He knew that Andre had changed the particle structure of his body. Without hesitation, Jiang Fei activated teleportation and teleported to another part of the tunnel. As the opponent's method of controlling the energy string was too simple, Jiang Fei had no chance of winning in a head-on fight with the opponent's control over the basic particles. If he continued to fight head-on, he would only end up dead. Therefore, Jiang Fei wisely chose to retreat. He needed a relatively safe place to heal his injuries. "You want to leave?" At the same time, Andre's body disappeared again. In the next second, he appeared in front of Jiang Fei again. "You don't have to run." Andre appeared in front of Jiang Fei and did not attack again. It seemed that he came here to watch Jiang Fei's body collapse bit by bit. Perhaps this was his unique hobby. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Then, he activated teleportation once again. Wow! Andre disappeared as well. When Jiang Fei had just completed his teleportation, Andre had already caught up to him. He stared at Jiang Fei with a small smile on his face. Jiang Fei could not calm himself down to calm down those collapsed cells. Jiang Fei sighed and hid back into his inheritance space. Huh? Andre was stunned. He saw Jiang Fei's figure disappear again, but he could no longer track Jiang Fei's physical aura. Where'd he go? Did he forcefully log off? That can't be, Andre asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei, who had hidden in the inheritance space, heaved a sigh of relief. Time was frozen here. The particles in his body would not continue to collapse. This gave him enough time to readjust the energy string that had been changed. After spending a good half a day's effort, Jiang Fei finally restored his body to its original state. For this, he had used up a large amount of mental energy. After all, he could not be like Andre, who could only think with one thought. There was a cheat that could help him control the details. F***, what should I do now? The guy must still be outside. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Time was almost frozen in the inheritance space. Although he had been delayed for a long time, when he returned to the outer space, there was only a moment's difference. At that moment, Andre must be outside. In fact, Jiang Fei did not want to hide in the legacy space because of this reason. Although entering the legacy space could heal his injuries, it was equivalent to being a turtle in a jar. At the very beginning, Jiang Fei had considered teleporting to the surface of the planet and then using the yacht to escape from a subsun. However, he quickly gave up on this idea because Andre's ability was too ridiculous. He could easily change the attributes of matter. If Jiang Fei dared to escape in the spaceship, he could easily turn Jiang Fei's yacht into a rock and let it fall. However, Jiang Fei was also very glad that Andre had a unique hobby. He liked to watch others crumble bit by bit. He did not like to turn people into rocks or other attributes of matter in an instant. Jiang Fei would also be easily killed. Although he could control energy cords, his efficiency was far inferior to Andre's. Therefore, he could not fight against Andre at all. What should I do? Jiang Fei was almost worried to death. At this moment, Little Nine jumped out from Jiang Fei's body. Jiang Fei was delighted. After Little Nine returned to the 9 revolving astrolabe, his physical body disappeared, and he returned to the state of a spirit body. In a way, a spirit body was a spiritual energy mass. Therefore, he could move freely in the inheritance space. Little Nine said. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. If that was the case, he would be able to avoid Andre's pursuit. Little Nine nodded. Jiang Fei asked. No. Little Nine said. It's okay. Jiang Fei said indifferently. As long as he left this place and got rid of Andre, he did not really care where he went. Little Nine asked. Jiang Fei nodded. With a wave of Little Nine's small hand, a white light flashed, and Jiang Fei appeared in a forest on planet Mars. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Fei asked, No need. I'm in complete form now. Other than going in and out, I can also send you outside the boundary of the 5 directions, Little Nine said. Jiang Fei smiled. Little Nine asked. Jiang Fei waved his hand. There was no point in going out now. He had no idea how to deal with Andre. At that moment, Jiang Fei realized that he had thought too simply. He thought that he could kill Andre with a sudden energy attack. Unfortunately, Andre's ability to control matter was too strong. Even if he destroyed his physical body, he could control the nearby matter to change its attributes and create a new physical body. In this way, any attack on his physical body would be ineffective against him. If it was an ordinary person, Jiang Fei could still use his powerful spiritual power to destroy the opponent. However, the opponent was a cheater and also had a part of the player attributes. This caused Jiang Fei's spiritual attack to be ineffective against him. His physical body could not destroy Andre, and his spiritual attack was ineffective. Therefore, Jiang Fei was at a loss. He did not know how to kill Andre. Damn it, the development team is not giving me any help. Jiang Fei could not help but curse. Chapter 2440-2440. Translator 5496903-3. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, he could not come up with a solution after thinking for a long time. Forget it. I'll go and ask Yuting first. He's experienced and knowledgeable. Jiang Fei finally made a decision. After that, Jiang Fei arrived at the teleportation point on planet Mars. Then, he used the teleportation point to arrive at the town star. Sage Lord, just as Jiang Fei was about to return to the dragon race's territory, someone called out to him from behind. Jiang Fei turned around and looked. It was a relatively unfamiliar figure. Sage Lord, you don't know me. My name is Kue, and I'm also a descendant of the dragon race, said the person. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Although this era did not discriminate against the mixed-blood draconids as much as it did hundreds of thousands of years ago, the dragon race still did not recognize their status. Kue then told Jiang Fei about his matter. It turned out that Kue could be said to be a professional petitioner. His meeting with Jiang Fei this time was purely an accident. His original intention was to look for the dragon race's higher-ups to report the situation. He did not expect to meet Jiang Fei by chance, then what else could he say? How could he find the higher-ups of the dragon race to file a complaint? Therefore, this guy knelt down in front of Jiang Fei. Unlike ordinary mixed-blood draconids, this Kue was not an original draconid. His parents were not even. His dragon race bloodline came from his great-grandfather. The purity of the dragon race in Ing Kuei's body could be imagined. Moreover, Ing Kuei's purpose of going to the authorities was not to give the mixed-blood draconids the status they deserved. Instead, it was for the sake of his family's grievances. Ing Kuei's family originally lived in a corner of the Saturn star. Previously, because of the retirement of the dragon race, the entire 5 directions of the world developed freely. Therefore, these mixed-blood draconids who possessed the dragon race's bloodline had become powerful existences comparable to the ancient mutants. Therefore, they were all doing quite well. However, when the dragon race reappeared in the world, the days of these mixed-blood draconids were not as good as before. They were afraid of arousing the dragon race's disgust. Therefore, they all carefully hid in a corner. Ing Kuei's family still brought misfortune upon themselves. Everyone knew that the dragon race was lustful. These dragon race had been cooped up on a lonely satellite for hundreds of thousands of years. When they came out, how could they not be happy? However, Zhang Fei had made it clear that the dragons were not allowed to interfere with the lives of humans. Therefore, these little dragon whelps who were suffocating turned their attention to the ferocious beasts. As a result, all the girls and wives of the ferocious beasts had suffered. Even though the dragons were not as strong as before, the ferocious beasts had deteriorated even more. Therefore, when they faced the dragons, they still did not have the ability to resist. As a result, many girls of the fierce beast clan suffered. If the person in charge of these little dragon whelps was easy to deal with, then the matter would have passed just like that in order to gain the favor of the dragon clan. However, the problem was that the male dragon clan was famous for refusing to pay up. Therefore, after these guys were happy, they immediately ran away. As for the girls of the fierce beast clan, they were in bad luck. They couldn't stand the greenery on their heads either. However, facing the fierce and powerful dragon clan, these male fierce beasts dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. The only thing they could do was to wait for the dragon clan to leave and beat up their wives to vent the frustration and anger in their hearts. Although this behavior showed that these male fierce beasts were very incompetent and cowardly, as they didn't have much culture, at least 80% of them chose to do so. However, Ing Kuei was an exception. His wife had also suffered the evil hands of a dragon clan, and that dragon clan had occupied his wife for a long time. In order to drive that dragon clan away, Ing Kuei had no choice but to embark on a long road of petitioning. However, the dragon clan was also famous for protecting their own people. Would they care about a small, mixed-blood dragon man? Moreover, this mixed-blood dragon man was a product from 8 lifetimes ago. The dragon blood in his body was so thin that it was almost impossible to find it. Therefore, the elders of the dragon clan did not even pay any attention to him after seeing him. However, Ing Kuei was very firm. He believed that there would always be reasonable people in the dragon clan. There would always be someone who would come and uphold justice for him. Therefore, he had been petitioning but was never paid any attention to. Of course, there was another reason why Ing Kuei insisted on petitioning. That was that other than petitioning, he had no other way to go. If he were to fight, he would definitely not be able to defeat the dragon clan who had seized his wife. His clansmen were all scared to death. No one would help him at all. Therefore, he had no other choice but to go to the higher-ups. Sage Lord, Ing Kuei knelt in front of Zhang Fei and kowtowed like a chicken running through broken rice. Zhang Fei was very surprised after listening to Ing Kuei's words. To be honest, Zhang Fei did not spend much time in the Dragon Clan. Basically, the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen would take care of the Dragon Clan's matters with the Elders Guild. Therefore, Zhang Fei had only warned the Dragon Clan not to offend humans in the beginning. He did not think too much about other things. Now that he heard Ing Kuei's words, Zhang Fei was really shocked. These little dragon brats were really capable. They actually dared to act so recklessly outside. However, if one were to look at it from the perspective of the dragon race, this matter was really not a big deal. In the era where the dragon race ruled over all the races, this kind of thing was basically normal. The dragon race had done many more things that were not even human. However, Zhang Fei was not a dragon-born and bred. He did not receive the education of the dragon race, where he was the most powerful. The other races were all slaves. Therefore, in his opinion, the dragon race had gone too far. Ying Kui Sait. Chasing him away and punishing him is not a problem. Jiang Fei said. Sage Lord, please speak, Inkue replied. Jiang Fei asked. Inkue was stunned. He had not thought about this question in detail. Before this, he had been wholeheartedly petitioning for the dragon to be chased away. However, he had not thought about what would happen after that. Inkue did not think that his petitioning would be successful. The dragon race was famous for being lecherous and protective. No matter how much he petitioned, the dragon race would not care about him. In the end, petitioning had become a way for Inkue to numb himself. He was only petitioning to give himself a reason to live on. Do you want to beat her? Leave her? Jiang Fei continued to ask. Inkue's mind was blank. He knew that the best answer was to continue living with his wife. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to forget about this painful experience. The people around him would point and point at them, reminding them of this unforgettable pain anytime and anywhere. Chapter 2441, 2441. Translator 5496903. Inkue's hesitation was within Jiang Fei's expectations. He could understand Inkue's decision. To be honest, any man who encountered such a situation would have a knot in his heart. Inkue must have loved his wife very much. Otherwise, he would not have been so persistent in petitioning her. He could also understand that it was not his wife's fault. However, there was a saying that people's words were to be feared. If in the following life, their husband and wife were constantly criticized by the people around them, Inkue might be able to stand up for his wife in the beginning. However, as time passed, his self-esteem would continue to suffer a blow. In the end, this evil fire would very likely fall on his wife. There were many things in life that could not be explained by right and wrong. Evil people might not necessarily be rewarded with evil deeds. Good people might not necessarily be rewarded with good deeds. In this case, Inkue and his wife were both victims. Logically speaking, after the evil dragon was punished, they should be living a happy life. However, such a situation was almost impossible in reality. Their subsequent lives would also be very unfortunate. How about this? Jiang Fei sighed. He was very sympathetic to Inkue. Inkue, who was in a dilemma, seemed to have seen the light of day. He looked at Jiang Fei with a face full of hope. I will drive the dragon away and punish him. However, you have to promise to continue to accept your wife, Jiang Fei said. Inkue answered with difficulty. He did love his wife deeply, but he did not dare to guarantee that he would still be able to love her as he did in the past. You don't have to worry. I will erase your husband and wife's memories of this period of suffering. Then, I will send you to a completely unfamiliar environment. No one will know about this. You can start all over again. Jiang Fei said. Sage Lord, can this really be done? Inkue's eyes regained their light. If it was as Jiang Fei said, it would indeed be a relatively perfect ending. Jiang Fei nodded affirmatively. Inkue kneeled on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. His forehead was bleeding from the impact. Jiang Fei raised his hand slightly. Inkue could not help but stand up from the ground. Yes, Inkue stood up with confidence. After all, in the entire world of the 5 directions, who else had a higher status than Jiang Fei, the dragon race's sage lord? With his support, the evil dragon would definitely bow down and plead guilty. Following that, Jiang Fei followed Inkue and flew towards his hometown. Inkue's hometown was located in a remote area. It was definitely not a good place in the town star. The two of them flew for almost half a day before they arrived at the valley. Inkue pointed at the small valley in front of them and said. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already sensed the presence of a dragon from the valley. Other than the evil dragon, there were also many ferocious beasts in the small valley. They were probably Inkue's clansmen. Although Inkue hated the evil dragon to the bone, his clansmen got along well with the evil dragon. After all, it was a good thing that there was a dragon in the clan. Moreover, this dragon did not rape his own woman. Why would they not do it? It was precisely because of this that when Inkue went to his people for help, Those people either did not want to offend the powerful dragon race or wanted to accept the protection of the dragon race. Therefore, they ignored Inkue and just watched as he was chased out of their home. Jiang Fei nodded. Inkue led Jiang Fei straight to his own home. Before they got close to Inkue's home, Jiang Fei heard the sound of a woman crying. The sobbing sound was not very loud, but it was very sad. "Why are you crying? What's wrong with me? Who is that man from before?" A man roared. The female voice did not speak and continued to sob. "Have you cried enough? Touch your conscience and tell me how I've treated you. Other than the stars in the sky that I can't pluck down, what do you want that I haven't given you?" With the poor look of that man from before, the family was almost unable to open the pot. "What about now? Go out and take a look." The man continued to roar. The woman was still sobbing. When she heard the sound, Inkue's tears flowed down. Jiang Fei sighed and said to Inkue, "Let's go down." "Yes." Yinkui nodded vigorously. Then he brought Jiang Fei to his own courtyard. "Oof, your damn man is back again. Last time, I did not kill him because of you." The dragon said, Don't kill him. I will agree to whatever you want." The woman finally spoke. "Huh, that's what you said. If you wanted to let him go, I can do it. In the future, you're not allowed to cry anymore. You are to serve me obediently." The dragon said. Although the woman was unwilling, in order to let Inkue live, she had no choice but to agree. "Ha ha!" The dragon nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the room. Because Jiang Fei had hidden his aura, the dragon did not notice his existence at all. He thought that Inkue was the only one who had returned. Therefore, he laughed and walked quite a distance away. The dragon said with a condescending expression. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Fei behind Inkue. The dragon was dumbfounded. Although Jiang Fei might not know every dragon, which dragon would not know a sage like him? Jiang Fei's dragon breath flashed and disappeared. After confirming Jiang Fei's identity, the dragon immediately knelt in front of Jiang Fei. The dragon obediently knelt in front of Jiang Fei. He was just an ordinary dragon. In front of Jiang Fei, the difference in status was too great. Jiang Fei asked faintly. The dragon quickly answered. Jiang Fei nodded. He was considering what punishment to give Ao Dong. This punishment could not be too severe. Otherwise, it would damage the dignity of the dragon race. It cannot be too light either. Otherwise, this fellow would not learn his lesson. Inkue looked at Jiang Fei with anticipation. Although he knew that Jiang Fei would not execute the evil dragon in front of him for his sake, he still hoped that this fellow would be punished severely. Jiang Fei asked. Ao Dong was confused. In their education, what he had done was not out of line at all. Chapter 2442, 2442. Translator, 5496903. Go back. Find the great elder and ask him to reflect on what you have done. Jiang Fei said coldly. Ao Dong was dumbfounded. He had no idea what he had done wrong. However, when he saw that Jiang Fei had come with Inkue, he knew that this matter was most likely related to Inkue. A what? Jiang Fei glared at Ao Dong. Yes, Ao Dong was so scared that he did not dare to ask anymore. The Sage Lord's dignity was not something that he could question. Although he felt that Inkue had bribed Jiang Fei and allowed the Sage Lord to punish him like this, he could only go back and slowly study this matter. Moreover, he had to pay the fine first. Otherwise, the crime of disobeying the Sage Lord would be much more serious. Ao Dong was so scared that he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Only then did Jiang Fei turn around and look at Inkue. He said, "Are you satisfied with my punishment?" Yinkui said hesitantly. Jiang Fei's punishment was very heavy for the dragon race. After all, the dragon race were all money grubbers. Depriving them of all their property would be like taking their old lives. However, Inkue wanted the punishment to be physical because that would allow him to vent his anger. However, he himself was a weak party. Jiang Fei being able to do this already showed that he was selfless. That would make Inkue appear to be a little ignorant. Then, go and tell your wife about it. After that, you guys collect your things. Jiang Fei said. Ying Gui noted. Since Jiang Fei had already punished Ao Dong, this matter could be considered to be over. In any case, Jiang Fei would erase their memories of this matter in the future. In that case, Ao Dong would become a complete stranger to them. Moreover, he would never meet them again. In that case, it did not matter what happened to him next. Inkue returned to the room. The moment they met, they hugged each other and cried. After crying for a long time, Inkue told his wife about the things that Jiang Fei had promised. Naturally, his wife had no objections. As such a victim, she could not wait to forget everything that had happened before. Then, the two came out of the room. Inkue and his wife bowed to Jiang Fei and said, "Sage Lord, we are ready." Jiang Fei nodded and flew into the air. As Jiang Fei still had things to do in the 5 directions, he could not bring Inkue and his wife out of the place for the time being. Therefore, he first sent the 2 of them to Year Star, and then found a place to temporarily house them. After that, Jiang Fei erased the memories of Ao Dong from the 2 of them and told them to stay here and wait for him. He would bring them away in a few days. After Jiang Fei had settled the 2 of them, he returned to the town star and flew directly to the territory of the dragon race. At that time, Ao Dong had already handed over all his assets. He had also received 10 lashes from the Great Elder. Although Ao Dong did not understand why, the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen could understand Jiang Fei's thoughts. The current 5 directions heaven and earth was no longer the 5 directions heaven and earth of the past. Although the dragon race still ruled over all the races, they could no longer enslave all the races as they did hundreds of thousands of years ago. Therefore, there were some things that they had to restrain themselves from doing. Ao Dong was clearly the unlucky one. He was the unlucky one who made an example out of others. After Jiang Fei returned to the dragon race's headquarters, he went straight to the Dragon Palace. At that time, the Grand Elder and the Dragon Queen had also received the news. They knew that the Sage Lord was finally willing to return to the dragon race. They had a lot of things to report to Jiang Fei. However, when the Great Elder, the Dragon Queen, and the higher-ups of the Dragon Clan rushed to the Dragon Palace, they still found nothing. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already gone to the back to look for Yuting. Jiang Fei asked from outside Yuting's room. Yes. Yuting's voice came from inside the room. Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked in. Yuting asked, "Yes." Jiang Fei did not hide anything and described Andre's ability. Yuting was also shocked after hearing Jiang Fei's description. Even he had never heard of such an ability. Although they were both owners of the legendary space, Jiang Fei was different from Yuting. Other than inheriting the dragon race's supreme legacy space, Jiang Fei also had the nucleus of will. Only then could he change the origin of matter by plucking the energy string. Although Yuting also had powerful spiritual power, he had obtained it through training. He did not have a treasure like the nucleus of will, so he could not comprehend the origin of matter like the energy string. Jiang Fei asked. Yuting said after thinking for a moment. Jiang Fei could not explain the player's thing, but it was not a problem to describe the nature of the problem. Yuting fell into deep thought again. After an unknown amount of time, Yuting suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Jiang Fei and asked, "Have you heard of the heart-devouring voodoo?" Jiang Fei was at a loss. Although he had read countless ancient books, he had never heard of this term. That's right. This is a kind of ancient poison voodoo. It can enter a person's sea of consciousness through the blood and inject a spiritual poison into the sea of consciousness. This poison is very powerful. Yuting said. Jiang Fei was shocked. Yes. However, this kind of poison was feared by all the experts in the ancient times. Yuting said. From his words, Jiang Fei could tell that Yuting had also participated in this attack. Jiang Fei asked. This was the most important thing. If the Heart Devourer poison was already extinct, he would not have the chance to return to the past. When we destroyed that clan, although we destroyed all the heart-devouring insects, people still had their own selfish motives. Therefore, a few heart-devouring insects were kept in private, said Yuting. Jiang Fei asked with a face full of surprise. No. Yuting's face darkened. He was the previous Sage Lord. With his status, How could he do such a thing? Chapter 2443, 2443. Translator 549690333. Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. He had originally thought that Yu Ting would be able to take out something like the Heart Devourer. Yu Ting said with a righteous tone. Jiang Fei sighed. He could not help but feel disdainful in his heart. Since you don't have it, then why are you telling me about this thing? As Yu Ting said that, he flicked his finger and a jade slip flew toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei took the jade slip in his hand. This contains the method to use the Heart Devourer. If you're lucky enough to find it, you can use it to restrain Andre, said Yu Ting. Jiang Fei had no idea. Yu Ting waved his hand and turned his back. It seemed that he did not intend to continue chatting with Jiang Fei. Sigh. Jiang Fei had no choice but to bow to Yu Ting and leave his room. After leaving Yu Ting's room, although Jiang Fei had found a way to defeat Andre, finding the heart-devouring voodoo was like finding a needle in a haystack. Sage Lord. At that moment, a dragon elder came before Jiang Fei. This elder was ranked lower than the others, so Jiang Fei could not remember his name. Jiang Fei asked curiously. The dragon elder said. Jiang Fei asked, Sage Lord, you've been gone for several years. The elder said, Oh. Jiang Fei sighed. It was indeed a little too much for him to throw his hands in the air. Ever since he took over the Dragon Clan, he had not really worried about the Dragon Clan's matters. Following that, Jiang Fei followed the elder of the Dragon Clan to the main hall of the Dragon Palace. At this time, the Dragon Clan's higher-ups, including the Grand Elder and the Dragon Queen, had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the main hall, the Dragon Clan's higher-ups bowed one after another. Jiang Fei waved his hand and walked up to the throne in the main hall. After Jiang Fei sat down, the Great Elder immediately walked out of the class and said, Sage Lord, the dragon race has recently encountered a lot of issues that require you to make a decision. However, you're always away from the race. This makes it very difficult for us to make a decision. That's right. Sage Lord, you're always so elusive. It's very difficult for us to carry out many of our tasks. The other elders also came forward and echoed. The Dragon Queen also stepped forward to pressure Jiang Fei. It was very obvious that the dragon race's higher-ups had already colluded with each other. They had joined forces to pressure Jiang Fei. However, there was no one in the entire dragon race who made the decision. This made the dragon race, who advocated power, feel that something was missing. Jiang Fei nodded. This time, he did have to stay in the Five Directions world for a period of time. This was because it was not an easy task to find the heart-devouring voodoo that had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. If he could not find this thing, Jiang Fei could not do anything about Andre. Therefore, he had no choice but to stay in the Five Directions world. Hearing Jiang Fei's words, the dragon race higher-ups below expressed their gratitude. All right, let me ask you guys something. Jiang Fei opened his mouth and asked. Sage Lord, please speak. The Great Elder said on behalf of everyone. Jiang Fei asked. Almost all of the dragon race's elders were at a loss. This, the Great Elder said thoughtfully. The Dragon Queen also nodded. Oh, Jiang Fei was not willing to let go of any information. The Great Elder thought for a long time. Then he said, I remember that when I was still a young dragon, I once heard from my elders that there was once a fierce beast clan that was good at refining goo. Later on, they developed a goo worm called the heart-devouring goo. This thing was extremely powerful. It could even threaten the top dragon clan. Exclamation point. The Dragon Queen continued. The first elder added, That's right. They are the heroes of our dragon race. The Dragon Queen said. Then, Jiang Fei asked. The Great Elder and the Dragon Queen looked at each other. Then, both of them said in a daze, Didn't they all be destroyed? Jiang Fei sighed. He thought that he would be able to get some valuable information from these two people. In the end, these two people did not know as much as Yu Ting. The Grand Elder asked. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. All right, I will ask the tribesmen to keep an eye out for it, said the Grand Elder. Jiang Fei nodded. In fact, he had the same plan. as the dragon race's sage lord. If he did not use the dragon race's power to search for this thing, he would be too stupid. After arranging for people to search for the heart-devouring voodoo, Jiang Fei discussed some things with the Grand Elder and the others. He planned for the future of the dragon race. At the same time, Jiang Fei also made some rules for the dragon race's disciples with the Dragon Queen and the others. He did not want Ao Dong to repeat himself. "All right, Sage Lord, that brat Ao Dong was whipped 10 times by me." Then, he rushed back to the cliff and faced the wall. Moreover, his personal property has all been handed over. The Great Elder opened his mouth and asked, "Move his property to the East Hall." Jiang Fei said, "Yes." The Great Elder nodded. "Sage Lord, Ao Dong's ancestors were the couple who died in the battle to destroy the heart-devouring goo." At this time, the Dragon Queen stood up and pleaded for mercy. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the Great Elder, "Go and see him. If he realizes his mistake, let him go." The Great Elder immediately nodded. Chapter 2444, 2444. Translator 5496903-3. After dealing with the administrative matters in the main hall, Jiang Fei decided to take a walk around the planet. Firstly, he wanted to go out and relax. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find any clues. Anyway, Jiang Fei did not have any clues at the moment. He might as well go out and try his luck. After leaving the dragon's territory, Jiang Fei quickly arrived at the planet. Jiang Fei, who was flying aimlessly, found a random direction in the air and flew down. He did not have a specific destination. He just wanted to take a look around. After flying for a long time, Jiang Fei did not find anything that was worth paying attention to. Although the dragon race had regained control over the 5 sides of the world, the number of dragons was still too small. Therefore, most of the places remained the same as before. Just as Jiang Fei was flying aimlessly, the sound of a battle came from afar. Jiang Fei suddenly became alert. He followed the scent of the battle and flew over. When Jiang Fei got closer, he realized that this was not a one-on-one fight, nor was it a small-scale gang fight. Instead, it was a battle between 2 ferocious beast races. What's going on? It's already so early in the year. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. Then, he hid his body and looked down from the clouds. He saw that among the 2 species that were fighting below, one was a lion-type ferocious beast, and the other was a snake-type ferocious beast. Both of them were not weak. Their strongest combat strength was already close to the Immortal Lord level. Most of the warriors were around the immortal level. A beast with such strength was definitely a species that had been passed down from ancient times. Interesting. Jiang Fei was curious. Kill. Charge. Boom. 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 Although the battle was very intense, no one was cursing. They were all fighting desperately. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not know why they were fighting. It was just that the battle was very lively. As the battle continued, both sides began to suffer casualties. Moreover, because the battle was very intense, the casualties were getting larger and larger. Very soon, the entire battlefield could be described as corpses strewn all over the place. Holy sh*T, just how big of an enmity is this? Jiang Fei could not help but be shocked. He had seen the disputes between the races of fierce beasts. When the casualties reached a certain level, both sides had to stop. Otherwise, if they continued fighting, the 2 races would be wiped out. However, the 2 races in front of him looked like they were going to be wiped out. Although they had suffered countless casualties twice, the battle still did not show any signs of stopping. It's about time. Jiang Fei could not stand it anymore. He was the dragon race's sage lord. Regardless of whether these ferocious beast races admitted it or not, he was also the ruler of the 5 sides of the world. He could not just stand by and watch as the 2 races were annihilated in front of him. With a loud shout, Jiang Fei appeared. An overwhelming amount of draconic aura swept across the battlefield, causing these people who were red-eyed with killing intent to prostrate on the ground. At this moment, the warriors of the 2 races were already bloodthirsty. They would not kneel on the ground just because Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord. The reason why they were like this was because they could not resist Jiang Fei's pressure. They were all pressed to the ground and could not get up. Jiang Fei asked. His voice entered everyone's ears. It was like a yellow bell that struck fear into their hearts. They quickly regained their senses. God, I am a leader of the Blazing Lion clan. My name is Regal, said a lion-headed man. God, I am the leader of the Earth Python clan. My name is Rock Armor, said a bald man. Jiang Fei asked. The two men looked at each other. Both of them seemed hesitant, as if they did not want to tell Jiang Fei the reason. Hee, you guys are even willing to die, said Jiang Fei with a smile. The two men were still hesitant. Although they wanted to kill each other just a moment ago, they now had a common goal. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and immediately activated mind reading. Under mind reading, these two people who had not reached the Immortal Lord level no longer had any secrets for Jiang Fei. He also knew why they were not willing to tell him. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. These two races were fighting to the death for an ancient treasure. Now that a dragon had suddenly appeared, of course, they could not tell him. Who did not know that dragons were greedy? If they told him, what would happen to the two races? Wouldn't those clansmen who had just died in battle have died in vain? Now, these two fellows each had half of the treasure map. Neither of them was willing to hand it over to the other. That was why the battle had reached this stage. Jiang Fei sneered and said to them, since you are not willing to say it, let's continue fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Fei rose from the sky and disappeared. His pressure also disappeared. The warriors of the two races regained their freedom. The two clan leaders looked at each other. They did not know what the sudden appearance of the dragon meant. However, with Jiang Fei's interruption, they did not want to continue fighting. Once the dragon race made a comeback, the complete treasure map would still fall into the hands of the other party. However, the two clan leaders had clearly underestimated Jiang Fei. Through mind reading, Jiang Fei had already seen the complete treasure map in their consciousness. He no longer needed the parchment. If the two clan leaders were to blame, they could only blame themselves for looking at the treasure map in their hands too many times. Their subconscious was too familiar with the contents of the treasure map. As a result, Jiang Fei easily obtained the complete treasure map through mind reading. A treasure left behind from the ancient times? Jiang Fei had nothing to do now anyway. Moreover, what if there was a heart devourer in the treasure map? Therefore, he followed the guide to the treasure map. First, he went from the town star to the star. Then, he dived into the vast forest. Jiang Fei traveled through the dense forest at high speed. He carefully observed his surroundings. Then, he compared the contents of the treasure map. Soon, he arrived at the place described in the treasure map. Jiang Fei stopped in front of a large tree that more than a dozen people could not hug. This tree was too big. It was so big that people could not help but notice it. Therefore, Jiang Fei was almost certain that the treasure was under this tree. Chapter 2445. Translator 549690033. Jiang Fei opened up his mind and scanned the tree from top to bottom. Soon, he found the entrance to the treasure. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. However, he could not blame the person who had stored the treasure. When the other party had stored the treasure, the tree was only as thick as a person's arms. Large trees of this thickness could be found everywhere in the forest. However, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Most of the large trees in the forest had gone through a few reincarnations. Only this large tree had been nourished by the treasure because it was buried underground. Therefore, it had always survived. After living for hundreds of thousands of years, how could this large tree not be eye-catching? Therefore, as long as he could find the approximate location of the treasure map, he would be able to easily find the entrance to the treasure. Jiang Fei raised his hand and struck. He wanted to blast open the entrance to the treasure. However, when he struck with his palm, the powerful astral energy disappeared instantly like a clay ox entering the sea. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. The designer of this enchantment seemed to be very powerful. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, its defense was still very strong. After putting away his contempt, Jiang Fei used all his strength and struck the entrance again. This time, the barrier was finally shaken by Jiang Fei. Although the owner of this barrier might not be weaker than Jiang Fei, the barrier had been set up for too long. Its strength had already weakened. Seeing that the palm strike was effective, Jiang Fei attacked again and again. As Jiang Fei continued to attack, the frequency of the barrier's vibration increased. Finally, the barrier could no longer withstand Jiang Fei's attacks. After a loud bang, it disappeared. Interesting. Jiang Fei smiled. Originally, he was not interested in the treasure. This time, he came to explore the treasure with the intention of killing time. After all, the two races that were fighting for the treasure map were not particularly powerful. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's subconscious mind, there might not be anything good in the treasure. However, now, Jiang Fei completely stopped looking down on it. This enchantment was too powerful. Although Jiang Fei was not the strongest in the 5 directions, he was definitely in the top 5. He had spent so much effort to open this treasure. How powerful was the original owner of this treasure? How could his treasure be weak? After the barrier was destroyed, Jiang Fei waved his hand and set up a new barrier. He did not want to be disturbed when he was exploring the treasure. After all, when he had just destroyed the barrier, it had caused quite a commotion. It was hard to guarantee that he would not attract the attention of others. After making all the preparations, Jiang Fei opened the entrance to the treasure. Since the enchantment had been destroyed, it was extremely easy to open the door. As long as a gust of strong wind swept past, the door that had been in disrepair for a long time would collapse. Jiang Fei waved his hand. A gentle breeze blew past and blew away the dust after the door collapsed. A dark hole appeared. As the original owner of the treasure was unfathomable, Jiang Fei did not dare to enter rashly. Therefore, he first used his spiritual power to explore the way. After roughly understanding the general situation of the treasure, Jiang Fei walked in. Hiss! After entering the cave, Jiang Fei felt a cold wind blowing behind his neck. It gave him a creepy feeling. Jiang Fei frowned. The treasure seemed to have been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if he was conservative, the owner of the treasure was only slightly smaller than Yuding. The reason why Yuding was able to live for so long was not only because of his strength, but also because the dragon race had an extremely long lifespan. This was something that other races could not compare to. As he walked into the cave, Jiang Fei saw many murals on the walls of the cave. These murals were mostly about snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Other than that, there were also centipedes, toads, and other poisonous insects. Jiang Fei frowned. He did not like the atmosphere here. It was too depressing and too dark. After walking for about 20 minutes, Jiang Fei finally arrived at a hall. This hall was connected to 8 caves. Other than the one that Jiang Fei had walked to, there were 7 other caves. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he slowly walked to the middle of the hall. There was a shrine there. Jiang Fei looked at the statue in the shrine. It was a man with a bald foot. He had a snake in his mouth and another snake in his left and right hands. He looked very ferocious. Jiang Fei thought carefully for a long time, but he could not find any memory of this person in his mind. Although he had read a lot of ancient books about the 5 directions of heaven and earth, he did not see many of these strange gods and monsters. When he lowered his head, Jiang Fei saw that there was actually a tablet of the statue under the shrine. Jiang Fei recognized the name on the tablet with difficulty. Due to the passage of time, the 2 words were somewhat blurred. Moreover, they were written in the language of ancient ferocious beasts. It was very difficult to recognize. Jiang Fei thought for a long time, but he could not find any information about this guy in his memory. Forget it, I don't care. Jiang Fei shook his head. Then, he extended his spiritual power and tried to search the entire underground palace. However, Jiang Fei searched for a long time, but he could not find any trace of the treasure in the underground palace. Although he did not find the treasure, he found a pile of bones. Jiang Fei's body flashed. In the next second, he appeared in a cave that was connected to the hall. There were more than 100 corpses in the cave. The bones of these corpses were arranged neatly in the cave. It was as if they were carefully placed on display. Jiang Fei was stunned. There were humans and ferocious beasts among these corpses. Moreover, they had been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, a cold wind blew past the back of Jiang Fei's neck. Jiang Fei's hair stood on end. This was the depths of the underground palace. Moreover, the exit had already been sealed with a barrier. How could there be wind here? Jiang Fei's eyes scanned the underground palace. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual power and searched the entire underground palace. However, he did not find anything. Jiang Fei did not believe his own words. How could an expert of his level still have an illusion? Chapter 2446, 2446. Translator, 5496903. Jiang Fei shook his head vigorously and returned to the shrine. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he raised his voice and said, I know you can hear me. If you don't show yourself, I will tear down the statue of your body. The surroundings were completely silent. There was no reaction at all. All right. Jiang Fei waved his hand and sent a wave of gang cheese toward the ferocious statue. Jiang Fei's gang cheese landed on the clay statue and released a powerful energy wave. However, when the gang cheese light dissipated, Jiang Fei found that the clay statue in the shrine was not damaged at all. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Now, he was even more convinced that there was something wrong with the clay statue. Following the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon, the Chungying sword shot out from between Jiang Fei's eyebrows. The Chungying sword drew a sword in the air and hovered above Jiang Fei's head. I'm giving you one last chance, Jiang Fei said to the clay statue. The clay sculpture moved a little, but it did not respond. It was clearly provoking Jiang Fei. The meaning was clear. I have a problem. You can cut me. Good, good. Jiang Fei was extremely angry. He suddenly increased his strength to the maximum and converted all the spiritual energy in his body into metal attribute. The Chungying sword slashed down with the metal attribute's sword aura. The sword landed on the top of the clay sculpture's head. The Chungying sword had cut into the clay sculpture by 2 parts. However, Jiang Fei could feel a powerful force resisting it. This spiritual power was actually almost the same as his. His sword could not even cut into the clay sculpture by half. However, the moment Jiang Fei's sword entered the clay sculpture, he heard a howl that sounded like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. Although the Chungying sword had only cut into the clay sculpture by 2 parts, it had still cut into the clay sculpture. The clay sculpture had suffered serious injuries. Jiang Fei recalled the Chungying sword and asked coldly, Are you still not willing to show yourself? Are you only willing to come out to see me if I destroy your host? Silence. The previous wail disappeared and was replaced by silence. Oomph. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then he activated his infinite battle intent domain and his combat power sword to the maximum. No, I'm coming out. At that moment, a voice came from the clay sculpture. Following that, a shadow emerged from the clay sculpture and stood in front of Jiang Fei. This shadow looked exactly like the clay sculpture. It seemed to be Ruo Yu's immortal soul. Although Jiang Fei had some guesses, he still asked. This would help him show off his strength as a powerhouse. The shadow replied. Jiang Fei asked. Ruo Yu nodded. He had no choice now. Facing the powerful Jiang Fei, he had no choice but to hide. Jiang Fei continued to ask. Ruo Yu replied. What was your purpose in designing the treasure map? Jiang Fei said calmly. There is no treasure at all. Ruo Yu laughed bitterly and told Jiang Fei her purpose. It turned out that Ruo Yu was an expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago. He was severely injured in a battle and knew that he would not live for long. Therefore, he built this underground palace for himself and deliberately created a treasure map. After that, the army was disarmed in the underground palace. After the army disarmed the body, Ruo Yu's primordial spirit was placed on the clay sculpture. The function of the treasure map was revealed at this moment. It continuously lured experts to this place. The experts who could break Ruo Yu's enchantment were at least at the peak of the true immortal realm. Among them, there was no lack of immortal lord level experts. After these experts reached the depths of the underground palace, they all became Ruo Yu's prey. At the beginning, he intended to possess them and be reborn. However, his primordial spirit was too strong. Although those experts were not weak, they were still unable to withstand his primordial spirit. In the end, they all bled out from their 7 orifices and died. As such, Ruo Yu's plan to possess them and be reborn had been put on hold. Fortunately, the Master's lifeblood had replenished Ruo Yu's primordial spirit. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure until now. They were the masterpieces after Ruo Yu failed to possess them. However, ever since almost 100,000 years ago, Ruo Yu had realized that no one had come to the underground palace to search for treasures. Therefore, he had been enduring until now. This had caused his strength to drop drastically. He would not have been hiding all the time. He had even planned to scare Jiang Fei away. If he still had the strength at his peak, he would have already possessed Jiang Fei. In fact, Ruo Yu could not have endured for 100,000 years. More than 100,000 years ago, the world of the 5 directions underwent a huge change. The dragon race went into seclusion, and all the races withered away. Other than the old ones, there were no other top-notch experts among the various ferocious beast races. Therefore, even if someone had obtained the treasure map, they would not be able to break through Ruo Yu's enchantment. Naturally, they would not have the chance to come in and possess Ruo Yu. After Ruo Yu finished speaking, she could not help but sigh. If Jiang Fei had come here more than 100,000 years ago, he would definitely have become Ruo Yu's prey. At that time, Ruo Yu was definitely not what she was now. She had absolute confidence that she could kill Jiang Fei and then seize his physical body. The body of Jiang Fei's Royal Dragon Clan was also sufficient to withstand Ruo Yu's primordial spirit. This way, Ruo Yu would be able to see the light of day again. Unfortunately, there were not that many IFS. Jiang Fei only entered the underground palace today after hundreds of thousands of years. At that time, Ruo Yu was already very weak. Although he still had the strength to fight with Jiang Fei, it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Fei. It was impossible to possess her. Jiang Fei laughed after listening to Ruo Yu's words. As the saying goes, if a person does not do it for himself, the heavens and earth will destroy him. Ruo Yu was doing it so that he could be reborn. Therefore, everything he did could not be said to be right or wrong. It could only be said that their skills were inferior to others. However, Jiang Fei was able to survive successfully today. Other than being lucky, his own strength was also an important factor. Ruo Yu would not hesitate to kill him and take over his body. Kid, just as Jiang Fei was deep in thought, Ruo Yu suddenly shattered the clay body that he had previously possessed. A golden light flashed from the clay body and shot straight towards Jiang Fei's face. Chapter 2447, 2447. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei cried out in surprise. He had indeed been careless just now. Because Ruo Yu only had a wisp of her primordial spirit left, it was impossible for her to threaten Jiang Fei anymore. Therefore, he had let his guard down. Now that Ruo Yu's clay body had shattered, a golden light shot straight at Jiang Fei's face. When Jiang Fei realized that he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The golden light hit Jiang Fei's face directly, and then there was no then anymore. The scene became awkward. Jiang Fei had even prepared for the worst. He was ready to escape back to the inheritance space to save his life. However, when the golden light hit his face, it was like a piece of paper being pasted on it. There was no other reaction. Jiang Fei reached out and wiped his face. A shriveled golden object appeared in his hand. This thing looked like the corpse of some kind of bug. However, it was too old. The bug had become dry. The most awkward person at this moment was Ruo Yu. He had thought that he had the victory in his surprise attack. He had even prepared to possess her. However, he had never expected that things would turn out like this. Jiang Fei stared coldly at Ruo Yu and asked, I think the atmosphere is too awkward. At this moment, Ruo Yu's face was extremely awkward. Although he tried his best to remain calm, The smile on his face was too fake. "You're not going to say anything?" Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and was ready to kill. Although Jiang Fei did not know why the golden light did not work and only a bug corpse stuck on his face, he did not need to think about it to know that this was definitely not a joke to ease the atmosphere. This was definitely Ruo Yu's killer move. However, this killer move was now ineffective. No, Ruo Yu retreated repeatedly, but there was no way for her to retreat. Initially, Ruo Yu had been able to live for so many years because there had been creatures that had entered the underground palace to provide him with a lot of spiritual energy. He had also come because he could stay in a mud embryo. It was equivalent to giving up on the place to stay. Moreover, the plan to plot against Jiang Fei had failed. He could not take over the body. In this way, Ruo Yu would become a lonely ghost with no place to stay. Jiang Fei directly projected his own inheritance space. Then, he rolled back and brought Ruo Yu's primordial spirit back. When Jiang Fei's inheritance space absorbed physical bodies, it would pay a great price in terms of physical size and energy level. However, when it absorbed these spiritual bodies, there were not so many restrictions. As long as Jiang Fei thought that he could deal with these guys, he could absorb them. Otherwise, if he absorbed them, it would cause him trouble. Now that Ruo Yu's primordial spirit had lost its sustenance, there was no way for her to resist the absorption of Jiang Fei's legacy space. Moreover, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was even stronger than his. Therefore, he was not afraid that it would be easy for him to invite the gods, but difficult for him to send the gods. Therefore, he made his move. Ruo Yu was confused after being sucked into the legacy space by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled and said, "Legacy space?" Ruo Yu muttered to herself. "Really?" Jiang Fei smiled faintly. "Wait, you're talking about the legacy space. You're a dragon. You're the dragon race's current sage lord." Suddenly, Ruo Yu seemed to have remembered something. His face was filled with fear. "Hee, you guessed it all right," Jiang Fei said calmly. Ruo Yu said hurriedly, "Talk." Jiang Fei's voice suddenly turned cold. Then his mind power surged out. At that moment, Jiang Fei's nucleus of will began to release energy crazily. A large amount of mind power swept toward Ruo Yu's primordial spirit. "Don't. This is all a misunderstanding," Ruo Yu shouted crazily. However, Jiang Fei did not hesitate at all. His spiritual power swept over and instantly included Ruo Yu's primordial spirit. Then, he began to devour it crazily. When Ruo Yu saw that Jiang Fei did not give her any chance, she could only grit her teeth and fight it out. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's inheritance space, his and Ruo Yu's spiritual energy began to devour each other. There was no technique, nor was there any room for compromise. This was simply a competition of the richness of the spiritual energy. The loser would be completely devoured. The reason why Jiang Fei dared to launch such an attack was because he was certain that Ruo Yu's spiritual energy was not as strong as his. Moreover, Jiang Fei had the support of the nucleus of will. That was why he dared to launch such a desperate attack. In the inheritance space, as there was no concept of time, Jiang Fei did not know how long the battle between Jiang Fei and Ruo Yu's spiritual power lasted. In short, in the end, Ruo Yu's spiritual power was getting weaker and weaker. As Jiang Fei continued to support himself with a nucleus of will, his attacks became more and more ferocious. Finally, the last trace of Ruo Yu's spiritual power was also devoured by Jiang Fei. Only a trace of her soul was left to escape. However, it was also entangled by Jiang Fei's spiritual power. In the end, all of it became a part of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei laughed coldly after devouring Ruo Yu. At this time, he had already grasped Ruo Yu's memories, so he naturally understood everything. It turned out that the bug corpse that had just pasted on Jiang Fei's face was none other than the Heart Devourer goo that he had been painstakingly searching for. Ruo Yu was also one of the fierce beast experts who had participated in the attack on the Heart Devourer goo clan together with Yuting. Unfortunately, Ruo Yu was not as lucky as Yuting. He was not a dragon and did not have the long lifespan of a dragon. Moreover, when he was attacking the Heart Devourer clan, he was also injured. Therefore, he could not hold on for long. Therefore, he built this underground palace in the hope that he could lure an expert with a powerful physical body over so that he could possess and be reborn. In the end, Ruoyu clearly did not get what he wanted. The people who had been waiting for him could not accommodate his powerful primordial spirit. It was not easy for him to find Jiang Fei. However, his primordial spirit was still lacking in vitality due to the passage of time. He could not directly possess Jiang Fei. In the end, Ruoyu thought of a way. He planned to use the heart-devouring voodoo to trick Jiang Fei. This voodoo only ate people's souls and mental strength. It would not harm a person's physical body. Then, he would be able to obtain a perfect physical body. However, Ruoyu had overlooked one fact. Everything had a lifespan. Even he himself could not endure the loss of time. He could only use a wisp of his primordial spirit to live in a clay embryo. Would the Heart Devourer Gu be able to escape from the butcher's knife of time? Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. The Heart Devourer Gu had died a long time ago. Although it had been sealed very well by Ruoyu, it could not withstand the passage of too many years. Therefore, it was only left with a little shell. In that case, it would naturally not be able to trick Jiang Fei. Hence, the awkward scene just now was caused. Chapter 2448. Translator 5496903. The Heart Devourer Gu that Ruoyu had kept for hundreds of thousands of years had finally turned into a dead worm skin. Jiang Fei had to admit that he was lucky. However, on the other hand, it was not necessarily a good thing. The Heart Devourer Gu was kept very carefully by Ruoyu. It could not even endure the torment of time. In the end, it had become a waste. After all, Gu worms were not magical artifacts. They could not be kept forever. Therefore, there would come a day when its lifespan would run out. No matter how careful its owner was, it could not be avoided. However, the problem was that after Yu Ting and the others had wiped out the Heart Devourer Gu clan, they did not leave behind the method to refine the Heart Devourer Gu. Instead, they destroyed it. Only a few experts had secretly hidden a portion of the Heart Devourer Gu. However, judging from the Heart Devourer Gu that Ruoyu had hidden away, the Gu worms that the other experts had hidden away were probably already dead. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei found other Gu worms, he reckoned that they would not be able to use them. As such, Jiang Fei was once again in a difficult situation. The method to refine the Heart Devourer Gu had already been lost. All the existing Heart Devourer Gu had lost their vitality. Could it be that Andre was destined to be invincible? Jiang Fei sighed. He did not expect that the clues that he had painstakingly found would be broken just like that. Jiang Fei frowned and made a decision in his heart. After that, Jiang Fei immediately gave up on wandering around because it was meaningless. Even if he found the whereabouts of the other Heart Devourer voodoo worms, all he would get in the end was some dead insect skin. Therefore, he had to go back and find a new solution. Jiang Fei rode his flying sword and flew into the sky. Soon, Jiang Fei returned to the dragon race's territory. Sage Lord. Greetings, Sage Lord. When the Dragon Clan members saw Jiang Fei, they bowed one after another. Jiang Fei nodded slightly and went straight to Yu Ting's room. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Fei gently knocked on the door. At this time, a young dragon just happened to pass by. What? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He did not expect Yu Ting to not be here at such a critical moment. Yes, the dragon whelp said. Jiang Fei sighed. It was truly a case of a house falling into a storm at night. The more anxious he was, the more things he had to worry about. After leaving Yu Ting's residence, Jiang Fei returned to the main hall of the Dragon Emperor Palace. There was nothing he could do. Yu Ting had gone for a stroll and did not leave a message. God knows where he went. Now he could only wait for him to return. At that moment, Jiang Fei only hoped that Yu Ting would not be gone for too long. After returning to the main hall, a dragon girl walked up. Sage Lord, the treasures in the East Hall have been piling up for a long time. The dragon girl was clearly in charge of the internal affairs of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded The treasures in the East Hall were all confiscated from Ao Dong. Previously, he was busy looking for the heart-devouring goo, so he did not have time to pay attention to it. Now, the heart-devouring goo was basically useless. Zhang Fei had nothing else to do. Therefore, he went to the East Hall and wanted to see what treasures Ao Dong had. After he strolled to the East Hall, Zhang Fei looked around. Ao Dong was really a rich man. His family was quite wealthy. All kinds of treasures were piled up in one corner of the East Hall. The dragon girl also followed. Although the dragon race valued private property, they also had public treasury. Usually, it was put into the public treasury. Zhang Fei opened his spiritual power and looked at the treasures that Ao Dong had handed over. As Zhang Fei was very angry at the time, he had confiscated all of Ao Dong's property. Therefore, there were a lot of things here. Zhang Fei suddenly frowned. He found a strange thing in Ao Dong's property. As Zhang Fei flipped his right hand, he used his mind power to split the pile of treasures on both sides. Then, he carried an oval-shaped object to the front. It was an oval-shaped ball that was as tall as a person. It was inlaid with precious spiritual crystals. The dragon girl knew quite a lot. She explained to Zhang Fei from the side. Zhang Fei asked, "Yes." The dragon girl nodded. Then she said to Zhang Fei, "There were two heroic figures in Ao Dong's family. They once followed the previous sage lord and eradicated an evil family. However, during that battle, Ao Dong's ancestors were severely injured. Both of them died. I know. These two are still husband and wife. The wife is pregnant." Zhang Fei nodded and said. He had heard about this matter from the Dragon Queen. At that time, he was only leniently punished because of the merits of Ao Dong's two ancestors. Yes, the dragon girl nodded. Then she continued. After the battle ended, Ao Dong's two ancestors passed away one after another. During the battle, they were unable to withstand the damage. Even the dragon's body was unable to keep them alive. When she said this, the dragon girl appeared a little sad. Then she continued. Even when she died, the female powerhouse was unable to successfully give birth to the dragon egg in her stomach. In the end, this dragon egg could only become a dead fetus. Later on, this dragon egg became the sacred item of the Ao Dong family. They inlaid all the gemstones that they could gather on this dragon egg to express their memories and mourn for their ancestors, said the dragon girl. Zhang Fei said as he looked at the oval-shaped object that was as tall as a person. That's right. This is the sacred item of the Ao Dong family, said the dragon girl. Not only did Zhang Fei's eyebrows not relax, but his frown became even more serious. Asked the dragon girl. Zhang Fei asked. Yes. Back then, all the elders of the dragon clan wanted to save this dragon egg. Even the previous sage lord had made a move. Unfortunately, when its mother died from serious injuries, it was still too young. It could not even reach the standard to hatch. The dragon girl said. Zhang Fei nodded. Then he said to the dragon girl, "Keep the rest in the public treasury. I'll keep this for now." Yes. The dragon girl nodded. Although this dragon egg was inlaid with many crystals and gemstones, it was more of a memorial. Its true value was not very high. In the girl's opinion, Zhang Fei might have kept it because he wanted to return it to Ao Dong. After all, this thing was the spiritual sustenance of their family. Chapter 2449, 2449. Translator. 549690033. After the dragon girl left with her other belongings, Zhang Fei put away the dragon egg. Then, he returned to his residence in the dragon palace. Zhang Fei placed the dragon egg in front of him and looked at it carefully. At this time, the dragon egg had already become an ornament. Its entire body was embedded with gemstones and crystals. It looked like Yi was shining brightly. However, Zhang Fei's huge spiritual power could feel a trace of life from it. This trace of life was very weak. However, Zhang Fei could confirm that it existed. Zhang Fei guessed. However, he quickly changed his mind. Then, it was impossible for the many dragon elders and the previous sage Lord Wei how to not have noticed it hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Dragon Clan's experts back then were not as powerful as the Dragon Clan's experts now. Back then, the Dragon Clan's elders who were ranked in the top 10 were all more powerful than Zhang Fei now. Even when they joined hands, they were unable to save this dragon egg. Moreover, they announced that it was already dead, then it was definitely dead. Zhang Fei firmly believed that. Moreover, even if the dragon egg was still a little alive, it had already been hundreds of thousands of years. If this had been Zhang Fei's hometown, Earth, it would have long become a fossil. The dragon egg was made of a strange material. The remaining life in it had long been boiled to death by the long passage of time. Therefore, the dragon egg was definitely not going to come back to life. However, Zhang Fei could clearly feel a trace of life in it. This made him very confused. Zhang Fei's spiritual power once again wrapped around the dragon egg. However, the material of the dragon egg was too magical. Zhang Fei could only vaguely feel that there was a small life inside. However, he could not directly see what was inside the dragon egg. Zhang Fei was very confused. With this smash, the small dragon would be completely finished. Forget it. Zhang Fei sighed and then put away the dragon egg. Zhang Fei stayed in the Dragon Palace for half a month. During this time, the Dragon Queen and the Great Elder had something to report to him almost every day. It was as if they were afraid that Zhang Fei would disappear the next day. Therefore, they dug up all the things that the Dragon Clan had accumulated over the years that they could not handle. Therefore, during this period of time, Zhang Fei was almost as busy as a bee. However, the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen still kept finding things for him to do. This made Zhang Fei finally realize the disadvantages of being a hands-off boss. That was because there were too many things that originally belonged to him finally. After half a month, Yu Ting returned. This allowed Zhang Fei to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Therefore, Zhang Fei left the Dragon Queen and the Great Elder and went straight to Yu Ting. Zhang Fei stood respectfully outside Yu Ting's room. At this time, Yu Ting had just returned. He did not even have time to drink his saliva. Zhang Fei walked into Yu Ting's room. "Why are you looking for me so urgently?" Yu Ting asked. Zhang Fei nodded. Then he told Yu Ting about how the Heart Devourer voodoo had all withered and died. "Yes, time has passed so quickly." Yu Ting sighed. Zhang Fei asked. Yu Ting fronet. Zhang Fei asked again. Yu Ting shook his head. Zhang Fei was dumbfounded. He had waited for Yu Ting for so long. He did not expect to receive such an answer. "Sigh, how about this? Let me think about it," Yu Ting said after a moment of silence. What else could Zhang Fei say at this time? Yu Ting was ready to serve tea to send Zhang Fei off. "Teacher," Zhang Fei said. Yu Ting was stunned. He did not expect Zhang Fei to really have something else. Zhang Fei said as he released the dragon egg. Yu Ting was stunned. Although this dragon egg was inlaid with a lot of treasures, he still recognized the essence of it at a glance. "Yes." Zhang Fei nodded. Yu Ting asked curiously. Zhang Fei prompted. Yu Ting looked at Zhang Fei. Then he mobilized his spiritual power and began to sense the dragon egg carefully. After a moment, Yu Ting also cried out in surprise. Zhang Fei asked. "Yes." Yu Ting frowned. Zhang Fei said. Yu Ting asked. Zhang Fei told Yu Ting about the origin of the dragon egg. Yu Ting was completely silent. He stared at the dragon egg and did not say a word. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Fei saw that the sky outside had gradually darkened, but Yu Ting still did not say a word. Zhang Fei could not help but ask, "This really?" Yu Ting wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he sighed. Zhang Fei asked. Yu Ting sighed again. Then he told Zhang Fei the whole story. It turned out that the parents of this dragon egg had died in battle when they were annihilating the Heart Devourer Gu clan. Back then, they had followed Yu Ting, who was still Wei Hao, through life and death. Although they had obtained the final victory, both of them were heavily injured, and in the battle with the heart-devouring Gu clan, being heavily injured meant that they had been poisoned. The male of the couple soon died from the poison. He was no different from the other people who had been poisoned by the heart-devouring Gu. However, the pregnant female dragon had persisted for a long time. Everyone thought that she would be able to lay a dragon egg before she died. Unfortunately, their efforts failed in the end. In the end, the dragon egg did not survive because it was born prematurely. At that time, Wei Hao and a group of Dragon Clan elders tried their best. They injected an astonishing amount of spiritual energy into the dragon egg, but they were unable to save this little life. However, what was unexpected was that although the young dragon did not manage to survive until it hatched, the heart-devouring goo in the female dragon's body was transferred into the dragon egg before she died. This Jiu made use of the spiritual energy that Wei Hao and the others had injected into the dragon egg, and the essence of the dragon egg actually survived. After hundreds of thousands of years, the dormant dragon showed signs of revival. Chapter 2450-2450. Translator 5496903-3. Teacher, are you saying that there is a heart-devourer goo inside? Zhang Fei's eyes widened. He had originally planned to give up on the heart-devourer goo. He did not expect that there would be a silver lining. Yu Ting nodded. Zhang Fei asked. I'm afraid not yet. Yu Ting shook his head. It was not that he could not bear to talk about the only dragon egg left by his old subordinates. That voodoo worm might not live for long. Yu Ting was more open-minded about the dragon egg of his old subordinates. If this dragon egg was still the son of his old subordinates, then even if his vitality was greatly damaged, he would still be able to save it. However, this dragon egg had already become the host of the Heart Devourer voodoo. The Heart Devourer had already consumed all of its essence. Now, it was only left with an eggshell. Therefore, Yu Ting did not need to let Zhang Fei destroy this dragon egg, because it was left behind by his old subordinate. What should I do now? Zhang Fei asked. Of course, I can't just wait. The essence in this dragon egg has already been used up. If you don't do anything, the Heart Devourer will soon die from losing its energy support, Yu Ting said. Zhang Fei asked. Said Yu Ting, refine the goo? Zhang Fei was stunned. Didn't I give you the method to use the heart-devouring goo? Said Yu Ting. Although the method to cultivate and breed the heart-devouring goo had been destroyed, the method to raise and refine the heart-devouring goo had been preserved. Otherwise, those experts back then would not have kept the heart-devouring goo in secret. After all, a goo worm that could not be controlled was a poison. Carrying it around would only make him feel uncomfortable. Zhang Fei quickly looked through the memories that Yu Ting had transferred to him. He found the content about breeding and refining the Heart Devourer. According to the method that Yu Ting had taught Zhang Fei, breeding and refining the Heart Devourer were actually done at the same time. Both required Zhang Fei to voluntarily release his spiritual power for the young Heart Devourer to devour. When he knew that the frequency of the Heart Devourer's spiritual power fluctuation was the same as Zhang Fei's spiritual power fluctuation, the Heart Devourer was already refined. Zhang Fei asked. This method of raising and refining the Heart Devourer was quite dangerous. If Zhang Fei was disturbed, he would become the Heart Devourer's prey. If he was not careful, he would become the Heart Devourer's prey. Yu Ting nodded. Zhang Fei sat cross-legged in front of the dragon egg. Then he extended his spiritual power and began to send it into the dragon egg. As the dragon egg was made of a very special material, the spiritual power that Zhang Fei sent and was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reaction at all. However, as time passed, Zhang Fei continued to pour his spiritual power in. However, the dragon egg was like a bottomless pit. Zhang Fei could not fill it no matter how much he poured in. After an unknown amount of time, when Zhang Fei continued to pour in spiritual energy, the dragon egg finally reacted. Moreover, this reaction scared Zhang Fei so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Because the dragon egg was no longer satisfied with passively receiving Zhang Fei's spiritual energy, it began to actively absorb Zhang Fei's spiritual energy. Although Zhang Fei could still actively cut off the supply of spiritual energy, the feeling was still very terrifying. It was as if someone was constantly sucking your blood. Zhang Fei's spiritual power was pouring into the dragon egg faster and faster. In other words, The heart devourer in the dragon egg was absorbing it faster and faster. In the end, Jiang Fei had no choice but to use the spiritual power stored in the core of his will. Jiang Fei asked worriedly. Yu Ting said as he looked at Jiang Fei. Although it was his first time seeing someone refining the heart-devouring goo, he was still able to grasp the direction of the matter. Jiang Fei nodded. He still had a lot of trust in Yu Ting. Time passed by slowly. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was continuously injected into the dragon egg. Then it was absorbed by the Jiu worm inside. Jiang Fei did not know how long this process lasted. When his spiritual power was almost depleted, the Jiu worm in the dragon egg finally stopped absorbing spiritual power. Not only that, the goo worm also fed back to Jiang Fei. A steady stream of spiritual power flowed from the goo worm's body back into Jiang Fei's sea of consciousness. The spiritual power that originally belonged to Jiang Fei was purified in the heart-devouring goo's body. When they returned to Jiang Fei's sea of consciousness, Jiang Fei could clearly feel that the spiritual power was even purer than before. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang Fei seemed to have established a strange connection with the heart-devourer goo. It was as if he could feel the heart-devourer Jiu's thoughts. In Jiang Fei's perception, the heart-devourer goo was very simple. It was so simple that there was not a single distracting thought. In its consciousness, there were only two things: survival and eating. And eating was to survive. The heart-devouring worm did not have any intelligence. It only had the most instinctive desire. "How is it?" Yu Ting asked. Jiang Fei stood up. He extended his hand and waved. A golden light flew out from the dragon egg and landed in his hand. The dragon egg only had a small crack. The rest was basically intact, although it was only an empty shell. Yu Ting looked at the goo worm in Jiang Fei's palm and nodded. The heart-devourer goo was round and round like a larva that had eaten its fill. However, it was not as white as a larva. Instead, it was entirely golden. As the heart-devourer voodoo itself did not have any consciousness. When its spiritual power was aligned with Jiang Fei's spiritual power, this little thing had become Jiang Fei's remote control tool. Jiang Fei could accurately control its every move. "All right, since you have achieved your goal, then go back," Yu Ting said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei bowed to Yu Ting. Yu Ting waved his hand. After that, Jiang Fei bowed and left Yu Ting's room. After obtaining the heart-devouring venom, Jiang Fei's goal of coming to the 5 directions heaven and earth had been achieved. After that, he did not return to the main hall of the Dragon Imperial Palace. He left the dragon race's territory and went to Sui Xing. Now, Jiang Fei was ready to leave the 5 directions heaven and earth. He had to make a travel promise, and taking Kuei and his wife away. He would bring them to a place where no one knew them and start a new life. This place was very difficult to find in the 5 directions heaven and earth. After all, the 5 directions heaven and earth was only that big. However, in the outer universe, there were many places like this because almost no one knew them there. Chapter 2451. 2451. Translator 549690033. After bringing in Kuei and his wife along, Jiang Fei left the world of the 5 directions through the 9 rotating star disk. Because Little Nine had evolved, Jiang Fei no longer needed to enter and exit from where he came from. Therefore, he appeared directly outside the boundary of the world of the 5 directions. Jiang Fei summoned his yacht and brought in Kuei and his wife inside. In Kuei and his wife were like Grandma Lu, who had entered the Grandview Garden. The two of them had never seen such high-tech equipment before. Jiang Fei laughed. In Kuei's wife praised. As Jiang Fei had already erased their unpleasant memories, the two of them did not have any estrangement at all. They were still as loving as before. "Let's go." Jiang Fei immediately set a target and activated the automatic navigation. This time, Jiang Fei planned to send the 2 people to the planet that Han Tianyu was in charge of. Firstly, he wanted to give them a comfortable environment. Secondly, he wanted to find a bodyguard for Han Tianyu. During the long interstellar journey, Jiang Fei began to think of a way to destroy Andre. Although he had obtained the Heart Devourer voodoo, without a complete plan, it would be very difficult for him to succeed in his assassination. To change the properties of matter. Before the Heart Devourer entered Andre's body, once he discovered it, this fragile little insect could become a stone statue at any time. Moreover, this time, Jiang Fei did not plan to confront Andre face-to-face. Last time, Andre wanted to see Jiang Fei slowly collapse, so he gave Jiang Fei a chance. If he turned Jiang Fei into stone or glass the moment they met, Jiang Fei would not even have the chance to resist. I can't meet him. I still have to secretly send the heart devouring goo into his body. Jiang Fei's mind was active. Now, he was getting more and more comfortable using these players. Long-distance interstellar travel was boring, but it gave Jiang Fei enough time to think about his own plans. Finally, on the 42nd day, the yacht arrived at Han Tianyu's planet. Han Tianyu personally came to the airport to pick Jiang Fei up. Hee, I've arranged for 2 friends to come to you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Welcome. Han Tianyu was also full of smiles. Come, let me introduce them to you. These 2 are Ing Kuei and his wife. Jiang Fei said as he pointed at Ing Kuei and his wife. Your friends are my friends. Han Tianyu had already become the king of this planet. This is my big brother, Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei pointed at Han Tianyu and introduced him to the Ing Kei couple. The Ing Kei couple bowed respectfully to Han Tianyu. Although Han Tianyu's strength was not even considered as trash in their eyes, the problem was that he was the Dragon Sage's big brother. Just now, Jiang Fei was able to say that the Ing Kei couple were his friends. This alone was already very flattering to the Ing Kei couple. Now, how could they not give Jiang Fei face? All right, the 2 of you can live here from now on. There's everything here. Although you might not be used to it first, my brother will arrange for someone to teach you the common sense here, Jiang Fei said to Ing Kuei and his wife. Ing Kuei bowed to Jiang Fei. All right, if my brother is in any trouble, the 2 of you should try your best to help him, Jiang Fei said. Yes. Ing Kuei and his wife nodded repeatedly. Although some of their bad memories had been erased, they were not fools. Therefore, they understood this little bit of information. All right, you guys have a good chat, Jiang Fei said and turned to leave. After all, his priority right now was to deal with Andre. Brother, take care. Han Tianyu did not stop Jiang Fei because he knew that his brother was someone who did great things. He must have something important to leave in such a hurry. After leaving the planet that Han Tianyu was in charge of, Jiang Fei directly ordered Maleki, adjust the course. Target the sun. After Maleki received the order, he immediately reset the navigation mark and controlled the spaceship to enter the autopilot program. Navigation mark has been confirmed. Automatic navigation activated. We are warping to the Stargate. Following a series of electronic notifications, Jiang Fei's yacht entered the long interstellar journey once again. This time, the navigation mark that Jiang Fei chose was not the sub-sun that Andre was on. Instead, it was the first star of the solar system. The environment here was even worse than the sub-sun. It had almost no atmosphere. During the day, the temperature was over 700 degrees Celsius. At night, the temperature here would drop to 150 degrees Celsius. Therefore, the miners on the sun's first star also lived underground. Moreover, they did not even have the chance to come out for a breather. This was because this place was not suitable for humans to live in during the day or at night. After flying for half a month, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the sun's flame star system again. On the way to the sun's bow star, Jiang Fei took out his pocket watch and reconfirmed Andre's location. At this time, Andre was still staying on the sun's bow star. Maleki said, Yes. Jiang Fei said, I know. Maleki immediately replied, The radiation from the stars around Sun's head was even more terrifying than that of the Sun's head. If Jiang Fei's yacht could not hide behind Sun's head immediately, it would soon be swallowed by the extremely strong radiation from the stars. After a while, the yacht entered Sun's gravity well. Because Jiang Fei had brought Maleki along this time, he did not have to personally control the spaceship. Under Maleki's control, the spaceship accelerated a few times and arrived at the back of the sun's head. Then it began to scan the entire planet. "Sir, there's only one entrance to the underground mine of the sun's head," Malecki reported. Zhang Fei nodded and began to wait for a long time. Finally, 15 hours had passed. The entrance to the sun had finally escaped the direct attack of the star. As there was no protection from the atmosphere, the high temperature that it had accumulated during the day was rapidly losing. The rocks that had been melted by the radiation of the star were quickly frozen. Very soon, the rocks around the entrance had been frozen. Following Zhang Fei's command, the yacht entered the surface of the sun. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.